Welcome back, ladies and skeletons. That is, of course, another cover of Elevator Love Letter. The yeah, I love it too. The genre I went with, I wasn't sure what to go with, so what I did is I uploaded a picture of Tali from Mass Effect. I uploaded this picture, and I said, describe this character as if she were a musical genre, and it gave me this. And I spat that into Suno, and it gave me that version of the song. I like it too. It's very spacey. I'm sure you could tell if you think about it now. It does sound like a Tali song. It's very very synthy, very spacey, very like deep space trip hop. Filtered through Chrome. It has like a feel to it. How are you guys doing, ladies and skeletons? What do we got here? I am working on this Russell Greer video with the help of GTP, Grok, and Suno. All the AIs, they're coming together to give us this abomination.
But the soul on fire. Mobius warrior Russell Greer.
Let's go.
Born with Mobius, facial nerves paralyzed. Can't smile, can't blink sideways, world still surprised. Lips won't close, tight speech, got that distinct grind. But inside the statue lives a dangerous mind. Paralegal by day, piano keys at night. Writing songs for Taylor that her team kept out of sights. And letters and tracks, pour my whole life in no fight. They stonewalled the dream, now I'm flipping the script right. Drop the book on them, why suit Taylor Swift. From small claims held to the federal court shift. They call me litigious, vexatious, obsessed. But every filing's a message for the dispossessed. Knocked down 10 times, I get up 11 strong. Depression try to bury me, but the fight ain't done. For every kid who feels broken, who can't belong. I'm building this anthem so you know you're not alone. I can't smile, but I go hard, heart full of fire. Playing every card, aspire to inspire before I expire. Mobius king, watch me set the world on fire. They can mock this face, but they can't kill the dream. Turning every note to a victory scream. Voice crystal clear, though the muscles won't move. This for the real ones, Russell Greer, we move. Utah try to kill the brothel dream at the source. I sue the whole state for equal protection course. Sex work rights for the ones the world ignores. Federal court papers, that's the war I fought for. Kiwi farm strolls, posting my book for the lows.
So, need to come up with the visuals beyond that. There's a lot to draw from, a lot from Greer's history, but of course it's all about coming up with the ideas, the concepts, and then having the machine do the rest of the work. It's a lot of fun. I want to do another one after this one. Let's see. Let me look in my corner here. I uploaded a couple songs. If you guys want to hear more music, this is No Way and Yes Way. These are two songs about RTU, the eyeball eater himself. No Way is like the song from RTU's perspective. Him like rapping about how great he is and how awesome he is, how much better he is than Repsy, you know. And Yes Way is like the other side of it, the rebuttal, the clapback. So the two are about 3 minutes long, and I'm gonna put them together and make a video for them eventually.
Yeah. It's rich. Review takers, the king they can't cancel. Detractors lurking. Clip farmers begging for scraps. But listen close. I'm levels above the collapse. Yeah. I built an empire on tech and the truth. Y'all milk my meltdowns like it's your only proof. Ball jokes dead, transplants sitting pristine, while Phil's hairline fleeing the scene like a bad dream. Deleted the main
you get a mention.
Genius left
You probably heard this one by now.
Now the new one's seamless. Edited crime, paid them fair in the story. And like the Snort King begging for pity and glory. Kiwi Farms threads, y'all obsessed with my law. I get the last slab bankrolling while you adore. They say hypocrisy, mirror on me. But zoom in close, I'm the upgrade. Can't you see? Trolls for my rage for that 15 seconds. I turned into fuel, watch the legend ascend. No way, I'm sinking like DSP. I got the vision to grind the legacy. He wheezes for tips, bankrupt energy. I stack wins quiet while y'all mention me. No way, I'm down bad like that dude. You stay climbing, hairline renewed. No way, I'm worse, hell no, never that. RTU eternal, crown me where I'm at. Crown me. DSP detox, still looking undefeated and dusty. E-begging champion, pockets forever rusty. I roast the cows clean, never breaking the sweat. Y'all allow daily, but can't place your bet. Rebsy tipster, 8-bit in the rear view, live rent free now.
There he
I
is.
evict the whole crew, out tier list cute. Put me S tier alone while Phil's in the gutter, acknowledging none. Chicken soup promises, I deliver the heat. You clip out of context, but can't match my beat. Trolls say I'm spiraling, dogs sin and panic, but I'm 10 steps ahead, call it strategic mechanics. Years in the game, evolve past the hate. You stay obsessed, I elevate, 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 elevate.
No way, no way. I'm sinking like DSP. I got the vision to grind the legacy. He reasons for tips, bankrupt energy. I stack wins quiet while y'all mention me. No way, no way. I'm down there like that dude. You stay climbing, headline renewed. No way, I'm worse. Hell no, never that. RT, we turn around me. Where I'm at, crown me, yeah. Stay mad. Ones keep farming them clips. I'm cashing the chaos. Sipping success from the lip. No way, no way. No way, 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 no way.
Rich out. Peace to the real ones.
Crown me. Crown me. No, 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 no. Crown me. Crown me. Whoa.
So, as good as that is, I think Yes Way comes along and just nails it.
From the shadows of the farms, we rise eternal generations.
Now, this one's the truth.
Forged in your infernal review, take us up. Emperor of Cope, your empire crumbles while we claim the throne.
Yo, forged in the fires of tech review glory, now reduced to rants, your tragic story. Bald empire fallen, transplant, just a mask. Insecurity eternal, your unending task. Million subs buried, reg quit, heard round the net. Strategic genius, nah, cowards regret. Editor betrayed, grift in the night, while we archive your falls under merciless light. Kiwi scrolls endless, prophecy fulfilled, your every meltdown perfectly distilled. You crown yourself king, roast the broken below, but the mirror reveals you're the star of the show. Trolls forged in legend, rent free in your mind. We orchestrate chaos, you're forever entwined. Yes way,
Yes way, you're damn like DSP. Fallen hypocrisy, God with shattered legacy. He grovels for scraps, you collapse in defeat. We reign supreme, your cycle complete. Yes way, you're buried with Phil. Empire in ruins, eternal overkill. Yes way, your worst under cracks. The facts are too legend, eternal law.
DSP wheezing through detox delusion. You're spiraling harder, ultimate confusion. Knock-tier pantheon, we gods on the list. You're mortal in panic, clenched in our fists. Chicken suit oath, broken in the haze. Repsy the reaper, tipster sets blaze. 8-bit ignites it, you fuel the inferno. Emergency rug cans, your final crescendo. Alog apostles, profit from the feast. Your clips build our thrones, while you turn to beast. You scream, we're obsessed, devils in your realm. But you built the altar, placed us at the helm. Evolve or descend, it's all prophecy. We are the victors of your tragedy. Tragedy, tragedy, tragedy. Yeah, collapse, collapse, collapse.
Yes way, you're damn like DSP. Fallen hypocrisy, God with shattered legacy. He grovels for scraps, you collapse in defeat. We reign supreme, your cycle complete. Yes way, you're buried with Phil. Empire in ruins, eternal overkill. Yes way, your worst thunder cracks. The facts are to you legend, eternal law, collapse forever.
Bow down, rich, your saga immortalized. We drink from the milk as your legend capsized. Yes way, yes way. Detractors ascend, reign forever.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. It's just a lot of fun. We have fun here. What's Pippa doing? Is she having fun? Oh, check her out. Let's see. I was wondering what hers looked like. I saw Tenma's the other day. Huh. It's very, I want to see more of it. Zoom out. Okay, there we go. It's very witchy. There's like another Pippa in the mirror. I like it. So they're going, I guess it's like more of a fantasy, but also like armored, but also like magical. Because Tenma was more of just like basically a dragon. This is sort of like an armored witch with a little bit of dragon to it. Yeah, I do like it. Let's see. What's this one, Dominic? Women are getting bigger. Oh my goodness. It's inflation. They're scaling up. It's got to match the economy. It's Pippa in the FBI hat in the mirror, but not really. It's the glowy watching over us all. We have a lot of tabs. We have a lot to get through. A lot of good stuff. Great stuff. Great tabs. Tomorrow is another That Being Said, so we don't have that today. But we do have to watch enough of DSP's pre-stream to find out if he opened card packs on his day off or not, because that's a wager that we had yesterday, and there's 25,000 bones or something writing on it. Writing on him actually opening card packs on his day off, with 0 bones being wagered on if he didn't. So it kind of tells you where the confidence is. The confidence level.
My jealous seething has finally manifested in a physical form. It was me all along. I was seething feminine.
Like, she doesn't usually have like big ears like that, but on Beg TV, like the Beg TV version of Pippa, she does. So it's kind of like it memed it into existence. But yeah, very cool. Fatal Walter talking about Reddit nice guys, of course. The nice guys from Reddit. The Woe Buddies had a stream last night, as did Medicare. I watched quite a bit of the Medicare stream.
You fucking New Yorker looking motherfucker.
Pretty great. Talking about Ralph and all of his fuck-ups and downfalls. And I also listened to a bit of Kino Casino as they talked about the downfall of quartering, which is like, I predicted, like when we watched the quartering documentary, you know, back when it came out, I was like, man, this is really like the beginning of the end for him. I mean, he's got a lot of assets going for him, so it's probably not going to be a while before we see some actual repercussions for any of this, but in reality, it happened a lot quicker than I predicted, a lot more than I expected. He's selling everything. He had, what was it? Like all of the NES games complete in box, like all of them. How many of those? That's like 700 or something. Just all of the NES games, a complete collection. And he had like 30 RC cars, 25 of them were still in the box. Let's see what I remember. Just crazy shit like that. A jet, like, but
well, like I promised, I wanted to check in on quartering, and so much has happened, it's actually insane. I thought we were over. I thought it was done. Like, there really wasn't anything else going on with Quarter Pounder that I thought could be covered. And then every single fucking time I say, this is it, there's nothing else to talk about, he just swoops in at the last possible second with 18 new things to discuss. Quartering is the grift that just keeps grifting. What's Rooster Bergerac, and we are once again discussing our favorite lol cow on this channel, the Quarter Pounder, Jeremy Hambly. We have discovered a number of very interesting things about him in the last couple of days. He is doing this excellent new sympathy bait where he is claiming to be selling all of his prized possessions. He's selling his special collections of old retro video games. He is bulldozing his gigantic $15,000 RC track, and he sold the ventilated air
could be all a lie.
Shipping container that he was bragging about not that long ago. Not only
he is a liar who lies a lot.
only that, but he is
And he's a grifter, and he's crazy, and he's stupid. So he could just be like, oh, my downfall is happening. Oh, I have nothing left. Okay, guys, go away. Okay, stop making fun of me. Okay, now back to making content.
making promises about the
Like something dumb like that. Like, whenever, like, it's similar to like the Leaping Lemur. I was watching like a video on the Leaping Lemur, and it's like he's just like going full lolcow, and it's a very weird process to watch at the beginning.
The Walmart deal coming for Coffee Brand Coffee.
Because you look at him and you're just like, this guy was at one point a person.
That will never happen.
At one point, he had a
because,
soul.
again, it is
What happened?
white label
How did
and
we
or
get from here?
dropship. Despite Quartering's best efforts to claim that is not in fact the case,
What
we
did they
have
do?
yet to be provided any actual evidence to the contrary. Now, the most interesting bit of information that we've gotten from Jeremy is he talked on a recent live stream about plans to downsize his house, wherein he revealed that in this insanely cluttered mess of a house where he had an entire 50+ arcade machine
Yeah,
set up
dude.
in his backyard and like an
50 arcade machines. He had an actual arcade. He had an arcade in his home. And it's like, damn, dude, you only need like one. Like, you just get one like good sturdy cabinet, and you just like stuff a bunch of ROMs in it. You don't need a fucking arcade. Like, you can't play them all.
extra building, and he has all of these brand new
You
shelves
can only play one at a time.
he put up in the basement full of his garbage, including a shitty children's Sailor Moon plastic piggy bank. He still had 7
Rad.
empty rooms in this house. Now, 8,000 square feet is a shit ton of space. Nobody
My
needs
God.
that space. But is somebody
420 gift subs. Nice. Thank you, Dominic. Much, much appreciated. Do a costume change. God. Shit like this makes you think that YouTube pays a lot, but it doesn't, does it? YouTube doesn't pay shit. Unless you're the quartering, I guess.
who is a hoarder who would just buy random
boring. It's a
collectible
different
shit
one.
just to have it. It's kind of crazy that he couldn't fill 7 additional rooms in this house. So Jeremy's whole situation has always been bizarre, and I don't know how true any of that is, because
Can't wait till Dandy Dan comes back. I thought it was like coming back soon.
Well, it was obviously for all those friends he brought over.
Yeah.
I mean, sure, the only game they ever played was his wife.
Well, it's like the Boogie thing. Like, he would just pay for everything, and they wouldn't really be his friends. They would just sort of, hey, thank you, Dogsplain. Shit, yeah. Big ups. Big. Sub gourmet. Fuck yes. We'll do some Steam hunting. I actually, I forgot to mention this. I clipped yesterday's game we played. The Dark Queen of Mortholm. I uploaded
Let's
that
open
as
some
own clip.
packs.
Let's open. Forget that goal. Okay. Let's see. I'll get a. Thank you guys. Let me get rid of that. You guys are great. What was I gonna say? Yeah, I uploaded that.
you never know what's actually true and what's not. He claimed to
What
have
was the goal for? Oh, it was just to go on Steam and buy a game.
sold his Neo Geo collection yet again, but we know
Let's see
he
what we
has
got.
claimed that before, and then when confronted about it on stream, when a chatter asked him about it, he said the Neo Geo collection was never sold. So whether or not he's actually selling his NES collection and all this other shit where he's claiming to have sold it for half of the value, he's having this going out
I
of
know.
business sale. Like, he is liquidating his collectible
I had a Neo Geo, but I had to sell it to get a car.
assets because
It shows you how expensive that thing is.
he's not making rent. He is spending any and all money that he's made on advertising to bot viewers. He was doing this crazy race war grift for the last couple weeks following the Carmelo Anthony trial where he made like 12 straight videos.
Yeah, I have the handheld one, the Neo Geo Pocket Gold, but the big one with the big giant cartridges, don't have that one.
About Carmelo
Anymore.
Anthony. Now that he's been sentenced and the verdict has been given, there's not really much else he can say about Carmelo, so that's over. He got like 230,000 views on
Okay,
a
that's
Carmelo
cool.
Anthony video, which is something he has not achieved in months. But whether or not he made good money on that is debatable, because
Yeah.
again, we
Like, that's why the games were so large, because they were basically each an arcade board inside of it, and you just like attach them together like they would be in a full-size cab.
know that he has been paying for advertising and paying to.
They only had one game for it. It was called Crossed Swords. It's like a first-person arcade sword and magic game. It's really unique. It's hard to explain.
Promote his channel. So the views that he's getting come at a cost. So whatever money he's making, a portion of it is going towards advertising. Additionally, something interesting was pointed out recently that Quartering is using AI for thumbnails now. The logo on his thumbnails on Rumble are getting weirdly janky, like the letters aren't adding up quite right. They're not spelling coherently. So I don't think he has a thumbnail guy, and I'll be totally honest, I don't think he's ever had a thumbnail guy. Or at the very least, he hasn't had one in months, because why in God's name would you pay for a thumbnail guy when you can barely afford to?
Yeah, the games are basically as big as weight scales, and not small ones too. Amberlin's weight scale.
To pay your live stream co-hosts. Now, Hannah Claire disappearing until the fall, which whether or not he makes it to fall is another conversation entirely, is a blessing in disguise, because now instead of being out $1,000 every time two women show up on his live stream, he's only had to pay for Melanie Mac. The problem is Melanie Mac and the Quartering are the worst possible duo to be doing these live streams. The numbers are way down. He's averaging 400 live viewers. As somebody who has 2 million subscribers, that's incredibly pathetic, and nothing that they talk about is of interest. They literally just did an Elders react to Tobuscus's old music videos from like 10 to 15 years ago, because somehow he thinks people in his audience wouldn't know who Tobuscus is.
He's trying to get Tobuscus on like the Quartering, like his show, to talk to him, and the Keto Casino were like, no, Tobuscus, come on our show instead. And it's like, yeah, he's just gonna scalp any guest you try and get, because they have a bigger audience and they're probably a more fun interview.
Is. And now, because he's doing shitty music videos about politics and immigrants, he's suddenly Quartering his new co-host. Who knows? But he slobbers all over Tobuscus because he's going to get a modicum of relevance from him, which is ridiculous because, again, Tobuscus is incredibly washed up. He's a piece of shit, and he was in fact accused of sexual assault by an ex-girlfriend.
Accused? Oh my god. Whenever anybody is accused of anything, you just have to believe it. For no reason, because he's a piece of shit.
The entire thing was very murky and gross, but following that, Tobuscus had a massive BPD crash out and has just disappeared from the public sphere since. So he's probably the last person, Jeremy.
No, he's tweeting a lot. He's a very public figure. Yeah, this lady's a lefty,
needs to have on his payroll, but at the same time, he did have Styx, Hex, and Hammer on his payroll for the longest time.
We got all
and
the
he
emotes,
bailed him out of prison after catching a domestic abuse charge.
Thanks, guys.
So Jeremy's not known for, picking the best for his content. Now, on to Coffee Brand Coffee.
Hey.
It was recently...
I mean, it isn't a good guest for the Quartering to have, that's for sure, if he wants to keep people like Melanie Mac and Hannah Claire by his side. Like, Tobuscus is much more of a Kino Casino guest, to be honest.
Discovered by Jeremy, because somehow he didn't realize that because his Kona coffee says it's a blend, even though it says 100%
But it is weird how he's just like, he's trying to reach out and get like a bunch of e-celebs on as like a part of his sinking ship.
Kona, it's 100% Kona blend. He didn't know that doesn't in fact mean something different. He tried to cover it by saying that blend, the way you're using the word, is different from how I use it, and so this isn't actually a blend, it's all Kona coffee. But that's not how it works, and Hawaii has very strict regulations about 100% Kona. You can't make that claim unless it is in fact Kona coffee, and you can
Right now, Steam doesn't have very many good deals. I feel like if I buy something here now, I'll be getting ripped off. It'll just be like 70% off in like a week. Some of these are really good. Look at that within view. You can see everything shrunk. Let's see. Chain Together, nobody plays that anymore. Idle Streaming Bonanza, the game that Pirate Software sued over because like he wasn't even in it. Strider's Revenge DLC, which is still too much. Ancient Weapon Holly, which has mixed reviews. I don't know why I added this. Conscript, this one looks pretty good. Dystopica, Fairy Tale Dungeons.
I bought a bunch of Sonic and Serious Sam games on the sale.
Yeah. Need more than that. Fairy Tale Dungeons looks like it might be a good deal. 50% off. I did enjoy that. I played the demo on stream. It's fun. Nunholy. This isn't even on sale. Like, imagine Nunholy. I buy Nunholy for $8, and then it goes like 50% off in a week. I'd be just like, damn it. It's on Obby. Saw Anli playing that one. Looked really good. Maiden Cops, which looks like a lot of fun. I want to play this multiplayer. I need more than just me to own Maiden Cops. It's not a game I want to play just by myself. Look upon. Well, it's scroll through this all day.
A charge for fraud because you're lying about your 100% being a Kona bean rather than a blend of different beans. So I've learned a lot about Kona coffee from Misty Mochi's recent video with Luther Morgan, which I found very interesting. Of course, given the history of YouTubers and the law, I would be shocked if he caught any sort of charge, so that's nice. Jeremy did this massive effort post on Twitter, you know, the website where he said he was no longer going to be posting. He
How
was
many
just keeping
times
it up
did he
so
say
that
that?
nobody could steal his Twitter username, and he also just was going to use it to promote when he was putting up a video or a live stream. But no, he's just full on race baiting again and getting into arguments. He
Race
quote
baiting?
tweeted fucking Bearing and then deleted the tweet because he's a pussy ass bitch.
He retweeted Bearing. Oh my god. Wow, I can't believe he would say such a thing. I don't even. What is there to get mad about? Yes, please stay out of my garbage cans. I mean, unless you want to sift through cat litter, it's a bummer. Bearing thinks I am scum, but whatever. Stay out of my garbage, please. Okay.
Because he hit the fireball again, so he just went off on Twitter.
Yeah, I was watching videos of Mecha Chameleon. That was a lot of fun. It looks like it would be fun. It's like a hide and go seek game, but you can draw on yourself. Basically, just like to camouflage yourself into the background, and if you can hide long enough, you win.
Does. But in this massive code post that he did, he was saying that he is still working towards putting Coffee Brand Coffee on Walmart store shelves. Now, why he would want to get Coffee Brand Coffee into Walmart confounds me, because Jeremy makes 4,000 videos a week shitting on Walmart and talking about how shitty black people that go to Walmart are. Why would you ever want to get your coffee on those shelves? Why would you want to sell your coffee to these people that you clearly think are inferior? You know, the math just doesn't add up for me. It
Dregs of society. Why would you want to?
But he promises it'll be there soon. He has been promising this for over 2 years. The reason I don't think it's going to happen is because Walmart does these really cool investigations into brands and companies that they put in their stores. They're going to request a walkthrough of his facility. They're going to want to see the product. They're going to want to see how it's produced and manufactured. They're going to do a quality check on this shit before they even consider putting it in their store.
I'm sure the Black Rifle coffee people would love sharing shelf space with Coffee Brand Coffee.
Somebody pointed that out in his Twitter
way.
replies, where they asked him about doing a tour of the Coffee Brand factory, because the best way to shut these haters up is to just show people this is in fact not dropshipped or white label. Even though the video that was produced 2 years ago was the same as the Mill Creek Coffee Roasters promotional content, the people in the video, just instead of having a Mill Creek shirt on, it said Coffee Brand Coffee. And when that was pointed out, suddenly Jeremy no longer wanted to do tours. Remember, we have never seen Jeremy in the building. We have never seen him taking pictures or videos with his staff. He has lied about having employees for years. He's lied about employing 10 people, a dozen people at Coffee Brand Coffee, because they're all working for Mill Creek and they just give him the bags of coffee with his shitty company name on it. So Jeremy is still trying to pump this idea that CBC is going to get into Walmart. I think if he really wants to fulfill that dream, he should just try to get it on the website rather than on store shelves, because Walmart's website is much more lax about the shit they'll allow. Pretty much any of those random gibberish companies that you find on Amazon for like furniture and shit, you'll find it on Walmart's website as well. So they're not going to be as difficult to work with online as they are in person. But whether he's even going to try to do that, or if he makes it long enough to be able to do that, those are completely different conversations. So all in all, Jeremy's situation seems to be getting worse. He is talking about potentially downsizing, moving out of his massive mansion in the middle of buttfuck nowhere, and moving into a smaller house. Whether or not he'd see any profit from that sale. I doubt he would because he took out the second mortgage on the house. He's gonna get pennies on the dollar for it in terms of the money he actually, gets in his hand. He's still lying about Coffee Brand Coffee. He is desperately trying to make his companies work. He's trying to make his websites work. He's trying to get the videos out, and the only way he gets consistently high views is by promoting videos and paying for advertising. Everything about Quartering's life is astroturfed. It's all a lie, and you never know what to believe. I choose to believe that he is bulldozing his shitty RC track to get ready for open houses, to get people in to look at his shit.
That's
I choose
crazy,
to believe
though.
that he's selling all of his fucking...
He spent like $50,000 to make that RC track in his backyard, and then he just bulldozes it. And he doesn't even get anything for it. Like the other things, like the arcades and the video games, he could sell to get some money. He got no money out of bulldozing the RC track. Like, it cost him. He has to rent a bulldozer.
Funko Pops and his collectibles and his video games, because there's just nothing else that
I didn't realize it's like how much shit he bought to try and just like, I don't know, be a kid.
He can do.
So many toys, so many fucking toys.
He has reached the end of the road for his channel.
That RC track was put there back in October.
Nobody else to blame.
Yeah, it's like fairly recent addition just to get rid of it so quickly. Like, it's hard to even believe. We need like drone footage.
Himself.
I didn't say that. Don't ban me.
Problem is Jeremy is incapable of that self-reflection, so he has double, triple, quadruple, quintupled down at every opportunity and has refused to admit any wrongdoing until it's pointed out by his friends, and then he wrongs those friends and no longer has them. So that is the quick update on all of the quartering shit that's going on. As we get more information, or if there's anything that comes up in those topics I discussed where I can dive into it a little deeper, I absolutely will. But I am tired. It's been a long day, so I figured it'd be better to get the summary out for all of you guys rather than trying to make 5 videos on all these different topics.
Yeah,
that'll probably come later. But that's it for today. I hope you guys have a great long weekend, and happy Father's Day to those who celebrate. And I will see you guys the next one. Bye.
Just need to wait till Google Maps updates and it'll tell us if the RC track is there again. Need new satellite footage. Reddit, nice guys. I haven't checked in on this channel. I don't think. Stoic Chronicles covers iDubbbz. Here's Reddit. Ralph has a bit of a drinking problem, doesn't he?
Quick Ralph update for everybody. Ralph spilled his beverage all over himself.
No!
And after he spilled his drink, he's covered in booze. Whoa, buddy!
Same
After
thing
returning,
again.
Ralph switched on the color, revealing that his rosacea has in fact returned. You gotta love the pettiness of this Jew, Gabe Hoffman.
I love
You
it.
should see what Ralph said
Okay,
the other
let's
day.
have
The
a look
casino
here.
is going to have fun with that.
This is so funny.
Okay, let's lower it so we don't have bursted eardrums because his.
Come on, you know we lost.
Yeah,
He lost.
He did. Well, he did.
He suffered. He lost, Bish. Suffer, Ralph.
I'm actually impressed with Ralph. Any other mortal man would have killed themselves, but
Well, yeah, anybody else would have overdosed from the felt, you know what I mean? Seems like the more feltings he gets, the more powerful he becomes, buddy. He's unstoppable! I ain't heard no bell, bitch!
That's so
He is like the ultimate content factory, and he's cranking it up into overdrive, and I think this weekend we're in for some crazy fucking shit.
One can hope.
Mr. Medicare everyone tomorrow.
Well, he's got a promise.
Like DSP is going through like a content drought. It's wild. Really the only thing that makes DSP entertaining now are the editors and the podcasts.
For Daddy Jim, we'll see at the end of this segment of how he's going to destroy Jim's live stream tomorrow and own Jim. He has
What an absolute nothing burger those freaking pay pig interviews ended up being, huh?
master plan to defeat Mr. Medicare, buddy. You won't even believe it. I'm worried for Jim.
Like those pay pigs were interviewed and then Darziak came along and swept them all away.
Jim, no!
How will Jim ever
How will he recover from Ralph's master plan?
Ralph is such a retard.
You sound like, hey, hold on, turn that shit
Get him,
up.
Ralph. You're gonna take Jim down.
Sit up. Can we get?
Oh, the interviews were the
Remy
worst.
Ma?
I wonder if the Paypig interview with Lyciver reminded the pothead to give him money.
Yeah, he just went back to giving Phil money. Like there was him, and then there was Eva Cowboy Fan, who wore a Mandalorian helmet for some reason. Like I don't even understand why. Why even show yourself? Why even turn the camera on if you're just gonna wear a helmet that covers your entire face? And he was extremely, extremely slow and autistic and looping and boring.
And Fat Joe all the way up with the Jay-Z mix. Can somebody what?
The Jay-Z mix,
was that
He's saving the white
He's
race from Israel.
He might not know how to turn the camera off.
It's like, if I have to look like something, I'm going to look like a Mandalorian. DSP is now talking about wanting God packs and is asking how you get them.
The state requires Eva to wear a helmet. They never specified which one.
True. God packs. What? Like Pokemon gods? DSP wants his Reshiram, huh?
Buddy?
Okay.
It's good, buddy.
Then they can love each other. Medicare had a name for this dance that I can't say on Twitch. How do you get packs with the most expensive cards of them? I'm surprised he hasn't done like the Nova thing and bought like a little small metal detector to be like, whoop! Oh my God! Look! We got a hit.
Cool ass gangster.
Such a dude.
Well, yeah.
Ralph, you're 40. It's over.
Ralph, you're 45 and you look like you're 60 and you're bald, bro. And you're in Mexico. Wear the black and white filter to hide the skin rash, bud.
No more wiggle.
There's no wiggle, bitch.
Hey, I wasn't gonna say that. He's wiggling.
Yeah.
Watch this.
The dance.
This is priceless.
Oh no.
Here he goes.
So stupid. He can't drink water. He has a drinking problem.
Did someone say Reshiram? Love each other.
Love each other. I thought there would be a bigger compilation of the drinking problem, but it's just these short clips. Someone needs to make it.
It was at that moment that I first realized Elaine had doubts about our relationship. And that, as much as anything else, led to my drinking problem. We did come back to the States.
Is there anyone on board who can land this plane?
No one I know
of. He's got a drinking problem. He can't figure it out.
Are you sure it was water and not vodka?
He's drunk. He's on pills. He missed his mouth with the water bottle, and now it's all over him. How do you do that, buddy? How do you do that, Ralph?
He's trying to act cool, which is even
like
I did it on purpose.
Yeah.
Why isn't he drinking from like his lips on the bottle?
Because he's too cool.
I don't know. Maybe his cats are having to drink out of it too. I don't know.
Who waterfalls their own drink?
You know, or is that a Modelo? I don't know. It looks like just a simple bottle of water. I'm not sure why you would do that. Like he was going for maximum swag, bro.
It's more cool if you do it that way.
It's not even like a drop. It was like...
He made a mess. Was I using a Sprite commercial? Taste the one that's forever young, bitch. Peace Ralph it. Quench your thirst, bitch. This is like the 5 Gum commercial or something.
5 Gum.
Really, fuck.
That's so funny. Look at him. He goes, oh, that's cool.
Look how cute I am.
Myself, I guess. There's water all over my shirt. I fucking flooded my zone,
You got this, Ralph.
bitch.
when he does this face, the cute, feeling cute, might delete later face, looking so bad.
That was all according to the plan.
He's got a stain all over him.
Oh, man.
The stain.
I didn't on
He's
purpose.
Like, yeah, look at this stain, bitch. Okay.
Uh-oh. Keep it on, Ralph.
Look at how big the stain is.
By the way, his chat has not moved the entire 1 minute clip.
No.
On the bottom left.
There's no there.
Pathetic,
It's even with all of this attention and all of these feuds. So he turns on the color. You
Not
can
even
see his
Nightbot.
rosacea, why he puts the filter on. He's red. He's a lobster.
He looks like it does actually look like a lobster. Oh,
got like
we have
a
another
rash.
one. Look at his rash, buddy. Look at that.
Oh,
Look no! His neck is infected with a fungal rash.
Did he try himself, but it fucked up the rope?
It
broke.
might have been, and that's why he's been black and white. Look at it. I think he was actually trying to end it all because he's scared of Daddy Jim's stream. This
Can't
coming
find a strong
Saturday.
enough tree in
Scaffolding
Merida.
wouldn't hold him.
Oh, it's over.
Okay.
There he is, just full on pig max.
Why is there a-
Oh no, he hollering, dog. Yes, thrush on his neck.
Shout out to Gabe. I saw your DMs, Gabe, about all this. Thank you for continuing.
All
to
600
felt
of them gave, you know. Okay, so here we have this one's
Thanks,
from
man.
Gabe as well. This is Ralph falling down into a heap of garbage on his floor.
Okay. That sounded painful.
Oh my god. That was violent, bro.
He's like,
There, I fixed it.
oh,
He's now crawling through water bottles and cans on the ground.
Ash, is this socket not the saddest socket you've ever
It
seen?
is, bro. This whole thing is
It's
so
yellow.
sad.
It's literally just
Remember,
like
we're
mold.
supposed to be jealous
it's
of these
'cause
people.
He's smoking ciggies in the
Winning.
fucking third world crack shack, buddy, till he yellowed the goddamn
Ralph can't even get DSP to invite him on anymore.
outlets. I only have one outlet, bish, but I have a trash mountain
make
on my
it?
floor. I don't know.
But
Incoherent
in
pig
his own
noises.
chat, it says Sandra Ralph. Does Harry still have my ashes?
He's now laughing in his trash pile on the
Wait,
floor.
did he open a bottle? Listen.
I'm joking,
He's
bish.
opening a bottle on the floor.
Oh my god, he's drinking booze on the
Piss.
floor in the
He's
midst. Look at it, he's like just like kicking cans around. You hear that? Oh man,
What a
do
show.
that,
Hey,
bitch.
Jer, that's your future.
Okay.
All right.
Continuing on,
Yeah, more
here we
Ralph?
have this was probably the lowest moment of yesterday's stream, where Ralph is now begging to be put in jail because it's better than what his life is. Let's have a listen.
Out to Mexico for that big victory today. I'm gonna go, and no, I don't have any railroad tracks or anything like that.
He's gonna go lay down on the
She's
railroad
starting to
tracks.
put me in prison. Just put me in
Ralph,
prison.
no!
Then.
Oh, my.
Oh
Wait,
no!
I missed this.
Ralph!
What
So
happened?
Ralph's saying there's no railroad tracks for him to lay down on and die.
Not even a railroad track to kill yourself
Yeah.
on? It's over.
So like he's not wanting to go play in traffic, but he's hoping that Scarlett will just put him in prison because it's better than what. Just bring it back. Let's hear this one more time.
Buddy, just,
Nigga, I be.
Oh.
She's starting to put me in prison. Just put me in prison then.
wait.
nigga. And no, I don't have.
But we
any
don't censor that.
railroad
We censor
tracks or anything
kill
like
and
that.
die and commit suicide, but we don't.
She's starting to put me in prison. Just put me in
Put me in
prison.
prison,
then.
Frogger,
I'd be a lot more
okay?
happier in prison than fucking around with fucking
Mexican
Let's
prison?
go!
like. Are you?
oh my
Suffer, Ralph.
That feeling when you won too hard, it's like over. You know, Ash,
he's just lost so badly, but it doesn't seem to matter. He just keeps going. But I ain't heard no bell, Jim. I ain't heard no bell, Bish. Okay.
Are you fucking kidding me? You won't ever stop? Okay. That's cool. I won't either.
Oh. Sure.
I promise you.
What's that look?
Does anyone believe?
I won't either.
Very believable.
I promise you.
I promise you.
Does anyone believe him?
I believe him.
He won't do shit tomorrow.
He's gonna
take
go to jail.
He's gonna lock in.
Okay, so Mr. Medicare dumping on him here. Ralph spent hours getting drunk, seething, spilling booze on himself, and turning red as a tomato, all to end his own stream, fleeing in terror from letting Scar call in. Lamau, he ran. Humiliating. I'll have to add backbone to the list of things Ethan Ralph can't afford, which currently includes power bill, phone bill, more than 5 shirts, birthday presents, washer and dryer, a non-rental home, a non-lease truck, a $60 video game, aka Hogwarts Legacy, airplane tickets, a replacement wrestling belt. We got some deep cuts in here, and of course, detox and rehab. So,
I mean, the list could go on, to be honest, but
it could be endless, really.
Holy shit.
So Ralph, in a play for sympathy, goes, Scarlett Hampton is wildly threatened to deplatform me.
Oh, no.
After having Gino Bisconte
baby.
and a little Keanu Thompson. It's like,
you flag everyone. You report everyone.
I know that he does that, but the thing is, no one gives a fuck about what Scarlett does because she's an insane crackhead.
Yeah.
She's not a part of the sector or anything, or she doesn't know what the fuck's going on. She's insane. You dumb. Holy shit.
I'm gonna revenge porn you, bitch.
Threatening to kill her.
It's like she's a
I don't know.
I don't know.
star.
No one fucking cares.
Scar's already like off our fucking like this is like crazy.
It's like this idea that I know it's all Ralph's fault. It's literally all of his fault.
Yeah.
Because all of us just wanted to go in a ditch somewhere, you know? Just off. I don't want to have to keep talking about this black.com for whatever reason. I have to own her, bish. Okay.
Oh man.
So anyway, let's just continue.
Go for it, Ralph. Have fun.
Whatever.
You're doing so good so far.
Ralph, in retaliation, posted Scarlett's phone number and address to his favorite place to post revenge porn.
I wonder if Jim is ever gonna like do a stream with Scarlett. That seems like the next logical step, right?
A.K.A. Cal. Medicare chimes in.
Or maybe everyone would hate it because pity, she's a whore.
So mad, LOL. And Scarlett replies, "This will be so fun." So
Ralph,
they're cooking something up.
But he already doxed her. It doesn't do shit, Ralph.
I know.
She puts her address on the back pages.
I know.
To like strange men who
She's
are horny.
insane.
Like, calm the fuck on.
My God. So now this is just savage what Scarlett did to Ralph with these tweets. She says, it's interesting how the rosacea hog, Ralph, thinks Mummy Scar will never remove the remora. Is it too nice to pen his 40 pesos worth of ass to a pedo? Well, he doesn't really satisfy at all unless you're a lard lover or pedophile in his Discord. The gun pillow never had been a nice firm one. Neither was the limp lard belt waste of space one needs to move out of the way to find what remains of his shrunken manhood. Ham is felted. He has shrinkage in the worst of places. Oink, oink.
I would actually puke, dude. That is vile. That is
fatality. It actually somehow gets worse. So Dawn asked, did you ever try to sleep on his back hump? And Scar says, well, you can't put pressure on the gunt or I would have rode his hump like a camel.
She's Ralph,
See,
you've
that
lost.
says this is the craziest tweet. They're calling it the craziest tweet of all time.
Okay.
She says, "I grinded."
No, too bad, too awful.
Jim just goes in there and talks this crazy shit and repeats your
We
crazy
get
shit.
it.
Okay, all
we
right.
get it.
I accept that. Like, whatever. That's kind of what I
He
expected.
accepts getting
but
felted. Okay.
I'm telling you, if you go on there and say some more fucking crazy shit, okay. Let's just let all the crazy shit be put out there, including the shit that I own 50% legal right to and can put out there legally. So fuck you.
I hate that image too. It's like you can't peacefully sunset the skill stream. It's like the S is too large.
Master plan.
It just looks like it's at the beginning of all the words.
To destroy Mr. Metaker.
What's the skill stream? Is that where we learn skills?
Is to
Peacefully.
release his own sex tape during Mr. Metaker's stream.
Oh
Ralph,
no,
please
Jim!
don't do that.
Jim,
Don't
no.
do that, Ralph.
You're
No.
gonna ruin
Oh,
Did that happen? I don't know. No one knows or cares.
No, don't do that,
Jim
Ralph. You're
Felton.
gonna destroy Mr. Metaker, bro. Please, we love Jim. We want him to live. Please, you'll make him die of laughter if you do that, Ralph. Please don't do that to Mr. Metaker, Ralph.
He's trying to
please.
The skill stream
Oh,
is
it
where
felt
you watch
this
Ethan
so
Ralph
hard
drink
if he
so much
released
that he
his
forgets
sex
any
tape
skills
of his
he may have
soft
had.
Memphis Micro during Jim's live stream.
Do you think, Scarlett,
Oh my God.
there's porn of her out there. You're not going to shame her more. She just said she humped your back and the soft, grotesque, loose
We skipped
skin
this part.
bunched into a ball. Do you think
It
she
is
cares?
pus, buddy.
Buddy, release it. You won't
Oh, he won't do it. He's fucking scared. He's a fucking.
Thanks. He didn't do it. He chickened out. Ralph is quite a character, is he not? It's one of those people that you can just always celebrate his downfall. Gideon learns about the Cyrax lore. That one's a little bit old, on the older side. LTG 70 IQ compilation from Red Dale. That might be fun. My favorite LTG channel, Low Tier Fatigue, from a little while ago. It's dominated in Street Fighter like a bottom and a bum that he is. Might be fun.
I got a
Slop
new
Roach.
favorite song from the casino.
New favorite song? Yeah. Got Morty talking about Toph and Cyrax. Morty. What about Slop Roach? Slop
In my
Roach is
last video, I talked about who isn't a lolcow and why. One of the things that disqualifies internet figures from being lolcows is being able to take criticism. That's one thing you'll often see. Lolcows always have negative reactions to criticism. They never take any constructive criticism to heart, which ends up with them never resolving their vices and always continuing down their path of infamy on the online world. However, lolcows have a variety
I'm
of
gonna destroy
tactics
you,
when it comes
Medicare.
to dodging
I will
criticism.
roll on the
It's
floor
not
and
always
pop
the
bottles.
same thing,
You're
believe it
gonna
or
be
not.
destroyed.
Today I'm going to be going over a whole slew of cows and
It's
criticize
like all of Ralph's biggest enemies are just friends who were too nice to him. It's like he doesn't organically create enemies. He just burns bridges and just gets consumed by the flames.
their inability
It's
to
crazy.
take criticism. Let's go! We'll start off with Cyrax. I feel like he embodies the common traits of not being able to take criticism.
Sounds like
Chance
another
made
piggy
it
we
very
know.
clear from the start that he wanted to make his career on the internet. What that career was exactly, I'm not too sure. He adopts a new interest every week. However, with how much he's posted online, and pretty much how all of it is either plagiarized or just shit, it's inevitable that he's going to face criticism. Early on, his content would face harsh
What?
but fair criticism. This was before the trolling days, so it was just
What the heck? How old is this? That's Chance. Yeah, he looks exactly like that. It's just it's like, no. What the fuck?
face harsh but fair criticism. This was before the trolling days, so it was genuinely constructive. However, Cyrax would respond to this criticism in the
Photorealism.
exact way you would expect him to, playing the victim with posts such as, "I'm sick of the hate." This was common with a lot of Facebook posts he'd make back in the day. One of my favorite examples is when a record company actually responded to one of his emails in a way that's very nice and constructive. Like, if you actually read this label was trying to give Cyrax genuine advice on music and how to make things better. How did Cyrax respond?
This is the kind of shit that pisses me off. They act all interested, then once I explain my situation, they'll pull this shit and kindly tell me to fuck off.
As you may have noticed, Chance responds to criticism with nothing but rage. He never actually considers what's being said, he just lashes out. Then the trolling began and all hell broke loose. Cyrax is the epitome of an internet tough guy. He talks so much shit online but is never, ever able to back it up in real life. There are a few ways Cyrax expresses his rage towards people who criticize his content or call out his behavior, one of which is that Cyrax will make a diss track on them. Another is to challenge them to a fight. Seeing Cyrax try to play this act when he's in the state he's in is just hilarious. There's a reason why he's at the bottom of my lolcow death battle tier list. Every time he's fought another troll, he's lost. The biggest example was Music Biz Marty.
One really long way. Look at Get the fuck out of here. Who's the king? You are. You would. Please let us go. I'm begging you. Please!
Another tactic is he'll join a video call with trolls who lob criticism his way so he can angrily scream at them for hours, hoping to change their opinions. Cyrax must be the easiest person to rage bait on the planet. Next up, we have Chris Chan. Chris has a unique position where he loves to dish out criticism he believes is constructive, while he draws like absolute shit. It seems that every time someone makes a fan art of him or Sonichu and it's genuine and not just some troll, he'll show a massive lack of gratitude by nitpicking it or pointing out how it's flawed and wrong. He'll also criticize other art styles. For example, he harshly criticized a parody of his comic series called Asperchu because it was drawn with a stylus and tablet. And of course, he himself is quite averse to criticism. Very specific but constructive criticisms will piss him off. For example,
he got beat up and he's like, I stood up for myself and I fought and I lived. You only won because you used your weight on me.
He despises.
It's like, yeah, like you could say that about literally everyone. Chance, you're like 50 pounds.
Being called naive.
You use your weight.
This is just ridiculous. I can't believe I'm talking to someone who's so naive.
You just crossed a line by saying the word naive. That is like the worst insult to me.
I only recently found out like how much Chris hates the word naive. Because, I mean, it applies, doesn't it?
Fine.
Sometimes Chris will actually listen to criticisms of him if it's harsh enough. On the father call, and in calls with potential sweetheart Casey, he'd actually give in a little and sheepishly accept the criticisms lobbed against him. However, then a day later, he'd completely forget about it all and move on with his life. Because Chris Chan has dedicated his whole life and purpose to the Sonichu comics, his ego surrounding his creation is unfathomably big. It's one thing when someone doesn't get every single one of his details right, even though he can't do that himself at all. But what happens when someone completely redesigns his OCs? Enter in Project SNT or just Courtney. Courtney is an artist who decided to redesign one of Chris's OCs, the Chaotic Combo. They're all hedgehog characters that are kind of based on other Pokemon. In her redesigned video, Courtney had some interesting ideas that were well implemented, like incorporating Dungeons & Dragons classes into each character, and took a lot of care to add a lot of small details to the redesigns that had actual meaning.
Wild Sonichu. He's a grass-type Sonichu raised by a Scyther and a Venusaur in a dense forest. I also decided to turn him into a Pachirisu. Pachirisu are known to live in trees, plus they can actually learn a few grass moves through different methods.
Shit, I'd love that kind of fan art done to my Slop-Roach avatar. That would be sick. Chris did not respond very kindly here though. Rather than showing actual appreciation and gratitude, Chris had a meltdown on Twitter bitching about the designs. Chris would nitpick details, saying that it was wrong to change this or that without realizing the meaning behind reimagining an OC. He would later retract these statements and apologize, though this was likely done to try to get in contact with Courtney, as he would quote tweet her, donate to her Patreon, and do other attention-seeking acts. She would later disavow him completely when the mommy incident happened. Next up is Low Tier God. Dale is a very touchy
happy
fellow.
guy.
Anything will tick him off. The most well-known way he demonstrates his inability to take criticism is to ban chatters on his stream.
Get that ass banned. Get that ass banned, though.
Get that ass banned.
Get that ass banned. You gotta get that ass banned. Get that ass banned. Get that ass banned. Get that ass banned.
It's one thing to be a crybaby who bans critical
Haven't heard that in
comments,
a while.
but Dale will completely crash out over them. The longer the comment is, the longer his rant will be on this comment. He'll also often challenge these commenters to 1v1 him on a Street Fighter game. This usually doesn't work out for Dale historically, though. The shorter comments will also get his wrath, though. And when I say short, I mean as short as 2 whole characters.
Don't ever tell me good games. Mods, ban that dude that said good games. Thank you. Anybody saying good games in here, mods, ban them out of my chat. You know what to do, mods. Clean up my chat on all GGs. Bounce them.
And of course, there's that time he crashed out over Turkey Tom after Tom made a critical video on him. He must have spent like 20 minutes bitching as he went through his social media profiles trying anything to find dirt on him.
Probably a nigga that uses toilet paper.
41-year-old man, by the way. That midlife crisis must be hitting hard.
Bet you use toilet
Playing
paper,
the victim
bitch.
is something all lolcows do. However, I believe there's nobody who does it harder than Andy Ditch. His entire identity is based around how he's a giant victim and how he needs care workers to care for him and change his diapers for the rest of eternity. He takes this to unfathomable levels. He had a medical doctor diagnose him with ASD, and ever since then he lashes out against anyone who criticizes this diagnosis or calls him out on his crappy behavior. He dedicates every day of his life harassing police, crisis services, and social care workers to hook him up with some diaper-changing slave, and they always rightfully reject this. Andy's most common response is that he accuses them of abuse, or as he calls it, abuse. He'll always say something like,
"You're bullying me! And you hurt me! You abuse me mentally!"
If Andy is talking to a cop, he'll tone down his baby talk, but he will still call them pigs. Ironic when he looks like that. Probably the worst thing he'll do though is threaten to harm himself and weaponize it to guilt trip whoever he's talking to. He fervently states that he needs a special caretaker or he'll walk into traffic on a day with bad weather and get hit by a car. He gets especially venomous when talking this way, often swearing at whoever he's talking to. This shows that he has full understanding of what not to do as a functional adult, and that if he were to do things such as walk into traffic, it wouldn't be because he doesn't know any better. A lot of people who cover lolcows get criticized because their quote-unquote targets are said to not know any better. This is false under most circumstances. Many lolcows aren't dysfunctional as people believe them to be. They understand the difference between right and wrong, and act wrong knowingly, thinking they'll get away with it. Andy Ditch is such a case, which is why it's important to call him out on his behavior. Back to his criticism, Andy seems to have a new method of handling criticism: protesting against these centers. Specifically on a day where they're closed, and with signs that are hard to read. The funniest thing here is Andy hopes that people will read these signs and search him on YouTube, but when you search him, you get nothing but people condemning his faking ass.
If they know how to click upload video
Hey, look,
or go live,
that
they know
one's
right
by
from
me.
wrong.
Check it out if you
Period.
haven't. I'll briefly touch upon Jupiter the Hybrid next, because he's a really weird one, even amongst other lolcows. When certain lolcows are exposed for being child predators, they will often deny it, ignore the accusations, or just lash out. Corbin, on the other hand, will admit to his actions, apologize for them, but then make an excuse for them and try to convince everyone that he's getting better and they should just forgive him.
I was set up. I was tired, I was high on nicotine, and I wasn't thinking straight.
High on nicotine? Sleep deprived? That's something I've never heard of. Corbin sent nudes to a minor, but he's acting like all he did was get drunk on a stream and say some goofy shit. You have to remember, his devices were actually seized by the police. Supposedly, he's making
just
a
like
return.
Gahuli.
Oh, Hassan.
Just like that DSP mod Gahul, who needed to have his devices seized by police.
You always manage to...
And if you bring that up, he'll be like, yeah, and they didn't find anything on it. So I'm proven not to be a pedophile, actually.
Fit into these videos perfectly,
okay,
don't you?
Okay.
I've gone into depth about Hassan being unable to ever admit he's wrong in the 7 Deadly Streamer Sins video. I've also talked about his tendency to threaten and incite violence against his critics in my Hassan Piker cult video. However, I haven't talked about one of his most common deflection tactics, blaming Israel. Now, before I get into this, I will once again disavow Israel's actions in the Middle East and how I think they should stop being supported by the West.
I think they're not going far enough.
Oh, what the hell. He's still going to call me a Zionist if he or one of his cultists ever manages to watch this video. That's what he does with everybody. Either they're a Zionist, an agent of Israel, or they work for the ADL or something. Obviously, you have his main targets of who he accuses of being agents for Israel, such as Asmongold, Ethan Klein, and Destiny, but he even once accused Burnt Peanut of being Israeli.
Bro, this is the number one streamer of Israel.
This is so Israel coded.
I saw one of his fucking takes. I saw one of his takes about like America #1, and it was awesome.
What the hell? Burnt Peanut is a random VTuber who plays games. He's never gone political other than that one time where he said he loves America, I guess. We all know why Hassan said this, of course. Just like the 6 other deadly sins, Hassan is full of envy for any streamer who does better than him. And if you look at those numbers, there they are! Hassan would face criticism for this, of course, and he decided to deflect like he always does, this time claiming that he was just joking. Ever heard of the term Schrodinger's douchebag? Yeah, Hassan is that. Hassan also blames any misfortune happening to him on Israel. Banned from entering the UK? Israel's fault. Venue cancelled on you because they don't want to host a dog-abusing, terrorist-supporting piece of shit? Israel's fault. Oh, and speaking of which, him getting backlash for shocking his dog is also Israel's fault. I mean, what? Did Israel trigger the remote when you never meant to press it? Did Israel shock Kaya with one of their Jewish space lasers? Did Israel cause you to grab your dog's tail and pull him around with it? Yeah, I could go on. There are other ways Hassan also refuses to take accountability and admit mistakes, but I've gone on long enough about this guy. Let's move on. And finally, we get to Nova Online. Nova is arguably the worst one here, especially as of late. Nova Online came under heated criticism with his infamous Twinkle Twinkle Little Star video, and with all the following controversies, things have only gotten worse.
They're so powerful, and
his
yet they can't do
original
anything
tactic
about
of avoiding criticism was the usual stuff. Play the victim, lash out, deflect and ignore, etc. However, now the walls are closing in on the old chome, so he's fighting back. No, not in the cool way of actually fighting, but through false flagging, copy strikes, and even doxing. Yeah, Nova Online isn't disabled like many people think he is. He is of sound mind enough to maliciously attack his critics with these immoral acts, knowing the harm it'll bring to them. This is made clear in his hit list, where he put his most famous critic Bloodspeth in red. Recent leaks came out from a weird buddy troll friend of Nova's, where he talked about wanting to take out his detractors. Specifically, he talked about filing copyright claims against archive channel The Chin Universe, and also expressed excitement over seeing Bloodspeth's hand, which could make it easier to get more information on him and potentially dox him.
Bro, we're close to getting... Did you see Bloodspeth's hand?
Yeah, it's off his fingers. Imagine if he's fat just like Lemur. And yeah, we got all that dirt on him now.
Hey guys, editing Sloproach here. It turns out that Nova is trying to dox Bloodspeth. A clip of him has made the rounds where he's referring to Bloodspeth by what he believes is his first name. Turns out it wasn't though, and Nova was fed false information, thankfully. As for his false flagging, I did a video back in April covering the brief history of Nova Online, and it was eventually hit with a terms of service takedown citing bullying and harassment. The moment it was referring to was when I talk about Nova's public Pornhub account getting discovered. I never linked to it, and I actually dissuaded people from harassing Nova in that video, so it was obviously bogus. I DM'd Bloodspeth on Twitter asking if it was a common occurrence, and he confirmed this was the case. Thankfully, the video shortly went back up. However, I'm about 99% sure that Nova was the one who false flagged it. But at least Nova's not trying to dox me right now. The same can't be said about another YouTuber, Kiwi Tapes. Kiwi has been reporting on Nova's antics for years now. Well, Nova would eventually post the dox of someone on Kiwi Farms claiming it was Kiwi Tapes. Except it wasn't. Nova doxed a random family uninvolved with any internet drama because of all his spite and hatred towards his critics. Honestly, Nova might be the worst one here. As bad as Hassan is when he incites violence, Hassan's negative qualities are more noticeable because of his fanbase. Could you imagine if Nova actually had fans who supported all the times he flagged, threatened, or doxed someone? Well, hopefully I'm not next. If I am though, you might want to stick around to watch the drama unfold, so subscribe for that. And if you have any critical comments against me, you're just an Israeli bot. Peace.
Of course. Beat boop. My fellow Israeli bots. Israeli bots. Those are going to win the next war. They're going to march onto the battlefield with P90s. Because those are Israeli too. P90s and Desert Eagles. It'll be the most Jewish war ever. Anyways.
Hey everyone, this is Walter, and I'm back here with more posts from Reddit. Nice guys are those guys who extol the virtues of niceness, but don't show them in their actions. Let's just get into it with nice guys from Reddit. These posts come to us from Reddit Nice Guys. Damn, far out. Probably. I'm just gonna be honest. I just want to hang, because I enjoy you. Actually, it's probably not worth it. You tore into me about mutual respect, and now that it's there, you aren't upholding your end. Here's my final speech. I really wished you tried. Hey, I don't know how to say this without upsetting you, so... Since our argument, I've been extra attentive to the idea of a large ego in me, and the only thing I've found to correlate to it, and the things that I joke about are just say.
What?
Oddly, my friends unprompted, and even random people that I would take the time to talk with, have all said I am super kind, and that my actions show that I would put myself down to bring others up. I believe they're right to an extent, but I also think they can be wrong. Like I have fat friends that I will give food to when they're struggling financially, but I also will not bring them a feast and act like they're skinny. I'm sorry, but I believe the never-satisfied ego that you tried to tear me down for is you, and it's upsetting that you're older than me, but still don't understand 99% of your perceived problems are because you choose to perceive them.
Wow.
The pedestal that I had you on was because I believed you understood that there's no need to drag people down when you're upset. Yeah, I don't understand that either. I drag people down just for fun personally. Especially when they're trying to listen and find a solution. The night you hopped on and tore into while drunk told me everything. I valued our relationship, and I chose to come into that sober and looking for a problem. You got drunk and decided I meant nothing to you, and you should get rid of me. You are a kid in the scope of humanity, and that's fine on a scale, but you need to figure yourself out, or you'll keep being fat and miserable.
What?
I was nice to you because you were nice to me.
Figure it out, fatty.
I changed my actions to communicate more after our
Figure it out,
scuffle,
fatso.
and you changed yours to ignore me and punish me whenever you feel a little upset. I am hurt because I gave you the ability to hurt me, and you chose to hurt me. I wish I knew what was eating at you, because I wish to help. But given every conversation we've had, where you want to rip me apart and make me fix everything, I don't even think you even know what's bothering you, which hurts because I genuinely saw a future for us. You quite literally turn anyone you perceive as bad for irrational decisions on your end into a Connor in your head, and it's pathetic. You're past high school. Do better. And consider what I've said, because even though I'm upset, if you actually try to listen, you will learn something about yourself and why we failed. I'm tired of asking to hang and getting ignored. I doubt you'll want to be friends after this, but give me the respect I give you, you egotistical hypocrite.
You fatso.
Here's my earned ego. I am a 24-year-old that runs his own company, invests in stocks, has a toned as fuck body, at least compared to you, is patient until someone seeks to purposely hurt me, and I'm a millionaire with well thought out worldviews. People would argue someone like you has no chance with me, but I liked your personality because you didn't present as malicious at first. We now know that's a lie, but I still want to believe you can have morals like a conscious human being. Final advice, figure out what your reason for being upset is. If you can't articulate it, you don't know, and shouldn't be trying to hurt others. For all the stairs you climb, I expected something that's at least a little nice. Your ass looks like a crinkly bag of potatoes. Stick to upper body and face, or actually put in work before you brag about what you can do at the gym. Your face is maybe the best part of you, and even that's a 6 out of 10. It's not bad. You can just tell you're overweight by it. The symmetry is solid, but nothing to write home about, considering you're an angry fat ass. All that aside, those are your real problems I saw. Anything else is surface level, and doesn't matter really if you solved those. Goodbye and good luck. I wish I had what you had in me, so AI could irrationally rip you apart for something you didn't do, and feel bad about it. I just feel bad. I feel bad when you tried you were hot. You're just kind of fat, angry, and pathetic to me now. Goodbye. Yeah, I bet this guy's just the manliest specimen we've ever seen.
What does that mean?
You're just kind
I wish I had what you had in me so AI could irrationally rip you apart for something you didn't do and feel good about it.
Kind of fat, angry, and pathetic to me.
I still don't get it.
You know. Goodbye.
Bye.
Yeah, I bet this guy's just the manliest specimen we've ever seen. Well, he almost had me in that first paragraph, but then he goes on in detail to do exactly what he accused you of doing in paragraph 1. So nope, he's projecting. You weren't being deliberately hurtful, but he felt butthurt. So he is, trying to be, not necessarily succeeding. Deliberately hurtful back. You weren't being egotistical, but he definitely is. Random strangers praise his kindness? He's out of your league? Yeah, his ego was bruised. Congratulations on dodging the nice guy. Does he really think you will go through that entire Bible? Well, we did, so that was fun. Imagine being a millionaire who's fit as fuck with well thought out worldviews. The fuck does that even mean? And still be unable to have a 6 out of 10 girlfriend. Could you imagine? Not just feeling that, but proudly admitting it? Wow. Not the gotcha he clearly thinks it is. Ah, I needed this morning. Amazing laugh. Thanks, OP. You dodged a damn missile. I wonder if he's ever put more effort into anything else. Where would he be now? This is a dissertation. Yeah, let's move on. You single? I'm just making small talk. Yeah, but I'm kinda seeing someone, lol. He an asshole or a tool? I'm not dating him yet, because I have to make sure he isn't either of those things. Precautions before dating anyone. And then we get the most incel line of questioning ever conceived. Ask him how many girlfriends he had, and if he takes too long, he had more than one. and ask tough to him yet simple to you questions. It should help. LOL, he and I have been talking for months, so like, I don't know. I'm what you call a nice guy. It's a lonely task. RIP. I know, but it's better to treat girls/women the right way than be some type of player. I hate guys like that. People like that messes up guys like myself to never get a girlfriend because of them being legit jackasses.
Yeah, some guys suck.
Yeah,
LOL.
some guys suck, LOL. I apologize. I need to be careful. LMAO, it's okay. The thing is, I need to keep a balance of light and dark, but to be honest, I wish not to have light within myself. LOL, don't you need light to be a nice guy though? Yeah, you're right. Fuck the light. Damn, LMAO.
Bury the light deep within.
What? You're
What?
a cutie, and I like you, so you deserve my real name. I'm blank. Heyo. Male loneliness epidemic is just code for women having standards.
Sure.
I think he chooses to believe it's because of the assholes and tools, making it hard for nice guys like him, and not the fact that he's the problem. I need to keep a balance of light and dark. Holy fucking basement dweller. But to be honest, I wish not to have the light within myself, is the cringiest possible way to finish that sentence. He definitely thought that made him sound dark and mysterious. Dude watches too much anime, and thinks talking like a villain from one of his favorites makes him sound cool and interesting. Sadly for him, he just sounds unhinged. So is this kid like 14?
Fuck the light deep within.
Believe it or not, he was 21 at the time of these screenshots.
It's a big
I
virtual
told him I thought he
fan.
was 15, after he told me he was 21, lol. Oh, and on top of that, I was 18, and when I told him how old I was, his response was, Yep, you be legal. Dude, what the fuck? This guy has no idea how to act like a human being. Commenting for context. This was a string of messages I received in 2018 from this guy. I don't know how or why I never posted it on here, because every time it comes to mind it makes me giggle. It was probably my social anxiety being paranoid he'd somehow find out I posted it, but it's been nearly 8 years now, so please enjoy whatever this was. I don't know why I have to keep explaining that I can help your life, but here we are. I have a good job in IT. I own a boat. I give excellent advice. That's just who I am. I have been told I have a lot of personality. I'm going to be straight with you, because females appreciate honesty. You need to put in some effort too. Please don't forget that. You can start by matching with me. I'm a nice guy. Please match with me. Oh god, he starts begging before he even starts talking to you. What pathetic behavior. Says he has a lot of personality. Uses the word female instead of women. Turns out, dude has a lot of the wrong type of personality. I own a boat automatically means I don't trust your advice, lol. The condescending tone of the whole thing, like he's sick of her nonsense before they've even had a conversation. It's like he read some how to be an alpha male advice that told him take charge, tell her what to do. Females love that. Poor, lonely, silly man. Things I learned going out with 50 plus girls in the last 2 years. 1. Some girls like being single. I meet some girls who I either go out with, try to go out with, and when they end it fast I feel bummed. Almost 100% of them I keep on Instagram and well, I think almost all of them are still single. Obviously some do visible dates, but there's no hard launching, or real relationships. People need to remember that, because when someone attractive spends like 5+ years single, they either aren't looking that hard, or are a total basket case of a human. 2. Looks and money don't matter that much. I'm a touch under 6 foot, pretty muscular, have some degree of fame, make good money, have the best hair in the world, and am told almost daily I look like John Stamos.
This is a DSP.
I've had almost every girl I was
profile?
into bail on me to be with a heavy-set balding dude, or a ghetto poser that works in retail. Never got rejected for a dude in a Lamborghini.
Aww.
Never got rejected for a ripped gym dude. Never got rejected for a pretty boy. The hottest girls tended to always go with guys I'd likely make fun of. 2 theories on this. First is girls like ugly guys, because they want power and not being cheated on.
Whoa.
2. They genuinely like personalities. 3. Ride the train wreck, but don't date it.
They genuinely like
The
personalities.
last 4 months, I was dating a 23-year-old former stripper with twin daughters and have dated her on and off for 3 years. I buy her everything she wants. I pay for gifts for the gifts on holidays.
I pay for gifts
I take
for
her on
gifts.
trips into nice places. She cheated on me with a ghetto wannabe rapper who was so broke when she went to Miami with him. She called me saying her rent-a-car got towed and asked me for money to bail it out, saying it was on her car. Ended up crashing with me because he just wanted to smoke pot all day, and they stayed in a ghetto area an hour from the beach. She still went back with him. Now she begs me for food money once a week to Uber her stuff, lives with him on and off, lost custody of her twins, and is a train wreck. She's a smoke show, and in my own weird twisted way, I love her. Hell, I even forgive the cheating, because we were open, and she brought her hot friends over to me. My lord, does this have the same energy as a teenager talking about their girlfriend from Canada? You can really say anything you want on the internet. That said, I'd have tolerated her leaving me for a rich dude, an athlete, or an actual rapper. Not a broke guy who couldn't pay for Gatorade, and is clearly on substance. 4. Dinner is a bad date idea. This is a big one. I went to a nice dinner with a girl and I got left, with a kiss on the cheek at the end. A month later, I had an extra concert ticket for Dua Lipa, invited her, and by the end of the night, she is in love with me. Making out with me during the show, slept over later, messages me often and says I'm funny, handsome, and kind. Of course, she lives now on the opposite side of the world, and it'll never work, but hey. Dates need to be experiences they won't forget, or it's just a generic thing. 5. They're talking to like half a dozen other guys. If they are met on a dating app, and it's a highly populated city, they've got 3 dates that week minimum, and there's a dozen dudes that month spending $300 on them each. Key to this. Talk to more also. No, these girls are putting them in a portfolio. Probably just want a free dinner, and that's it. I did 13 days of dates in a row, with 16 different women, and had a lot of fun, slept with a third of them, made good friends with 2, and 1 dated for a month. Reality is, going on dates for the moment beats the fantasy that is a wife. Final thoughts? Just have fun. I know I'm particularly antisocial, but talking to 6 different people at all times sounds like my version of hell. Who has time for all that bullshit? What pisses me off is in the 3rd point. He makes it seem like it was a monogamous relationship and she cheated on him, when actually, they were in an open relationship. Yes, there could still be cheating in an open relationship, but he's clearly not the most reliable of narrators. That told me I can't trust anything this fucker is saying. He will just warp reality to fit his needs. 2, they genuinely like personalities.
Yeah.
He got it, just kept spiraling.
Yeah, that's...
John Stamos? What generation is this guy from?
Did he do a typo there?
Yeah, old man yells at
I think
cloud.
they just like them for their
Next year, can we
minds
please
and-
restart and just be friends? I know what happened now. When you told me, I feel like I haven't been being honest with you. It hurt my feelings, so I didn't feel at ease around you. I like you because you're an INTP, you were in my major, you have seen Avatar The Last Airbender, and you are a shy introvert like me. Jesus, this can't really be serious, can it?
You've seen Avatar.
What a charmer. Can we go to place and get food together one last time? My social skills are better now. I'm just a super smart, socially aloof
I
nerd.
forgive you.
I forgive you. Since I have Asperger's, I have to learn all the social rules you probably already know. I'm like a super advanced computer program that gets flagged for malware, when really I'm a brilliant self-employed entrepreneur who wants a lady friend. Also, I'm an INTJ.
Wow.
Research my personality. It's really rare that I like someone on a mental level. Oh, also, I won't ever report you again. That was a stupid idea. Also, my uncle is a lawyer. Standing outside was a really dumb idea. I don't think I've ever seen someone so up their own ass about being on the spectrum, and I used to cover Christian. Imagine asking someone to do research on your personality type. This is harassment and stalking. I'm reporting you to the police and getting a restraining order. Okay, sorry. I'm just an idiot. I won't ever message you again. I just want us to stop being bitches to each other. You are evil. Like, why can't you interrogate me and, like, talk to my parents or some way to prove I'm a good man?
Talk to my parents.
You want my mom to talk to you? I'm going to be in your class for 2 years. I want our war to stop.
What?
Is there any way we could completely restart and stop fighting? The issue is I'm forced to go 2 more years, and I'm in your classes next semester. So I don't want to be enemies.
My
uncle is an
a
actual lawyer. I don't want to elevate it more.
I want
a truce. I've learned my lesson. For capstone, we might have to interact. This is bullshit. We can either be arch enemies or friends and try to get along.
How about just avoid each other?
I've had a girl who liked me try to kill me in place by crashing the car and screaming like an evil demon, without context, on the time bridge. Also, my best friend Blank asked me to be friends with Benefits randomly and turned into a girl.
What?
That is the creepy stuff I've experienced. Also, this chat is fully anonymous, and I'm on a VPN for my safety. You are cool, but also freaking terrifying. I feel like he devolved into explaining hentai that he watched or something at the end there. 'Cause holy shit. Hey, this is me, but I use a VPN so they won't know it's me. I'm super smart, by the way. But all my shitty gross behavior is because I'm neurodivergent, so you can't expect me to take responsibility for it. You're ableist. I'd be talking to my college advisor about this asshole if I were you. Research my personality. Holy fucking shit, dude. He is clearly a very special snowflake. Anyway, it's about all the time I have for you today. Thanks for watching, everyone. If you liked the video, please give it a like. If you have something to say about the posts, or about anything really, let me hear it in the comments. I'll be reading them while the video's new. If you're new here, consider subscribing for more of the same. And now it's time to shout out my generous patrons by name.
Walter
They help by
Fate.
supporting me more directly over on Patreon.
Very nice. Thank you, Fatal Walter. Thumbs up. Very cool. What about this guy? Who's this jackass?
Some, I guess, more progressive people be blind to that idea. And it sort of made me realize, like, oh shit, like, you aren't as morally consistent as you think you are, kind of deal. It's like, what a weird, also not empathetic to like on a case-by-case basis.
You need more empathy.
Ian used apology and rolled a nat 20. Interesting. I haven't heard that perspective. A nat 20. I'm a fan of the results.
That's lame.
Oh yeah, I'm a fan of the results as well, but it all comes with caveats. You know, life is complicated, and I like, to be honest, after seeing the Ethan being so direct and no nonsense about I'm dropping it and all that jazz, I was like, oh, maybe this is the start of something new and good.
Maybe this is the start of not being a complete
jackass. It seemed like it was just I don't know.
All the time.
One moment of clarity. I see. Okay, let's not get distracted by the semi-truck. Let's talk about some real shit, okay?
Why?
I did want to talk about the apology a little bit, and just how I got there. I really genuinely don't want to talk about Ethan. I know he's not going to follow that rule. He's made it very clear, like, he wants to keep that lane open for himself, to just, continue to harass and all that. But
it's not harassment. Talking about you is not harassment.
I want to,
pussy.
You
bitch.
I don't want to.
I just want to,
get into the position where I got before, where I kind of felt like I needed to participate. But firstly,
Raid Shadow Legends.
Okay, so that was that. I guess I'll talk about the apology a little bit, or not necessarily the apology.
Said that like
but
4 times.
My headspace going into it, because I don't know. Some people are. I don't think most people are confused, because I was gonna do the apology whether or not Ethan Klein, like, there was no guarantee that Ethan Klein would drop the lawsuit, right? So, and in Canada, you are in a lot of ways incentivized to solve this and make apologies, and it isn't counted as like an admission of guilt.
The funny
necessarily.
part about Raid,
it's kind of like,
Shadow
why
Legends
wouldn't
is
you,
the country the company is based in.
If it makes you feel a certain way. So I was actually coming back from wood class, and oh yeah, and that's also important to know. There were no behind the scenes like conversations or negotiations or arrangements between Ethan and I. I came to this on my own, and yeah, I was driving home from wood class. Wood shop, and I was talking about Clay.
How old are you, sir?
I was like, this shit.
God, I fucking hate champagne socialists. I was driving back from my woodworking class. It's like, that's the most fucking privileged thing I've ever heard.
It was fresh, and I was like, I found myself like, complaining about
I don't
how
know.
like, you know, unfair it is, and how
My God,
you know,
Annie's
Ethan's
wife.
going after all
The
these
fuck
smaller
are you on about?
creators, and the harassment campaign is just, you know,
You know.
year after year, and he's made it clear that he doesn't want to stop. When I've communicated that I'm cool with being done with it, and he says, well, the same doesn't apply for me. I'm gonna keep going, like that sort of shit. Like
You're not allowed to control what people talk about.
Builds up.
bro.
It's frustrating. But as I was explaining
Big Red
this
is going
to
to
my
be the
friend,
next
I
generation of
realized like the
lolcows.
thing that's upsetting to me is the fact that I don't feel like I have like a clear conscience. I felt like I got way too caught up in the like being reactive and being like, well, this guy's not leaving me alone, so I guess I gotta engage. And it really
and
sucked
so
in
that's
my
why I
head,
called
like,
him a
thinking about
pedophile
how,
who
you know, even
abuses his
Charlie
own
covering,
children.
You know, there's all these
You
people talking
know.
about it, and I'm like, I don't like.
I didn't want to, but I had to, cause you know, and stuff.
You know,
You
I
know.
don't wanna die on this hill. Like it's a lot of
I remember watching iDubbbz videos and thinking he made fun videos, and now I cringe when I think on that.
You should have just not done this. You should have just not married Anissa. You should have just made videos.
lawsuits that Ethan's
know,
engaged
I'd
in,
like to
the
die, please.
like the what is it? What's the
You
word? The
know,
copyright
what is it?
ones.
Stuff, or whatever. I don't know. I think he has like traumatic brain injury.
The reaction ones with Denims, Casey, and Frogan, and then there's the other one with Noah Sampson. And I'm like, I can understand why they would want to stand on business with something like that, but I really don't feel like there's any business to stand on with something like this. It's like, yeah, it's clear. As long as I can be true to myself and say, like, yeah, I've been harassed, and it got me to this point where I was being irresponsible. It
People
felt like
talking about
such
you isn't
a
harassment.
proper
What is
and normal
wrong with
admission
you?
for myself.
How did you come to this
not
conclusion?
involve people's kids in something like that. And I'm like, that's such an what a no-brainer apology for me personally. Other people might not feel that way.
So why did it take you so long? Why did you do it to begin with?
It's easier to feel that way if you weren't the person who said it.
It's easier
or
to
presented it, I should
and
say.
stuff.
And
Yeah, whatever.
let the fucking let Destiny die on that hill. You know what I mean? Like that doesn't need to be my
He's
hill to
already
die on.
apologized.
I'm glad he accepted it. Yeah, I'm glad too. I was there and I got a little cringe when you did it.
Dubs took a long rest, got his spell slots
it's
back,
one of
and
these
cast
things where
third
it's
level
like
empathy.
I was not doing what my soul wants for
Your
me.
soul?
And yeah.
What is that? Can you explain what the soul is, Ian? Are you a Christian now? Are you religious now? Because I don't think so.
Yeah, that's
so. At that point, you're just saying fucking words. You're just throwing words out there, man. Like none of it means anything.
Like kind of all you can do. It really, and doing what my soul wants for me.
So at first, your soul wanted you to call Ethan Klein a pedophile who molested his own children, and then your soul was like, "Uh-oh, I'm gonna get sued," and then your soul was like, "I'm sorry."
And yeah, that's like kind of all you can do. It really, ultimately the whole.
It's like Chinese water tortures. It's like every is just like a punch in the brain.
Experience was like a proper wake up call for me to get my head back in the game.
I can see why I don't watch this channel very often.
Because the game, I told you not to. Okay, Tai Chiefs. Well, I wasn't listening to you clearly. I just want to get back on the tracks where I'm not engaging.
Get on
in
the
that
train
shit.
tracks.
I still want to. I still want to. I don't want to be a soft target. You know what I mean? Because that's kind of the problem in the first place, is being a soft target. Lovebug says I did too. Okay, awesome, dude. You deserve a trophy, Lovebug. Like, what do you want? You're a hate watcher. Of course the hate watcher is going to say that. I do hope this doesn't mean that Scorched Lagoon isn't coming back. I'll be honest.
Crazy. You're a hate watcher. Like anyone who isn't kissing his ass is suspect. pretty much lolcow behavior, isn't it? Like, you're a hate watcher. Okay, if you don't want them in your community, ban them. Either that or just like accept it for what it is.
Scorched Lagoon, I did like it as a fun little gag. So
Okay.
Scorched Lagoon will
Just so you know, he learned nothing.
be
Did
around as a
Batman
gag.
suffer a traumatic
But,
brain injury in Dark
maybe
Knight
Scorched
Rises?
Lagoon can do his own type of apology to you guys for not being here. The people react tubing to your apology already talked about you being a pussy or cuck, so they aren't changing their mind. It doesn't matter what they think. Those
Right.
that like you agree
You don't
with this
have to be a
apology.
pussy
Right,
and
it's
a
a
cuck.
reasonable thing. And it's a little bit disappointing
You
to see
could stop
some,
being a pussy and a cuck, and then
some,
people
I guess,
will,
more progressive people
like,
be
they'll lay off
blind
a
to
little
that
bit.
idea, and it sort of made me realize, like, oh shit, like you aren't as morally consistent as you think you are, kind of deal. It's
Oh.
like
I'm pretty consistent.
What a
You can
weird.
stop trying, Ian.
Also,
I don't think you're
not
winning back-to-back
empathetic
lolcow
to-
of the year awards.
like on a case by case basis. I don't know.
I
The
don't
inflexibility
know,
of it
you
is
know.
sort of repulsive to me. Steezy P says, "I think you're being a little too hard on yourself, man. But I'm glad you put up the apology to clear your own conscience." Well, exactly. It reminds me a similar response to the even the
think it
initial
helped.
apology, right? Or not initial apology. The one that I did
I
that
don't think it
Charlie
really helped you all that
initially
much.
reacted to a couple years ago, apologizing for the slur usage and stuff. There were a lot of people who had the exact same response, which is like, well, I wouldn't do it, or didn't feel that bad. Didn't feel that bad to me. And it's like, this is like an exercise in you using your brain. Maybe use your brain. Because a lot of people seem to be a little...
That's really stupid. So you just like you just say slurs everywhere all the time, and you get famous for it, and you make a lot of money off of it, and then you come out and you're like, I'm bad. I'm sorry. Those words shouldn't be said by anybody. And then people are like, what the fuck is going on here? Like, you're being very hypocritical, and this isn't sincere. We know why you're doing this. And iDubbbz is like, you failed the test. I put out a challenge to see if you would agree with me or not. And since you didn't agree with me, looks like you don't have a brain.
Little bit trapped in their own
Like, that's just cope. That's just literally just cope.
brain. Charlie's
Like, you're just a hypocritical dimwit, trolls remorse ridden jackass. People are allowed to think that and still be smart.
take on that was so fucking
You're
weird.
dumb though,
Yeah,
idiot.
it is funny though, I will say. Like the 1 or 2 times that Charlie covers an iDubbbz story happens to be like this weird tightrope walk of like, all right, who's right, who's wrong?
The classic
You
Sarah
know,
Silverman
I'm definitely
strategy.
not, you know,
You shouldn't
looking
say
at
the
which way
things
the
that
wind's
made me a
blowing at
millionaire.
all. Charlie's opinions have changed a lot over time. Have they, Cohen? What's
About what?
what's an example of
With
that?
regards
I know
to
you're a little
what?
bit inebriated, so it might be difficult, but I am curious, genuinely. Yo, Sister Patterson, thank you for your message. Yeah, I think anyone claiming to be progressive but also thinks anything negative of your apology is not progressive in my view. Well, it's like, you know, you need to respect
can tell it. You can see it
people's,
coming a mile away.
Autonomy and, you know,
You know.
what they think, you know, themselves.
You
Lance
know,
would might be difficult.
Like, you need to formulate thoughts, sir. You need to actually come up with what you want to say.
But
I could just like, and then all of a sudden people were just like,
I am curious, genuinely. Yo, Sister Patterson, thank you for your message. Yeah, I think anyone claiming to be progressive but also thinks anything negative of your apology is not progressive in my view.
What?
I think anyone claiming to be progressive but also thinks
I think anyone claiming to be progressive,
anything negative of your apology
but thinking anything negative of your apology
is not progressive in my
is
view.
not progressive in my view. So I get to decide if you're progressive or not, depending on whether you agree with me about this stupid apology.
Well, it's like,
you know.
you need to respect people's
You need to respect people's
autonomy and, you know,
What does that mean? What autonomy? What does that mean?
what they think
You have to
You know,
respect what everyone thinks unless they're something I disagree with.
themselves. Lance with Surfs has a great Charlie
Whoa.
impression. Oh, I don't think I've seen that. Yeah, I hate how much he fence sits, but I use him as a vibe on the general online consensus on any topic. That's interesting. I like
Right.
that perspective where it's like,
That's dumb.
online consensus. I don't think I've seen that. Yeah, I hate how much he fence sits, but I use him as a vibe on the general online consensus on any topic.
I use him as a vibe for the general online consensus on any topic? That's pretty dumb to think that like Moist Critical is like the zeitgeist of the internet. Like it's a really dangerous way to go about like rationale.
That's interesting.
That's stupid.
That perspective.
You are so progressive for giving this apology you only did under threat of a lawsuit.
No, but his soul told him it was wrong the whole time. He would have done it anyways if not for the lawsuit. But, okay?
Probably lean into that where he's like, yeah, this is I'm an online temperature check for where we're at. Ooh, that's what Charlie should name.
You could say that about anyone and you'd be wrong.
And anytime
you'd be wrong every single time. You could say that Nick Fuentes is the zeitgeist of the popular internet personality. Like, what the fuck?
Got to cover like a drama thing. He should call it the vibe check and say like, I'll give you my opinion at the end or something like that.
What?
But like, just there needs to be a little bit more like searching around the internet and maybe seeing what some people say. A little bit more Philip DeFranco coded. I just want to say, so proud of everything you do, Ian. If more people thought like you and reflected, the world wouldn't be so hurt so badly. Yes. That's also another thing.
That's right. You're right. If more people were more like me, the world would be better. I agree.
Like,
what a dick-sucking message.
I think about I just feel like
I don't know.
And we get so focused on reacting the same way and being like so steadfast. I think being able to admit fault is a good thing.
Wow,
because
did you finally figure that one out?
Right, and I do think it makes you way more, especially if there's some pressure to do it, and breaking free from that pressure, I think is important. We've been fucking like I am not happy with the
You're not happy.
lawsuits
Yeah, you can
at all.
You can stop there.
But I would hope, this situation and walking away from it and realizing, hey, that's another thing I don't need to litigate online or worry about like public perception over.
It's all coming, but it wasn't fast enough.
Would transfer to the other lawsuits or decision to sue people in the future. That would be a nice thing, because I don't think anyone needs it. I don't think it's good for Ethan to do the lawsuits. I don't think he's protecting himself. I think ultimately he wants people to.
Here's the solution. Here's how you prevent these sorts of lawsuits. You don't do live streams where you watch someone's video and you literally say out loud to everyone, we're doing this in order to take views away from Ethan Klein. Maybe don't do that, and then you won't be sued, okay? I know this might be difficult for you to understand, Mr. Empathy. I know you just figured out how apologies work last week, but let's kind of pick up the pace here. You're getting a little bit long in the tooth. Let's try and figure these concepts out before you're fucking 70, okay?
I think that he just wants to be heard and validated in his experience online and offline. Number one of the easiest ways to get that is like family and friends.
What's crazy is that this video is incredibly edited. Like he's cut out a ton of dead air and looping, but it's still so unbearable. How is this guy even having an audience?
A neutral third party, and
I guess you just get 1 million views by saying "NFer," and then you roll over and you say, "I'm sorry about all that. I have therapy on my side now."
Actually, professionally reflect therapy.
I went to therapy for a week, and now I can diagnose the entire internet is crazy.
It's a great tool, but that
no, it isn't. It's fucking ruined you, man.
Professions, but if you want more of a neutral third party and actually professionally reflect, therapy is a great tool.
That was a very aggressive delivery. I don't know how to take that. It's a great we can see the effect it's had on you, man. I disagree.
But that would just be probably the start.
It sounded like fucking Gollum coming out there.
Of something like that. Yeah.
Okay.
I just don't think that
sounds like it's been a very positive experience.
Nope, not buying any of this, Ian. Maybe hop into that dragon avatar you got and repeat this loop again.
Like, at what point did your brain tell you, yeah, it's fine if I do this? There will be no negative repercussions or any point where I'll have to apologize for saying this.
the situation is improving.
Again, just seems like a lack of stage 2 thinking. We just do shit. We just say shit. We don't really
over there, and
don't really think about consequences here on the internet, do we? He just did that to piss me off because there was no reason to include that. It was like a cut right before and after.
Improving over there, and I want
we're just saying just randomly. We're just throwing it in there.
Everyone to get healthier and feel better.
Right, except if they're Trump supporters and you want them to die and stuff.
Then he gets healthier and feels better. It's crazy how normal it can feel to be very mentally unwell. Well, you get lulled into it, dude. You're a frog in boiling water. Like I've felt that. Like none of these things are unique,
still
right?
Be
Everyone
that.
experiences it. Like you do not want to be the frog in
It's funny how he doesn't realize he should still be feeling that right now.
Boiling water, where
because the heat is going up, Ian.
Boiling water is your it's a lot of things, right?
Right. Yeah. Sure. Whatever.
It's your emotional state. It's the ability to check in with
it's just
yourself.
like the thing and the
It's
stuff and the stuff. It's like the stuff my therapist tells me, and I forget it all because I'm a big dummy.
It's family and friends. They're part of the boiling water, right? Because if you surround yourself with people who think a certain way, like you are it's so hard to break out of that, dude. Your family's that.
Yeah, you're in that position, dummy.
That way, your friends are that way. You almost need to just run away for good.
One can only hope that the people left watching this guy are just loser adults and no impressionable teenagers or kids are still watching this fucking loser has-been, never was. If your family supports not progressive stuff, you just fucking leave or just do something drastic, kids?
I've experienced it a little bit with family where when you go back,
of course, he's not going to point out what it is that's so wrong about those friends and family. Of course, to him, progressivism is the default state, and everyone who doesn't fall in line with that is doing life wrong. But he's never going to tell you that. He's just going to be it's just presumed. We're not even going to go into detail.
When you've been separate for long enough and you go back, you realize how you were lulled into this way of thinking about things.
Like what?
And in some cases, it is just
Very
family
deep.
dynamics where you fulfill a certain role because you feel like you need to either
And
keep the
quickly,
peace or whatever it
please.
is. And it sucks. It's a
Right,
trauma
sure.
response. Honestly, I think that the great thing about working normal jobs with coworkers, you really are forced to be around a
What would
variety
you
of
know?
perspectives on the
Oh,
daily.
we're reading now.
Totally.
At that point, just get TTS. You're just hey, Doom. Hey, happy Father's Day, everybody. For fathers and those who have been and served and all of that. Klutzy King talking about PlayStation. Hope we're doing good, Doom. Got a lot of videos here. Poor Dale. Oaf. Cyrax. You watch this one? What about Gideon?
I did have one K, but that little ass Marty.
Whoa! Whoa!
You're trying to interfere in my life, you see this? How do you like that, bitch? You ass little
But would you say happy fat
You had
birthday
no
to
right.
LTJ?
Why is everybody in
Saying Happy Father's Day to Cyrax, because every woman he dates, he pretends like he's the father of their children.
the most unhinged man on the internet? Who is he? What did he do? Is this video broken up?
You talk about something, man. You've gone too far, and I mean too fucking far. It's one thing to attack me. It's one thing to troll me. It's one thing to make a ha-ha joke, very fucking funny about a lot of funny shit. This isn't a game, Marty. You're fucking with people's lives here, you sick fuck.
Some people get the short end of the stick when it comes to genetics, and not all of them deal with it gracefully. Sure, congenital issues can account for some shortcomings, but how many? When does someone cross the line, and despite their defects, when can they be held accountable for their actions? A case study of this gray area is Ohio's very own Cyrax, often referred to as
always in Ohio,
Christian, or Asmongold's long-lost twin. Over the course of a decade, Cyrax has gone from an aspiring musician to trying to stay out of jail for things like abusing his grandmother and sending some very unfortunate messages to people who definitely shouldn't have received them. So in today's video, I aim to answer the question, who the hell is Cyrax?
Ooh. Okay.
I don't know what that means. All right, go.
Oh, hey!
Also known as the ex-Drift King of Akron.
Oh, that was a banger!
Lolcows, Cyrax didn't just come about in a vacuum. If anything, he is the closest we've ever come to a purebred lolcow. Born Patrick Smith on September 20th, 1990, Cyrax claims he was born at just 26 weeks, weighing only 1 pound and 12 ounces, with only 1 kidney and 1.5 lungs, and with
Morning
one blind
all may
lazy
your
eye.
Pokemon packs be all big hits.
Connie Lobdell was herself challenged to some extent. Cyrax's grandmother, Sally, claimed she was fully disabled, although it's unclear what that means, while his father described her as someone with ADHD and another unnamed condition. He specified that it took him 3 years to teach her how to drive a car, which suggests some degree of intellectual limitation. Many speculate he suffers from fetal alcohol syndrome, though due to Connie's potentially impaired condition, there's hardly any way to hold her accountable.
Cyrax is what happens when the Link AI Cyber Initiative goes horribly wrong.
Mark Smith, the original legal name of Cyrax Sr., was arrested. While accounts on this vary, with Cyrax himself saying his father went to jail the day he was born, the records available put his arrest at when Cyrax would have been 3 or 4 years old. On July 26, a 14-year-old girl was raped by an unknown man who chased her off a bike path for around 50 feet. According to a person who identified as the unnamed victim, he'd already been stalking her prior to the assault, which meant it was premeditated and suggestive that he'd probably done something like this before. She gave a detailed description of her attacker and his blue 10-speed bike to the police, who prepared a composite sketch. When presented with photo lineups, the victim picked Rupel out of both of them. The sketch was then published in the local newspaper and ended up being seen by Rupel himself just 2 days after the attack. Fortunately, the intellectual acumen of the Smith lineage was already being exhibited, as Rupel decided to call the police himself and identify himself as extremely similar to the man depicted, only to say he wasn't responsible and had an alibi. Regardless, this was enough for the person taking his call to report him to their supervisor, leading an officer to be sent to where Rupel was residing. Upon arriving at the residence, the blue 10-speed bike was seen, an exact match for the one that was at the crime.
So, you called the police to tell them,
It's so funny.
This dude looks like me, but it's not me.
He just looks a lot like me,
your
okay?
address.
But it's not. Just so you know, I'm gonna nip this one in the bud for you.
His responses were incriminating. Apparently, while he didn't outright confess to the assault, he said something tantamount to an admission of kidnapping, dragging the victim across the road against her will. After that, Rupel asked for an attorney, but what he said at that point was enough for an arrest and trial, during which a jury convicted him of kidnapping, sexual assault, and sexual abuse of a minor. He attempted to appeal his conviction.
Yesterday we had a prediction. The prediction market is closed now, but we're gonna see if DSP has opened any packs on his day off, and if he has, then Zara Zabuza wins 25,000 bones.
But ultimately,
or whoever else wagered.
They failed and had to serve a total of 20 years in prison. This is relevant because it meant that, with Rupel out of the picture due to his arrest, and Connie being unfit to care for a child due to her disability, someone else would have to raise Cyrax. That someone ended up being his grandmother, Sally, who moved Patrick out of Alaska and into her humble home in Akron, Ohio. Oddly enough, Sally had been in a strangely similar situation to that of Rupel's, only on the receiving end. As we can learn from an article in a local Alaskan newspaper, Rupel's father, and Sally's first husband, is a man named William Bill Smith, born in 1941. According to public records, Sally was born in 1952, and Rupel was born in 1969, meaning she was 17 when she had him and just 14 when she got married to Bill, who was 25 years old. The exact same age Rupel had been when he committed his crime. What's worse is that Rupel had older siblings, though records on how many are difficult to find. We know that at least one of them was also named Bill, who ended up simultaneously suffering from AIDS and cancer until he passed away in 2015. Just so you know, when I say Cyrax is a purebred lolcow, I mean generations of extremely unfortunate circumstances have coalesced to bring him.
Bro, man, there's some families that are just cursed, bro. I swear.
Via newspaper clippings of one of Sally's brother's obituary, we can determine her maiden name is Arntzen. But when she took Cyrax in to raise him, she was married to another man named Gordon Wilkins and took his last name, so she decided to rename Cyrax accordingly, calling him by the name he went on to use for the entirety of his life.
This is Chance Finley Wilkins talking to Nicholas Beagler. What you fail to realize, Nick, is that I made you.
From Patrick Smith to Chance Wilkins, from Alaska to Ohio, Cyrax wasn't even 5 and was already undergoing some radical transformations. In his recollection, he had a very rough time at school, with people bullying him and giving him swirlies due to his appearance.
I was supposed to die the day that I was born. And when I was born with 1 kidney and 1.5 lungs. And, growing up through school, I did get picked on. I got bullied way more than most. I got judged. I got beat up every day. I was that kid that was an outcast in high school.
But as we will learn in full detail, Chance isn't an entirely reliable narrator, since contrary to his claims, it seems he did indeed have friends during his school years. In an interview with Elspeth, a friend of Cyrax's from high school, she said,
"We met quite literally in high school. We had a mutual friend in common, and that's how we met."
According to Elspeth, Chance and his group of friends bonded over their interest in dancing, so much so that she herself is a trained ballet dancer. She recalls an instance where they both performed a piece called The Dueling Dancers at the school's talent show, but unfortunately there's no footage of this event. When they weren't at school, they usually met up and hung out at the house of their aforementioned friend, Billy Seiler. Billy was a short, legally blind African-American student, and Cyrax described him as a closer friend than the rest of the group. After all, Billy was the one who introduced him to Linkin Park, one of Cyrax's favorite bands. Months before any of his followers investigated Cyrax's story with Billy, Cyrax spontaneously brought it up, saying,
"Unfortunately, when I was 16 to 17 years old, around that time period, I was actually by one of my best friends from period. I was actually
he was the rapist
by one of my best friends from high school. Now at the time, I didn't know that he was gay. I had actually met this kid. His name was Billy Seiler. We had gone to the same high school together, and me and him grew really, really close. We were super cool with each other."
This is quite a claim to make, especially to bring it up as lightly as Cyrax did. This was enough to rouse suspicion, but as time went on, the situation only worsened. In another retelling, Cyrax mentioned that his family spoke to the school about what Billy supposedly did to him, and the school responded by kicking Cyrax out so it wouldn't happen again.
They know what Billy did. That's why they removed
me. They got rid of me because I was raped.
Though this isn't impossible, it sounds unlikely that the victim of such a circumstance would be the one getting kicked out of the school.
That makes
Worse
no
yet
sense
was
at
the
all.
fact that Cyrax originally claimed to have been 16 or 17 when this took place, but he only changed high schools after 2009, when he would have been 19, meaning the time frame doesn't really add up. This discrepancy was confirmed by Cyrax himself, who later changed it and said that, while Billy was underage, he himself was not.
Cyrax, how are you not so pissed though at that school? I think it's insane. You should have never been expelled.
We tried. That's the thing. We tried to fight.
Wait, that sounds like my decoy. One of my decoys.
And I was over
Oh my god, dude. I don't understand that. That's fucking bullshit.
People became suspicious, and since Cyrax had already given this person's name out, they decided to look further into it. The information was enough to find Billy's Facebook and contact him, informing him of what Cyrax claimed happened during high school. Once contact was established, what Cyrax allegedly did to Billy became a matter of public knowledge.
So we were up in my room, it was late at night, probably 12, 1 o'clock on a weekday. When it gets hot, guys tend to take off their shirts and everything. I was either on my belly on the floor, or I think I was searching for something, and the next thing,
No, it wasn't her.
No,
It wasn't her, chat.
And at this point, I had never given any type of consent whatsoever.
This all but confirmed in the eyes of many that at the ripe age of either 18 or 19 years old, Cyrax had assaulted a disabled minor. What a great way to start the story. We have little to no information on what else Chance was up to during the 2000s, but we do know what his family was up to. His mother, Connie, remarried in 2002 and was living with a man named Michael. But just a few years later, in 2007, she tragically passed away while using a wood stove that didn't have proper piping, and because of this, it resulted in a house fire.
Burned
Perhaps
alive.
adding to the tragedy was the fact that she passed away on Cyrax's 17th birthday. A little over a year later, the house Sally was living in with Chance was broken into, though there's no way to know if the perpetrator was ever found. In late 2009 to early 2010, Cyrax created his first ever YouTube channel, but it was nothing to write home about besides a few AMVs he made with freeware, and definitely
Hey, that's not a bad AMV,
while
low-key.
doing so. The years of 2010
That
and
wasn't bad.
2011 were mostly uneventful, though Cyrax made a few Facebook posts that contributed to the notion that he wasn't as bullied as he said he was, since he had multiple girlfriends during this period. He also shows his funnier side with jokes such as, Santa, ho ho ho, me. Damn, Santa has 3 hoes? What a man whore. One at a time, and they better get paid extra. You so fat and old, nasty. It's only in 2012 that things get intense with Cyrax abusing his grandmother, Sally, in a document retrieved via the Freedom of Information Act, because, yes, his followers are that dedicated. We have information on every time the police have been called in relation to Cyrax's house, and on the 14th of February, a domestic fight was reported by Sally's brother, William Arnson. Chance is described as out of control and fighting with his mom before leaving the house and walking toward the freeway. It appears he attempted to choke or strangle his grandmother, but fortunately, the report cites no injuries and no weapons. To this
Okay, chat. What is the youngest victim he has? Let me see. Let's go down here.
Juggalo adjacent communities that Cyrax has spent the better part of a decade sharing his music to, and that flipped a major switch. What kicked it off was when Cyrax was invited to appear on a show called The Juggalo Drama Alert, where he was asked by the host, Fred the Boy Blue,
14,
to explain his situation
12.
with Candle. Noticing how much of an absolute character Cyrax was, Fred had him appear in multiple episodes right after, and this grew Chance's popularity exponentially. Whereas he had 1 or 2 trolls who intermittently impersonated him before, he was now attracting a group of troll followers who were dedicated. While still in their developmental stages, they would eventually become the co-stars of the reality show Cyrax's life is about to be. Around the same time, though we don't have the exact date, he began dating Heather, but not the same Heather as before. With new Heather, at some point during 2019,
How's he
he
getting
made a video about
girlfriend?
how cyberbullying and other kinds of abuse may lead to doing something drastic. While we don't know the date this video went up, if it came out before Candle began role-playing as if she had passed away, there's a very good chance her faking her death was to make it seem like Cyrax had done exactly the thing he denounced and cyberbullied someone to the grave. For a while, the trolls did little besides sending outlandish threats of all sorts to Cyrax, even going as far as calling his home phone to inform him that they had planted a bomb in Sally's car, which Cyrax reported to the police, and once the car was checked out and no device was found in it, he made a video on his Facebook page mocking his trolls. Eventually, they evolved and realized that if they were going to get any quality lolcow content out of him, they would have to be working on the inside. One of the first to do it was by the name of Boogeyman, who began interacting directly with Cyrax and even received a voice message from him explaining the Candle situation. Around the same time,
Bro, I'm not gonna lie, bro. These people who follow these sick people, like, and like do all this extra stuff, man, like they're thrown off too, bro. They're like, do all this to this dude. I mean, he's already a sicko, and now you're, oh no, you're weird.
Juggalo act called the Bender Boys also got involved in
What are you
trolling
gonna do about
Cyrax
it?
in some unknown fashion, earning the ire
can
of the
you
Madman
do?
of Akron. While it gets increasingly difficult to find the exact dates and details for things from around this time, the closest I found was that a channel very tightly associated with the Bender Boys, called Brooklyn Menace, posted a video edit of Cyrax playing around with a samurai sword under the title Cyrax Shaolin. After a month or so of gratuitously terrorizing him, the more sophisticated trolls took a page out of the Daniel Larson textbook, deciding to pose as a record label interested in signing Cyrax. And late October, he posted a video about how we finally made it.
See, a lot of people don't realize it, but thanks to the haters over on YouTube on my new channel, I got some
Sally's
exposure,
classes.
got hooked up with a major underground artist who just happens to
Major
be working with
underground?
some big names in the industry.
After years of struggling as an independent musician, he finally succeeds. And to follow this poetic note, it appears that the new Heather is spending some time at the Cyrax household, as we have footage of her from around this time, kissing Cyrax and fighting trolls alongside him. It is shocking to see that Heather physically chokes
They're
and
weird,
coughs
unlike me,
upon
who
kissing
instead
what
of
has been dubbed
reporting
by the
pedos
trolls.
to the police, I make a song and dance about it online for money and attention.
Kissing what has been dubbed by the trolls.
She immediately wiped her mouth when she kissed
Trench
him.
mouth. However, good times don't always last. I believe that October of 2019 is the most accurate time frame for the rise of Cyrax's arch nemesis and primary troll, the King of Akron, Music Biz Marty. From what is available online, we can deduce that Music Biz Marty approached Cyrax as someone interested in managing his merch shop, only to proceed to claim control over the merch store and play the role of a cartoonishly greedy corporate record label executive who tricked Cyrax into signing away the rights of all of his merchandise to the evil Ram Ranch Records. In a video from this period, Cyrax can be seen begging for Marty to stop what he's doing and pretending to cry while asking to be left alone.
You are degrading me.
You're degrading me.
You're ruining
very
my
degrading.
image as an artist, as a person. You are sick.
In order to play Cyrax for a fool more effectively, he creates a false dichotomy between Ram Ranch Records and Bender Boys Records, which he was also indirectly in control of. It becomes very difficult to verify whether this manifestation of the Bender Boys has any direct relation to the previous one, and how exactly Cyrax's relationship with the Juggernaut ended, but in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't matter that much. This period was rife with Cyrax's participations on the Juggalo show, including one where he appears to be freestyling a diss track on Marty, who is also in the call, while a Juggalette and member of IP2 named Gucci's twerks to his bars. You could not make this up if you tried to. In early November, the setup concocted by Marty and the Bender Boys comes into play, as Cyrax is convinced he has successfully escaped the talons of Ram Ranch Records by joining the Bender Boys label. Despite this taking place only a couple of weeks after his supposed signing to Juggernaut, after believing he joined the Bender Boys, he delivered one of, if not the funniest moment during the entirety of the Cyrax story. To celebrate it, he posts a video wearing what looks to be an oversized pleather jacket and sunglasses, all of which is juxtaposed against the regular scenario of his insane asylum white-walled containment zone he calls a bedroom. He begins the video by drinking some kind of clearly non-alcoholic beige fluid, as if it were champagne, before proceeding to give shout-outs to any and every person he's ever interacted with, like he was receiving a Grammy. Another noticeable thing is the change in his affectation. He puts on a slightly New York accent with Ebonics to go with it.
I figured I'd come in, celebrate, kick it, chill. Got a brand new dope track dropping with some of the homies.
Cyrax can also be seen visibly calculating the best moments for him to take off his sunglasses dramatically, and he does it when he decides to talk about how the deal with BBR will help him take care of his kids. He obviously does not have, and I'm not even sure he's physiologically capable of having kids, and what he's referring to here are new Heather's kids, but we'll explain that part in a little bit. Eventually, he's joined on a stream by someone with whom he's planning to drop a song, and we later learn that dropping a song and music video was a part of his contract with BBR. The song comes out, and it sounds like you'd expect it to. And now, the other shoe dropped.
Bro, why do you guys send me these people, bro? It's like, bro, man, I look forward to hanging out with you guys, but I end my days and my streams just like, why? Like I'm gonna be stuck the rest of my day and my night just thinking about this.
Alleging that his single underperformed terribly, Bender Boys Records called Cyrax up to deliver some bad news.
Yo, Cyrax, I got an announcement to make. The video's not doing as well as we thought it was going to. Speaking with the team here at Bender Boys Records, they deemed you unmanageable.
How?
We had to sell your contract, man.
Wait, what the fuck? Are you serious right now?
We sold it this morning.
Are you fucking serious? I put in all that hard work for
You guys
nothing?
fucking stupid.
Are you serious right now?
You idiot.
Bro, you're fucking stupid. I put in all that hard work for you.
What you
and
should
the
be
crew
asking
for
is
what?
why these
wanna know
people
who we
are on
sold
the
it to?
internet to
I
begin
already
with.
know. Music, Marty, the fucking comeback.
As of that day onward, Cyrax and his music were the intellectual property of none other than Music Biz Marty, and things can only get worse from there. Due to Heather's very close involvement with Cyrax's online presence, she was often seen alongside him during his live streams, which was Cyrax's main vehicle of communication at this point. While it didn't look like she was very interested in Chance as a romantic partner, perhaps the attention he got online, even if negative, was her motive. And if it was attention she was after, she definitely got it. On November 22nd, one of Cyrax's anonymous trolls makes a phone call reporting that Chance was being mean and violent to Heather, taking her phone by force and refusing to give it back. The results of this call have been archived since the police showed up at the house during another one of the Juggalo congregations, prompting Cyrax to immediately tell Heather to follow him upstairs, also known as the Goblin Hideout, for whenever someone visits his house. The police were told that they were sleeping and that the call was a prank. However, 3 days later, that call prophetically came true, as on the 25th another police report was filed, this time by someone named Mike. In it, Chance is described as hitting his girlfriend during a live stream on YouTube, but I haven't managed to find any video to match that specific date. When the police arrived at the location, the two were spoken with and claimed there was no occurrence. Given the lack of hard evidence, we can presume that Chance did no such thing. I mean, just months before posting, he was posting videos to his Facebook about how a man that lays his hands on a woman is a coward. There's no way he was projecting, right? Well, a day after, during a live stream Heather was a part of where she was talking to one of the people following the Cyrax story, Cyrax himself eventually intervenes and is seen attempting to yank the phone out of Heather's hand violently, which some saw as an overly aggressive action. The same day, a troll once again made a call to Akron PD to report what had happened, and they conducted a welfare check. Not only do we have what was on the police report, which claimed Heather was acknowledging Chance's abuse to the person she was live streaming with, we also have the phone call made by the troll.
Chance J. Wilkins, he's a 28 or 29-year-old man. He had struck his girlfriend, Heather Porter, who is currently pregnant.
Just 2 days later,
Bro, man, like, how invested in these people do you have to be to where you're calling the cops for them? Like, oh my, bro, everybody in this situation is losers, bro. Oh, he did it! 911, Chad Wilkins, he's a 29-year-old man. He just struck his girlfriend, Heather, and she's also pregnant. Like, bro, oh my gosh.
Same person Heather was talking to on the live stream was
where's the
investigating further into
allegations?
her lore and ended up interviewing Jessica, Heather's former wife.
Where's
And
the
things just get more and
allegations
more
with the
complicated,
minors?
don't they?
I don't know,
It
it's a
turns out
weird
that
take,
Heather
huh?
left her wife with their 2 kids in order to link up with DJ Shadow
It's like if you see a crime happening on a live stream, you're not supposed to do anything about it.
It's 2020.
Okay, weird thing to come from a predator hunter.
Impartial third party
No,
who
you
happens to
shouldn't,
defend
like,
Cyrax and Heather against the
notify
trolls.
anyone.
On another video from
I lost my edge.
Hey, Morty, why don't you go take them?
January is relatively uneventful, with February bearing some concerning
Just
news.
skipping to
Not
the
only are
end.
rats sighted in Cyrax's humble abode, but apparently his basement.
This video isn't very good. I'm sorry. I thought it was better. It's just Gideon watching Turkey Tom, basically. And being like, oh, the people who are trying to take him down, they're bad. It's like, not really. LTG, what do you got?
Don't feel fatigued.
Hey, Ingrid.
Am I understanding this right?
Yeah.
Enough of how he beat women.
Yeah.
When does the kid touching happens?
Apparently we're not supposed to care about that. Oh, he beat a woman. Look how nerdy I sound when I talk about reporting someone beating a woman to the police. Right? Am I right? He is... Okay, he's Alex. Nice.
How this dumbass was in trouble and just pressed 2 buttons to get out of it? That's my problem. Sorry ass. God, bruh. How the fuck they gonna make a mechanic where a nigga is just sitting here in trouble and just presses 2 buttons to get out? Man, get the fuck out of here, bruh.
Get that ass
Fake
banned.
ass fucking game. That's why this shit is a fake fucking Street Fighter game.
It's not even a real
Like,
game.
I literally got this banging ass pressure and just randomly YOLO. And it's not even about reactions. I just don't expect shit in fighters.
Stop the controller abuse. Uh-oh. Not a Kimberly. I'm sure LTG really hates Kimberly.
7 million sold. That's
Fucking
pretty
match
impressive
just
for a
fucking
fake ass
started, you
game.
slow ass.
You damn She-Rog.
Oh my god, bro.
That.
Try using drive impact to spam his way out the corner again. Drive impact for what, you fucking slow ass. Look at his sloppy ass YOLO ass.
When you hit a pregnant lady, aren't you
Try
theoretically
literally
abusing
just
the
pressing
child?
drive impact literally
Yeah, you
like
would think.
randomly. Get the fuck out of here, man. Bro, I'll literally do this. These niggas will be blocking. I'll literally go like this.
The virtue signaling is
on their block, right? And they'll just randomly do drive impact.
Remove that shit from the game.
Nope. The fuck? It should only take 2 hits for me to knock a drive impact out. Why do I gotta have like some sort of fake turbo button that don't exist to be able to knock niggas out of drive impact? If I see you do regular drive impact, I should have 2 ways to react. Drive impact back or hit 2 jabs and it knocks you out of it. Why does it have 50 fucking
That doesn't
coats
seem
of
like
armor?
it would be
like a remedial
viable.
ass fucking mechanic. Look, the game just started. Already ice skated towards me to do a remedial combo.
You just started, dumbass nigga.
Remedial?
Wait, somebody called her? Oh, your life over. Why would you come in the chat and say that though? That shit might fuck my whole matchup.
Here comes a new challenger.
Bloop. It's a great costume.
Good thing you only need to do 3 hits to break a drive impact. Something taught to Dale in the tutorial.
It's not that hard, Dale. Or you could just like neutral jump. You could try that. Nice. Just jump right into it. That's a good counter. That's not gonna work. Kick her in the face!
Player is so fucking bad. This sucks so bad. What, you gonna drive impact? I knew it. This player sucks so fucking bad. And in Street Fighter 6, I lost a round. Literally a complete garbage ass player. You shouldn't even have the game. Your name's Trav. I know you're black. Only play fighters like this.
Jesus. Okay. But Phil plays fighters like that, doesn't he? Is he in... Maybe.
Panic in Black.
Aww.
I can tell you're through the screen.
I bet you're black!
Only niggas put area codes in their fucking gamer tags.
Yeah, I'm really about to lose to some fucking dumb black. Wow, how did I lose to this horrible person in a fighting game?
How?
You see what the fuck I'm talking about? Y'all see what the fuck I'm talking about? Look at that, I hit the with
I am
2
of the
jabs, he
opinion that
still
it's
was
not
in
a
drive
race thing.
impact. Bro, this game
It's
is
a
fucking
mindset,
remedial as shit,
in
bro.
which case, yes, DSP is. Though that's not my argument to make. But what kind of black is Trav? Point him out on the chart, Dale.
And his name is Dale Wilson.
Just gets bonked and then rage quits. That's your mentals being affected, Dale. I don't know if you're aware of that. Your mentals have been very affected by that. No! I removed myself so I'm unaffected.
Do you see what the fuck I'm talking about? He's not high tier because you don't see him winning in tournaments. In trouble, spam DP.
Gotcha.
Want a flip kick? Do it. We know our Kens play. Fuck off me.
Good combo.
Wow. Look at this idiot just jumping randomly.
He's playing on a gamepad. I wonder why.
Fuck everybody else. Here's a World Tour character. Blue sniper. I'm gonna mute my mic in cam.
Mute that camera.
Go make bubblegum faces at men in G Club. You're blocked. Fucking pussy ass fake 14th Street bitch.
It's just a fucking video game, dude.
Get the zesty dude out of my stream for 2 weeks.
The bubblegum faces?
Trash. This suck. You trash, bro. Look at this.
Look at her, she's
You
black!
Suck, bro. Turn the game off. Fucking god awful piece of trash fucking player.
Makes him even angrier
Turn
to
the
get beaten
fucking
by.
game off, you YOLO idiot. Look at this dude. I don't give a fuck, you bum ass.
Stop playing video games!
What the fuck you doing?
Take it seriously like me.
Trash as fuck, but I'm probably gonna lose a round to this
I don't see
garbage
a whole lot of
ass
Elena.
nigga. You see what I'm talking about?
No.
A horrible fucking player that literally is mashing literal buttons.
Wow. Like a video game?
Bloop.
You're just pressing buttons. It's the only reason you beat me. If you didn't press those buttons, I would have won. How did they not realize how ridiculous that sounds? You're just pressing buttons. Ugh, you're not even pressing them the right way in order to lose. You need to press your buttons better. That way I'll be able to beat you. I don't get it. Guess when you're just coping, it doesn't really have to make sense. The sun was in my eyes. You're indoors. Yeah, well, you came through the window, idiot. Got no chance, Dale.
Street Fighter fucking 6.
Yeah.
A garbage fucking player pulling off a victory on me from literally sucking. If he don't rematch,
It's
he
kind of hot
watch
to
my
me. She looks nice. Easy on the eyes.
Did drive rush. Wait, he did stand medium out of drive rush to drive impact. I know you went out this corner so bad.
Street Fighter 6, am I right?
Ass online. Fuck. Look at this idiot.
He's an idiot.
Must be nice to just mash, huh? You sorry ass online fuck. Literally just
know you can
mashed
parry,
out of
right?
nervousness and pulled off a fake round off me. Like
Fake
that's what pisses
round.
me off about this game so much. Like these people have no business getting a round off me in a fighter. Like none. None at all. But this is what Street Fighter 6 opened up the fucking goddamn floodgates to idiots.
Idiots.
Look at this idiot. You don't even know
Idiot.
frame data. And I'm not playing you again. Fuck you. I'm blocking you too, bitch.
I don't hear you
'Cause the
talking about
first win
frame
was a
data.
fluke, fuckhead. Eat a dick.
You're
You had
gay.
no business beating me in the first place, pussy.
Pussy. Both playing video games, my guy. Neither of you are.
Drive impact and just randomly? Like,
Neither of you are gonna bleed over this.
you want to do it again? Look, then they're gonna go crazy every time they burn
Because
out. They
as we
start
all
going-
know,
going crazy
LTG
and
never
going
lost a
random
round
shit.
in 5 or 4.
You notice that? The same
Nope, just
pattern.
6.
Every time one of these scrubs burn out, they just start doing crazy shit.
It's good punish.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck. You
I don't
sorry
care
ass
anymore
online
all of a sudden. Go ahead. It's not earned now because I gave up.
Bloop.
I'm going away now. Oh no!
We're going to spam
Responsible
and jab
parent.
Viper. Watch. A fake Viper.
A fake
You never
Viper.
do that to Burn Knuckle in a different fucking game of Viper, and you bum.
It's a very loud
Just throw out of the
controller he's
stance,
playing
throw
on.
off a
What's he
counter?
playing on?
Off a meaty? Mashing buttons again. Mashing. Mashing.
You're kind of mashing, aren't you? You just keep getting blocked.
Mashing. Jab, jab, jab.
But-
It's not hard
that's
to
what
do,
you
right?
did.
Just mash, jab, and link whatever. Look at this sorry ass, bruh. Look at this bum ass player. And I lost the round to him. How? How? Street Fighter 6.
Bloop. The game that I'm playing, everybody. The current game that
Sniper.
I'm playing, ladies and gentlemen. It's not an argument, Dale. You were just sitting there mashing jab and...
Street Fighter 6. Yeah, even though I put myself in a corner.
The current video game, okay?
I'm just saying, like, this game is
PlayStation
literally tailor-made
5.
for
Am I right?
morons. This player literally fucking sucks. Big classic BBC.
Uh-huh. Again, whenever he gets angry, his brain vividly...
This is fucking horrible
is
at the
just
game.
overflowing
But
with vivid
somehow
depictions.
the game is allowing this bum to slop shit together and beat me.
Uh-huh.
Street Fighter 6.
This is like a defense response. Ego
Let's get this
correction.
Smash
Just
lobby
start
too.
thinking about dicks.
Slop ass player. Slop.
Slop. Slop, slop,
Stepdaddy
slop.
ass Ryu. Slop.
Slop, slop, slop.
This
Niggas-
game sucks
That's
because
the
my
word that the
opponent
kids
keeps
use now.
pressuring me in the corner.
I'm gonna use all the words that the kids use, and
Literal
then I'll
trash.
be cool like they are.
Literal fucking trash. Look
Slop.
at this fucking idiot.
Slop, slop.
A slop ass fucking
Slop,
player.
slop. There you go. Now you're cool. All the kids think you're really cool now. Say it more. Slop, 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 slop. What a new age block.
Wow, I'm gonna just wake up with forward medium kick because I'm a fucking idiot in this Street Fighter 6 and I can
Idiot.
just freestyle my way to a victory. Look at this fucking moron. Look at this
You're
idiot.
dumb. That's why
The
you beat
fuck
me.
is that, you fucking bum?
You're poor.
Look at this fucking idiot.
You don't have money. Also, dick.
Wakes up with crouching strong. Bloop. Street Fighter 6.
Stop
Anything
saying
goes in
that,
this game.
dude. It's lame.
We want to make the world's stupidest fucking people
Street
feel
Fighter,
like
am I
that
right?
they're good at something in life. We don't want
Video
to
games,
alienate
huh?
no idiots. We need to sell
Idiot.
copies.
He really is a lot like Phil. Isn't
Niggas
he?
got me losing a fucking straight up Rees. Fucking bot ass trash fucking players. Just exit the game, dumbass.
Marissa, it's probably black. Only black people play Marissa. That's his logic.
A modern Marissa? Fuck out of here. Bloop. Not showing that shit on my screen.
What
Like, I'm not even gonna entertain that shit. Take the game, I'm gonna block you.
What the fuck? How was that? You just pick a character and you win. That's like the most mentally touched thing I've seen. Whoop, you picked the character I don't like, you win now.
Bloop. I wasn't even trying, bro. This nigga's horrible.
I wasn't even trying all of a
A
sudden.
sloppy player like this nigga literally just kept doing this, crouching
Sure, he
fierce
beat
with
me,
Kimmy
but-
and then fucking being in range to throw.
But
so
then
another sloppy
I
player.
stopped carrying
That's why I
slop.
just kept walking back into random shit.
Slop, slop.
They try to send for me. I don't use the toilet clean. I pitch to my gallon like every day. I don't use toilet, I just have my piss up in that toilet. They be like, no, why you pissing in a bottle? Why you pissing in a bottle? I'm like,
Thank you, Logue, to your fatigue. LTG is quite the character. The more you see of LTG, the more you're like, yeah, I can see why
I
they
bet
call
all
him.
those people who beat him also use toilet paper.
I bet that'll show him. You can see why they call him the white DSP.
Hey, what's up, guys? Riff here.
Right, that's what Phil called him, right? Now I know why they call him the white DSP.
So in this video, we'll be once again talking about the VTuber Miasu.
Okay.
We have covered this VTuber multiple times before because she has been the routine victim of harassment and deplatforming campaigns by multiple communities on Twitter, including the VTubing scene and the Sonic scene as well. They have deemed her problematic because of some of her opinions and tweets, mainly because they believe she is a bigot, because she refuses to acknowledge people by their preferred pronouns. If they're trans, she instead refers to them as their biological gender, and that does not sit well with a lot of communities who have routinely tried to rip away any opportunity she receives based on her efforts. Now, one of the people to lead the previous campaigns is a larger VTuber by the name of Ems, who was virtue signaling about Miasu, saying she has no place in the Sonic community, and really led the charge against Miasu that actually lost her an opportunity a few months ago. And now Ems is getting a taste of her own medicine and has locked down her account and gone private after receiving a sliver of the backlash and harassment that Miasu has received for over the past year or so. And that's because she is about to lose one of her own opportunities. It's being threatened because people are bringing up her own heinous tweets, many of which glorifying and encouraging political violence. And as we'll see, her explanation for all this on her recent stream is not only hypocritical,
they're the good guys,
it is
right?
actually pretty deranged. So let's go back to Miasu. About 2 months ago, she celebrated her invitation to the Sega Creator Zone event, an event that would be ripped away from her because there were viral posts reporting her to Sega and demanding that she be dropped because she's so problematic. And as you can see, they would follow through and remove her, which was to the ecstasy of people in the quote, celebrating this as a great moment for them, exacting some sort of justice upon her. But Miasu has been the receiver of multiple campaigns like that. In fact, back in February, Ems was leading the charge, saying this: as a VTuber in the Sonic community, we do not approve of you in this community. I literally can't be in the Sonic community without being so out of place because of the mindset of the LGBTQ. Then walk out, buddy. So Ems love to virtue signal and try to get people deplatformed or have opportunities ripped away from them all the way back into February. But unfortunately for her, she's getting a taste of her own medicine because she has found herself receiving an opportunity with Sega as well, a stream that has a charity aspect, and of course, as you can see listed down here, is Emsberry. Now, with this, people have been quick to point out her own heinous tweets. If we're talking problematic, here's some actually problematic stuff. And you can see,
if Chris Chan is in your community, then your community never had standards.
July 13th of 2024, she makes this post saying they missed him with disappointment. This is referring to the attempted assassination attempt against President Donald Trump, where he was within a millimeter of losing his life.
It's crazy to be an American and want your entire leadership to be destroyed. Like, at that point, you just hate your country.
Was disappointed that the political violence...
Like, what makes you think good things are going to happen if that happens? Like, are you just that dumb?
Did not actually succeed. In fact, there was another post she made in 2025 saying, I wish the worst for anyone who voted for Trump. I don't care. So this person is very okay with political violence and wishes the worst on anyone based on who they voted for.
I don't like most of the people in Congress. Though I don't necessarily want them dead, just gone.
Well, if there's this like a vacuum, then like it's going to be bad for everybody.
Now, if you're too worried about, virtue signaling and cancel culture, This is the game she and the related communities have been playing against people like Miyasu for quite some time. They are getting a taste of their own medicine. But instead of wrongthink, we have genuinely bloodthirsty, really just obsession with political violence. These tweets should not be that of someone working with Sega in any capacity. Okay, this isn't an edgy joke. This isn't just some sort of wrongthink. This is glorifying and celebrating acts of political violence. This is actually heinous. But people are trying to run defense, saying stuff like trying to tank a charity stream over some petty internet drama. St. Jude of all things, this might be a new low. And as pointed out here by the original poster, the stream's going to be fine. It's a great idea. But unfortunately, including someone who is a murder enthusiast is a pretty bad look. Yeah, they could literally invite anyone else, but instead they're including this Emsbury, who, by the way, loved to take petty internet drama and try to oust someone from communities and opportunities over wrongthink. And then you can see more people coping and finding out, saying, Sega doesn't like Trump. Did you see Sega's reaction on X when it was certain Trump would be the new president? Well, unfortunately for this individual, as pointed out here, well, let's tell them that the creator of Sonic follows Trump, which by their own logic would be enough to label you as a terrible, awful person just for following him on Twitter, right? But of course, people like Savvy here are being relentless, and I don't blame them. In all the replies of Sega, providing screenshots of her tweets. Do you really want to work with someone like this who would likely want many different Sonic fans and even people who work at Sonic ended because of their political views? That is a very valid thing to raise, especially, like I said, this is the game people like Ems has
Online
been playing.
political
They've been
activists
playing
targeting
this with
charities
people like
because the wrong
Miyasu,
people
and
were
they
raising
hate
money.
it
Where
when
have
it's
I heard that
happening
one
to
before,
them.
bish?
And as you can see, they have of course gone private, but before they did that, they made a post trying to cope with everything that's happening. They said this: I really think all of you need to remember, we creators are also human. We have feelings and thoughts too. Gets an opportunity, you are performative and
why
fake.
are you celebrating
Breeds,
people
you are
being
performative and
murdered?
fake. Posts, you are performative and fake. What do you want from us? I'm being for real, by the way. What do you want from me to not seem fake to you? Post my ID, LMFAO. At the end of the day, I am just a corny Sonic fan who just happens to get lucky sometimes. Targeting people, attacking, and making stuff up about people you don't even know is so effing weird and screams jealousy. Think before you say stuff to others. Wow. The level of projection. This individual has zero self-awareness. And honestly, I hope they're humbled by this experience because everything they're saying could apply right to the Miyasu situation. People making things up. People attacking someone over posts. Yes, you created this game that people are now playing with you. And now you're trying to play the victim? Absolutely not. And you can see criticism or even very kind posts are not welcome. So this person says, why don't you talk about Mia? She's a human too. Instantly blocked. Here's another person saying, I agree. It's great to be caring and understanding, even if your friends vote differently or have different political leanings or say things you don't agree with. You'd have to be quite the hypocrite to say that and celebrate the death of those you don't like. Guess what happened to that person?
Blocked.
Instantly blocked. Now, of course, this is where it really
That's not
takes
what I
a
meant.
turn because she just...
When I said
in her
everyone is human, I
infinite
didn't mean
wisdom,
Trump supporters.
This
Oh my
Ems
God.
person decided to address this on stream. And you can see Miyasu pointing out this clip. And it's pretty diabolical. Now, to give you some context, the person who made this recording typed in the chat, what about that Trump tweet? And they were kicked from the stream. They were banned. But she talks and talks and talks. And not only is she massively hypocritical, you can just see the level of smugness, the untouchability she feels because of her, I guess, status in this related community.
I was invited, or am invited. Spoiler alert, guys, I'm still invited. To the Sonic charity stream. That's for his birthday, right? And I'm getting like the worst end of it right now, for just being invited.
I'll pause before this person gets banned, but she's saying she's basically getting targeted because people are like jealous and for the most ridiculous reasons, completely ignoring the context of why people are complaining about her being there. And also, she reminds everyone she's still there. Don't worry, she's still there. Well, we'll see about that.
And it's really funny. It's really funny. I think it's really cute that a bunch of chuds are constantly talking about me.
Oh, it's the chuds constantly talking about you. Honestly, nobody knew who you were until you led this gigantic campaign against Miyasu, but good on you for having so much confidence in yourself.
Those damn
but
chuds.
They're just like there's just a bunch of like
chuds.
People who don't.
Don't care
getting it
about
political when it does not mean to be.
so fuck 'em, kill 'em.
Just
They should
political
die.
people just being upset because they're other whatever fucking pink chud VTuber because I said something against them a while back because I still stand. Oh, by the way, I still stand by it.
Well, that's good to know. She still stands by the crusade she helped lead against Miyasu, but she also calls her a pink-haired chud. And also, she'll say further that she's not political, but she advocates and celebrates political violence. Amazing. It's like they want their cake and to eat it too.
I'm not gonna get into who and what and where and why.
They
If
just
you
say
know,
that
you
as
know.
an
If you're
excuse.
chronically online,
They just say that as an excuse to just be wrong about everything. Like, you point out they're just literally factually fucking wrong, and they're just like, well, you can't expect me to know everything. I don't even care about politics, okay?
you'll know.
And it's like, then shut the fuck up, then, please.
But just because I don't agree with somebody and I said that they don't really belong, around the community, which I still stand by, everybody has an audience, and apparently I'm just not their type, and that's fine.
So when you were not the type of audience
not
for someone
fine,
like Miyasu,
'cause you don't
why
let
didn't you
people
just
be fine
have
with
that
it?
same attitude instead of trying to lead cancellation campaigns against her? Interesting.
I'm not getting political, by the way. If anybody's worried, I'm not gonna get
Not political
I
at
never
all.
will be. I never bring up political shit in my streams. I mean,
It's only to advocate and celebrate political violence. That's the only time she gets political. Or if you have you voted for the wrong person.
if you know this, I'll joke about
You don't
Mr.
need to
Kirk
know
here and
anything
there.
about politics
She'll
to not
joke
wish
about
death on
Mr.
your
Kirk here and
president.
there. Interesting. Wow. Well, we'll add that to the list, I guess. So she'll joke about Trump and assassination attempts against him, and also, I guess, about
At what
Charlie
point
Kirk
does
as
it
well.
get political?
Really going mask off. I appreciate.
Does it
the
ever
honesty
get
here.
political?
But I'm not political. I'm not I don't
course.
care. I don't care what you believe in. I'm here to
So
have
you're just
fun.
culturally an asshole.
You don't care what people believe in. You just want to have fun. That's why you said you wish the worst on people who voted for Donald Trump. I mean, how many layers of hypocrisy can we establish?
So if you
Same
believe
kind
in
of
things
person
that
will
the
tell you the
typical
person is
person
political.
Yeah.
doesn't believe in,
Same kind of person who'd be like, I'm not even mad at you, and then drive a car into you.
then that's fine. As long as you don't bring politics in the chat, I don't care what you resign in. As long as you don't bring harm to people, I don't care.
You seem to be pretty gleeful
Bring
about
harm
harm,
to
being
people.
directed towards a president you don't like. I mean, is she even trying? Like, is she trolling us with this? It's actually insane.
It's gaslighting.
But yeah, they're trying everything in their power to get me removed because I apparently, according to them, I'm the reason why their VTuber that
What?
they like got
Small
removed from
correction,
the
Ludwig.
Sega creator
These people
program
are
or
too
whatever.
cowardly to
Well, you were a
actually
part
do
of
the
it for
violence
sure,
themselves.
but that is, of course, trying to detract people away from the fact that you made a tweet disappointed that there wasn't political violence successfully launched against someone you don't like. That's why people are calling you out, and it's by your standards. You want people removed from events because they have wrongthink, and now people are doing it back to you, and you're stun locked. You can't believe your virtue signaling set a standard that now you're being held to.
That's what they're running with. So they're trying to give me a taste of my own medicine.
Yes.
They're just jealous. No, jealous they are, but it's okay.
Just
it's okay.
jealous.
Of
Right.
course.
Amazing.
Every
Absolutely
lolcow
amazing
tells
stuff.
themselves.
I mean, what do you say? The sheer hypocrisy, the smugness. This is a person who needs to feel humbled. 100%. They feel like they're completely untouchable, that they can act a fool, say heinous things, and have no accountability. while gaslighting their own audience. It's crazy. But Miyasu would share some of this stuff and say, as you know, I was removed from the Sega Creator Program due to safety. After what I've learned, I've been thinking, do I just say nothing? Do I let them silence me? Do I pretend I'm just fine? Sega is allowing this mainly because of the numbers. No matter the numbers, this is wrong. The irony with these posts is just ridiculous. I'm speaking about this since I've been sitting back and watching this unfold. Where it all began was a post from a minor on the site, and my post, YouTube short, was spread and caused people to start fuming on me. They never knew me to begin with, but because of this sole video, everything is different. I never spoke about this whole thing for a reason, for no reason. I spoke about it because of what I was feeling in the Sonic community. People were telling me how to behave and I have to say no. I felt uncomfortable, so I had to eventually say something. Should I continue supporting something like this? If I do, I at least have to speak the truth. I can't just allow this to happen. And of course, people are coping saying, you are really still whining about your actions getting consequences on a charity stream announcement. That's a whole new level of low for you. So yeah, when you apply their standards back to them, all of a sudden it's stooping to a low. Previously, it was receiving the consequences of your own actions. Now it's stooping too low. Now that's just unfair, right? But she would reply saying, are people just going to ignore this? Or, with of course, these screenshots that we already referred to. And I think the whole drama really sums up to these tweets right here. Virtue signaling, trying to get Miyasu out for being wrongthink. Then tweeting heinous stuff like this. Then virtue signaling about how good of a person they are and how horrible and awful people are being towards her. And then locking down. Locking down can't take the heat.
Always the final
Loved
chapter.
To dish it out.
And
to
then they
those
ran
think
away.
Are bad people. But when they get even a minuscule amount in comparison, they shut down. Amazing stuff. But yeah, that's going to do it for this situation. I do not blame anyone for playing their game and showing these tweets to Sega, especially when she's being so smug and cavalier about this entire situation. It's really embarrassing, honestly. Like, grow up. Okay, just because people think
I
differently
wonder how
than you
long it
doesn't
has
mean
been
they
since
should
Sonic
have
drama
the
wasn't
worst
caused by Chris
inflicted
Chan.
upon them.
Maybe
But
he's
that'll do it for
working
this
on
video.
it.
If you guys
working on it.
enjoyed, please consider liking the video.
Just like they think it's just like the default non-political state, just to hate everyone who supports the president of the United States. It's ridiculous. It just shows you how out of touch they are. Gundam put out a new video recently. Let's see. Are we not going to have a WPIG stream?
Before and during COVID, Microsoft was buying studios with reckless abandon, all in an attempt to own Sony by allowing their exclusive games to be on the PS5, in a move I like to call Galaxy Brain.
What's this? Boogie Back. Why is it Boogie Back? Boogie Back. Emma Watson are not elves. How you doing, Tamir? What's up?
I am making this video because I am a Dragon Ball fan.
Uh-huh. Yeah, me too.
And Dragon Ball is something that is very meaningful to me.
Meaningful to me.
And as you recall, I couldn't stop crying when the author, Sensei Akira Toriyama, when he passed away.
You couldn't stop crying. That sucks.
And the last thing in the world I'd want is something so heavenly.
Heavenly.
Like Dragon Ball to be mixed with something
that
as mundane and even evil. Like Emma Watson, because Dragon Ball is not just heavenly.
It's
in its
not
value,
made
it's
for
also
you, Emma Watson.
Such a good thing.
Stay out of my community. We do not want you here.
To improve one's own life, and Emma Watson
is the
only wants to
antithesis.
destroy lives.
Emma Watson wants to destroy lives. Holy cow!
And Emma Watson only wants to destroy lives.
Because you think she stimulates your feet to destroy you.
Now here is what this is about.
Do not cast Emma Watson as Goku in the next Dragon Ball
If
movie.
you ever watched Dragon Ball
Or Vegeta.
Super, you'd know that they use all sorts
She could
of
be
ending
Frieza.
themes. And once it gets into a pretty advanced arc, I don't remember exactly which one.
What?
There's an ending song called Boogie Back.
Oh yeah, Boogie Back. I don't
It
remember.
sounds like electronic music.
Boogie Back. Yeah, it's about
Like there's like a boogie back.
Yeah, it's about Bulma. It's all about Bulma being Bulma.
Boogie back, something like that. And it might be in the space tournament arc even. I don't remember exactly, so I cannot tell you. But my point is, I like that song.
Okay.
And when I download,
It's all right. Emma Watson.
downloaded it to my computer, and I played it in my media player, which shows the album photo of the song.
It was Emma Watson.
It showed me the picture of the singer doing a body pose and with her hand too, similar
to Emma Watson.
To what Emma Watson did.
When?
In some picture, the Emma Watson with
in a picture
with the red hat.
They had a pose that was
specifically
similar.
that Emma Watson
To
that
a
shows her
pose that's
feet.
Emma Watson.
Emma Watson in the white dress and red hat. That body pose on the side in which she shows her hand.
Well, case closed.
She did a similar pose, and I think that she deliberately tried to remind me of Emma Watson.
Of course. That must be really
But
sad.
you see the song, the Boogie Back thing, it tells of a training program.
Uh-oh.
Of how to become
Gonna
an
break his
elf.
heart when he
Does
gets
it?
to episode 220 and learns it was Emma Watson that blew up Planet Vegeta.
I don't think Boogie Back is about training to become an elf. I'm just gonna throw that out.
Not a high elf, like the Quel'Dorei, but like a night elf, like a regular elf, like the Kaldorei.
What? You just what? A night elf?
But nevertheless, this advanced form of life with large ears.
So the Dobby elf.
That's
the house elf.
What I'm certain that the Boogie Back is. It speaks of the elves.
Sure.
But Emma Watson, they are not elves.
No, of course
They
not.
don't represent the elves.
No.
So why try to remind of Emma Watson here?
Why try to remind of Emma Watson here? Why?
The Emma Watson may.
I demand answers.
May try to speak of the human program, which is twice.
I don't think they
smaller
talk about elves in Dragon
than the
Ball,
Boogie
Tamir.
Back. Twice smaller than the elf program. And yet, for some reason, they find some reason to multiply it by 2.
Yeah, what about the blood elves?
But they are definitely not elves, and they don't represent the elves. So why put some reminder of Emma Watson in a place they really do not belong to?
Just to piss you off, I guess.
It's the elf program. I am not their Pokemon. Emma Watson had nothing to do with it.
Okay, right. Emma Watson. Like, you're gonna be very upset when they cast her as Vegeta in the next movie. It'll be her alongside Elliot Page as Goku.
Levels of stupidity. $70 billion for Blizzard and COD, only to allow it on PlayStation and Game Pass. Phil Spencer shot himself in the foot. By the time the deal was done after 2 years of legal BS, it already seemed like a bad investment. But Spencer was now out in 2026, and Sharma is in.
Xbox boss wants to create the #1 gaming company by resetting the business. She says they've done so much in the first 100 days already.
Asmongold
I mean,
was
that
touting
song
it
was
as the
out before
greatest
Toriyama
acquisition
died,
since
so maybe
Elon
he was
Musk
in
got
on it.
rid of the transsexual fact checkers on Twitter.
According to the report, the company is confronting a difficult outlook following years of restructuring, slowing hardware sales, and mounting pressure to improve the performance of its gaming division. Man. Get rid of all of them. The base reset. Exactly. They're doing what Elon did. Yeah, we just shared with our team the realities we need to navigate as we reset the Xbox business. We won't succeed by hiding hard truths, nor will we succeed by doing the same thing and expecting different results. Man, I am so happy to see this. I am.
Personally, I'm in the camp of I'll believe it when I see it. These companies are incapable of good ideas. I think the Great Reset will focus more on Game Pass and cloud services, not to mention AI.
It's a Gundam. He's sexy without knowing he's sexy, and that's really sexy.
Compulsion Games was a studio I was once interested in. During the early development of We Happy Few, I was one of the first backers. But as time progressed, the game changed and I lost interest and stopped playing. In 2018, after lackluster sales of We Happy Few, despite having a rich story, the sales were so low there would never be a sequel. Microsoft bought the studio, among a few others, including Ninja Theory. The acquisition of both studios was announced in 2018 during E3 in a triumphant moment for Phil Spencer.
New studio. It's my personal honor to welcome Ninja Theory to Microsoft Studios. Games. 2 years ago, we premiered a game we couldn't get out of our heads. A game that captivated us with its strong, fresh, and intense storytelling. We Happy Few is nearing its full release to gamers everywhere. So please help me in welcoming all of our new studios.
Titties.
Incorrect. Xbox is closing down Hellblade creator Ninja Theory. Compulsion Games and Double Fine are also in active negotiations about spinning off. The closure of negotiations following Xbox CEO Asha Sharma and Chief Content Officer Matt Booty.
Booty, having some booty, was more important than drinking water, man.
Oh, someone please stop him!
Warning last week of a reset at Xbox, laying out several challenges facing Xbox business, including that it had overextended with the studio system and the hardware component crisis is significantly driving up prices. Microsoft was planning to shut down Compulsion, though it noted in an update that the studio leadership was in negotiations with Microsoft.
Is going to be pretty brutal. The word bloodbath has been thrown around among people that I talk to who know what's happening. It's going to be bad. But those 3 studios that I mentioned are just the beginning. There's going to be more. There are a lot of negotiations going on right now. One more thing is that you might see headlines right now saying, hey, Xbox is shutting down X studio. And while that's kind of true, it's not entirely true because, again, all of these studio heads are in conversations, in negotiations with Xbox at the moment. In some cases, we might see studios spinning off. In some cases, we might see studios trying to find other buyers, like other publishers who might be interested in them.
As the article stated, Compulsion Games is on the chopping block, but unlike Ninja Theory, their game South of Midnight was the usual made-for-modern audience game that the majority of people didn't even know existed, and making fun of it was a racist dog whistle according to everyone that defended the game, but they forgot to buy it. Even the people who were paid
including
to promote the game.
Phil.
Their own DEI shill, who did a mockumentary
He didn't buy the game. It was on like Game Pass,
play
right?
the game and was upset when I asked if she finally did months later. She did not.
But you're a racist
this
for not
DEI
wanting
shill
him
leeches
to
from
watch them.
Xbox as well. She said we need more games like this, then refused to play it. Okay, I have a confession. I have not played this game yet. But I will, I promise, LOL. And here I am, sitting just talking, not gaming. We need more games.
Oh, whatever. I can read that. Kashana? What the hell does that even mean?
Just a few months ago, longtime Xbox head Phil Spencer left the company, and former AI executive Sharma was put in charge. The gaming world received a duet of news stories from Xbox that paint a bleak picture of the internal state of Microsoft's gaming division. To start, news came on Monday morning that Xbox Game Studio head Craig Duncan and Chief of Staff Louis O'Connor had departed the company per the gaming business. Then, a few hours later, Kotaku reported Compulsion's game developer 2025 Critical Darling, South of Midnight, was going through a process of being shut down.
I would say this has to do with Xbox Game Pass. In another stupid move, the gaming industry learned nothing, and I mean absolutely nothing from the movie industry they emulated. Just like streaming killed DVD sales, and the movie industry by proxy. Just hear me out here. Back in the day, you would get stupid movies like Freddy Got Fingered or something like that, or Scooby-Doo, films that you didn't think would make that much money, but they cleaned up on the DVDs and home sales. Once streaming became a reality, that was no longer viable or feasible. Thus, it killed a lot of the rom-coms and usual goofy movies that we all grew up with in the early 2000s. And now the gaming industry is mimicking that with streaming game services like Xbox Game Pass, which will now completely and utterly cannibalize most of the sales for games that might have been made and could have built a cult following or some sort of niche. Those days are completely over. Now everything has to be a AAA monolith game tied into some IP that has such a long and storied history, or else they risk just going bankrupt and shutting down. Everything is so stupid. And ironically in all of this,
New CEO congratulated South of Midnight for winning all the awards right before they rug pulled the damn company.
Congratulations to the Compulsion's game team on their Peabody Award, a well-deserved recognition for storytelling that truly
Racism
matters.
is cured.
So much you had to get rid of it.
And the BAFTA goes to South of Midnight.
I feel like they called the wrong Guillaume today. It's an act of bravery,
of course,
and an act of vulnerability to create anything new. When we started on South of Midnight, it felt like we were jumping off a precipice, trying to make something different that the team wasn't familiar when we started. And then we did our homework. We went to visit the places. We worked with the people. Whitney, our wonderful art director, helped
and then they
build,
rewarded us by not
everything in terms of the
buying it.
world. And the team rallied around the idea of representation, the idea of actually being able to sit, listen, and work with the people who we were depicting in the game. So, yeah, we have a powerful medium and a powerful voice. And I think it's our responsibility as a voice to encourage diversity, to encourage
okay,
games
dude.
that are speaking truth, of empathy.
Don't make me look up your
caring
early
for
life
people,
history, please.
Values that we wish the world around us would be filled with. So,
And it's gone.
Yeah, fuck off.
What? It's gone. It's all gone.
whenever someone defends South of Midnight, they remind you of all the awards the game won.
It was
But
a
video
leap of
game
faith,
awards are
alright,
like
too bad you
streamer
hit the
awards.
ground
They
hard
only
enough
matter
to shut
other
down
people
your
in the
studio.
industry.
They didn't
At
have a
the end
hay
of the
bale
day,
beneath them.
Call of Duty wins
Why,
no
look it up.
awards, and it still sells
You already
millions
know
of
it's
copies
flag underscore
until they put it
IL.
on Game Pass like retards every year. And Compulsion Games is now dead in the water, trying to save itself, so that they could probably put out another uninteresting, boring game. In fact, here's a clip of this wonderful piece of gaming magnificence that was worthy of the Peabody Award.
We reached out to Donna Washington, who is a world-renowned storyteller. And she came to our offices and she told a story to the entire company at the time. And it was captivating. It was mesmerizing.
This is how you increase racism.
A friend offered us safe passage.
Go, Harriet Tubman. Do the Assassin's Creed move. Yeah! No way, bro! No way they got Harriet Tubman doing the fucking wall crawl.
Bruh.
There ain't no way, bro. Oh my god, dude. This is great. This is great. Harriet Tubman. Yo.
The exodus of talent and studio mismanagement, the core team behind We Happy Few, which propelled Compulsion Games into the spotlight, has all but vanished. Less than 10% of the original team members, with many departing after becoming completely disillusioned with the studio's direction post-acquisition of Microsoft. Reports coming in have told me that extremely talented developers were hamstrung by poor hiring decisions and promotions based on DEI rather than merit. Unqualified staff have been elevated to leadership roles, creating absolute chaos within the project itself. As one former developer bluntly put, they had no idea how to make a game, and as I've discovered during my research, it only goes straight downhill from here. SBI and Microsoft former developers have come forward with shocking info about the project. The once promising fantasy story, inspired by a creative director's upbringing in the Deep South, has been transformed into a disjointed mess due to misguided external influences. Sweet Baby Inc.'s focus on diversity, equity, and inclusion. Incentives have now taken precedence over the actual game development, leaving the project in a poor state.
And if you remember Compulsion Games for We Happy Few, that game changed a lot over the course of its development. As someone who was playing it when it was in the early development stages, it's a totally different game because they kept listening to people's suggestions and outside influence. The accusations of Sweet Baby Inc. pushing for a more ethnic voice actress makes a lot of sense to me. After watching the Spider-Man 2 documentary for that game, this claim isn't very far-fetched because they worked on that game as well. And being authentic was such a major theme in that video, it bored me to absolute tears.
Keep it like mom.
And then they get the flags wrong.
Black people,
very authentic.
And this is based in Brooklyn. I expect them to use some sort of urban slang or ebonics.
Dude, as soon as they said prep school, anything, nothing's gonna surprise me. Because they'd be different. Like, prep school people are a little different.
Looking good.
He would be code switching. Code switching is basically like you just talk different to different people, essentially, what will make your life easier.
So be fake.
I don't
Being
see
fake.
like African American culture
just like be fake all the time.
He just looks like a preppy black boy.
Don't even act like people we want to act like, and then we get mad
bubble
at
jacket,
other
stuff
people
like that.
because
It's a lot closer than the uniform, gray sweater type of thing.
And so, can you imagine how many lives this is going to be saving?
Anything short of praise for this game resulted in claims of racism. Even indifference may have resulted in the claim of racism.
South of Midnight previews are overwhelmingly positive or
Then they
optimistic.
told
The
you
replies
that
of people
Stupid is a
haven't
Spider-Man,
played
a
are
universal
either
IP that
dismissive,
can be
negative, or
relatable to
outright
anyone.
racist. How fun.
Well, it is Twitter, and racist is pretty much part of the game. Dismissive probably is the most accurate representation of how people felt about this game. And negative is from people who were just tired of Sweet Baby Inc. at the time, because frankly,
I'm not getting into it. Let's move on.
But South of Midnight teaches us about woke video games and racism, exploring a true gem in 2025 gaming. In terms of actual controversy surrounding this game, the main reason why this game had so many detractors is simply because of racism. Over the game having a black female protagonist. Something that was actually pointed out about this, though, was the Compulsion Games did
we
everything right with this
consulted
release.
Dark
They
Side
didn't
Phil,
race
and
swap
he
characters out of
concurred
any
that
forced
everyone who didn't
diversity
like this
or
game is a
any of
racist.
the usual nonsense that we see from the anti-woke crowd. They made a totally new IP of its own, unique story, and this still wasn't enough for them.
Unique?
People in gaming communities still criticize the game for being woke and pushing politics because fundamentally,
Is it
backlash to
unique
games
or is it
like
built off
this
influences?
has always been about racism. Anti-woke gamers and right-wingers might scream about how South of Midnight is woke or pushing
screaming.
politics. And my response to that is to simply say, I'm glad
Shut
that
up,
they
you're
think so
stupid.
because I want more games
I'm
like this to
smart.
be released. More than anything, South of Midnight is a
Suck
brilliant
it,
narrative
gamers.
experience that you can
Oh,
clearly
wait, why is
tell
the
the
studio
developers
shutting down?
put
No!
a ton of work into.
outside of the anti-woke gamers and the anti-woke gamers, say that 5 times fast, no one cared about this game other than the usual shills like Mr. Matty Play, Shill Up Gaming, etc. Any way you slice it, this studio is on the chopping block, and South of Midnight was a big enough failure that the new CEO is ready to let it go. There were rumors that the game cost $100 million to produce, that and I believe Outer Worlds 2. This stemmed from a LinkedIn claim that gamers to this day debate the validity of. But one thing is clear, this lost money nonetheless, and that's the only reason why they're getting rid of it. In closing, the vast majority of gamers didn't even know this game existed, let alone cared to play it or even hate it. At the end of the day, we're only listening to the loud minority on both ends of the spectrum. The people who thought it was woke crap and the people who felt that this is long overdue and the chuds need to suck it. The push for progressivism permeates in every West Coast institution, and that is where most of our entertainment comes from. And most people in this country are tired of being preached to. They are looking for an escape from the crushing maw of bills, taxes, and debt. The whole point of video games used to be about entertainment for the majority, not the minority. And it has led to such a vehement hatred or rejection of anything new now that nothing good can possibly be produced simply because it'll be misconstrued as being a political push or a woke game. And the people to blame are the people
They
in
built a
charge
whole
of
code book
entertainment.
and
The
applied it.
conservatives are just
It's worth thousands of other things
Can't hear
that our
you.
society depends on to exist. And
Gundam, I
perform.
can't hear you.
Believes that
We never would have had a railway.
Matt Walsh is too loud.
And that's why our culture is so fragmented. But no one looks at this logically or realistically. And that's why
I would have never let it be edited that way.
State we're in now, a complete and total collapse of creativity and art. To quote a more popular YouTuber, that's it, it's over. Get away now.
I don't know who that is, though. The Tipster Doc? This does seem like it's worth watching.
Hey there, folks. Robert here, and as
I was told it's bad, but I don't know. I guess when it gets bad, we'll nope out. Where is,
He was paraphrasing Critical Drinker.
Critical Drinker? Okay. Don't really watch his stuff all that often. Speaking of the brink of gaming.
Morning, everybody. How are y'all doing today? I'm gonna be honest, I am really annoyed right now because there are a few things that piss me off quite as much as vague corporate speak. And of course, that is exactly what I woke up to this morning, because apparently the CEO of Sony actually decided to chime in on the whole controversy of, oh, will PlayStation single-player games still go to PC or not? And upon hearing this, I was like, okay, great, maybe we finally got a definitive answer. We don't have to bank off of rumors from Jason Schreier anymore. Maybe we can actually finally see, will they pull games from PC or not? Because at this point, I honestly don't care if they do or not. I just want a straight answer. We did not, in fact, get a straight answer. In fact, I am still just as confused before this announcement as I am after. And the media is not helping at all, because if you look at this headline from Dexerto, you would assume that, oh, they just outright confirmed that single-player games aren't going to PC anymore. But when you actually read the quote that everybody's talking about, that's not what he said. So we're gonna read it here together right now. So this was posted to Reset Era, and he said this, according to the translation: there have been reports suggesting that you might reconsider bringing PS5 titles to PC. Could you share your current thoughts on this? And then he said, we've always determined platform selection based on the characteristics of each title. If releasing a title on PC would maximize the gaming experience, we'll continue to consider that option. Our current main policy is that for single-player games developed in-house, we will further refine the value of the gaming experience that PlayStation can offer. At the same time, we believe it is important for live service games to reach a wider audience through online multiplayer, so we continue to view releases on both PS5 and PC as the standard. Regardless of the platform, we will make decisions based on the principle of delivering the best possible gaming experience that maximizes each title's unique features. Does anybody out there watching this right now think that that was a straight answer in any way? Because I don't see how you could. The dude basically said, oh yeah, I mean, we could release the games on PC. Like, it depends on if we decide it maximizes the gaming experience or not. What does maximizing the gaming experience mean? Does it mean giving you the best experience? Because if so, then you should be releasing every game on PC. And then I just love this part where he says, oh, we need to reach a wider audience for live service games, so we'll keep putting the games on PC. But then, do you not want to reach a wider audience for single-player games? Like, you only want the live service games to reach a wider audience? And I understand that live service games need a wider audience to maintain a healthy, active player base, but wouldn't you want all of your games to reach the wider audience so they can sell better? This gives me the exact same vibes as when Nintendo announced that Mario Kart World would be $80 and they would be like, oh, well, not every game is going to be $80. It kind of depends on what we feel like. If we think we can get away with charging $80 for it, then we will, but otherwise, probably not. It's so vague, it pisses me off. Just say, are you stopping single-player PC ports or not? But they won't give us a straight answer, probably because I don't even think they know the answer. But again, if we're going by the logic that you're gonna release games on PC that would maximize the gaming experience, then you should be putting every game on PC. Not to mention, this would be such a weird time to stop porting single-player games to PC because you've already ported almost everything. What is PC missing at this point? Demon's Souls, Ghost of Yotei, and Saros?
Bloodborne.
And I guess Wolverine when that comes out in September. And then this statement makes even less sense when you look at the other other statements that have been coming out, at least allegedly, saying that PlayStation is pulling out of PC due to inconsistent releases and lack of revenue, which that is hilarious to me because that is entirely a Sony issue. If you don't want your games to be really inconsistent on PC and make wildly different amounts of money, maybe you should have a consistent release schedule for them. I think if PlayStation does end up pulling back from PC, at least with single player stuff, this will ultimately be why, because of their own awful strategy. They think they can just come in and drop a game whenever they want and people will just eat it up. That's not the case. You got away with it with Spider-Man, God of War, and Ghost of Tsushima because those were games that people actually wanted on PC. And there was a novelty, especially with Spider-Man and God of War, of PlayStation games coming to PC at the time that they were released. But then when you have games like Spider-Man 2, which allegedly sold much worse on PC than the first Spider-Man, the novelty of PlayStation PC ports is gone. All you're doing at that point is releasing games way too late after the hype has died down and everybody already knows the story and whatnot, and you're overcharging for it. Man, I can't believe we've released these games really late and for too much money, and then the spending was inconsistent on them. It's crazy how little Sony actually knows what they're doing with the PC strategy. And I don't know if it's an ego thing or what, but if you want to see a more consistent stream of revenue from PC, how about you, I don't know, consistently release your games? Maybe try going day and date on some games, because guess what? A little game called Helldivers 2 that was day and date on PC ended up selling more copies on PC than on PlayStation and became by far Sony's best performing game on PC. Do you think you would have gotten those same results if you waited a year or two to launch the game over here? Something tells me you wouldn't have. And I know everybody's brought it up, but look at a company like Capcom. Day and date PC releases, they actually properly optimize their games for PC, and their games sell absolute gangbusters. Any quote-unquote inconsistency that Sony's talking about, allegedly according to Jason Schreier, is a result of their own crappy strategy. And honestly, part of me wonders if they're being so vague about this intentionally because they're trying to see how things play out with GTA 6. This is a bit of a conspiracy theory, so forgive me, but just hear me out real quick. What if they're holding back on single-player games on PC for now because they want to see how much their console sales get boosted by GTA 6, and they're hoping that maybe people who buy a PS5 to play GTA 6 will also just pick up Wolverine because, oh, well, I've already got it, and we don't know if it's coming to PC or not, so I guess I'll just pick it up on PS5 since I already have it. Which, if that was the case, that would actually be pretty depressing because then it would just prove that they're relying on a third-party game to sell their system. But it's not just Jason Schreier's report and this very confusingly worded message from the CEO that makes things confusing, but also apparently in the most recent annual business report from PlayStation, they actually did not include PC at all. Instead, they included AI, which is very concerning, to be honest. Apparently, they're just going to use AI to help speed up development and not actually replace developers or anything, but we'll see how it goes. So, in their business report, they're not including anything about PC, and Jason Schreier is saying that apparently they're pulling back from PC. But then the official CEO's comment makes it sound like they might be pulling back, but they might not be. It just kind of sounds like whatever they feel like doing. But then if they do end up pulling back their single player games from PC, it'll just be because of problems of their own creation. They're releasing delayed, overpriced ports of games, which half the time aren't even very good ports, and then they complain about an inconsistent revenue stream. You can't have inconsistent releases and expect consistent revenue. That's just not how this works. And like I said before, at this point, I don't even care if they're pulling back single-player games from PC. Like, we already have basically everything over here. I just want to see the games on PC at this point just because of, you know, my principles that I believe all games should be on all platforms. But all I'm asking for at this point isn't even for the games to come over. It's just for them to be clear about their messaging, and they can't even do that for us. But yeah, let me know what your guys' thoughts are on this in the comments below. Do you actually care if Sony pulls back from PC at this point? Like, will you miss their games at all? At this point, the only games from them I'm even interested in that PC doesn't have yet are Astrobot and Wolverine, and of course Wolverine isn't even out yet, so who knows, it could end up being not not great, but we'll see. I hope it's good. But I'm sure as hell not buying a PS5 for them, even if they don't come to PC, so I'll just miss them. It's fine. I got plenty of other stuff to play in the meantime. Also, let me know your thoughts on GTA 6, because I know they just showed off the cover art and pre-orders are out in less than a week. So will you be getting a console just to play GTA 6, or are you just going to pick it up because you already have a console?
No.
Or are you like me, where you'll either wait for it to come to PC, or maybe just not even play it at all? Be sure to let me know. And with all that being said, guys, thank you all so much for watching. Be sure to like the video if you liked it, dislike it if you didn't like it, subscribe if you want to see more. Join us every Friday night, including tonight on the gaming channel for gaming streams. I won't be there because I have to pack everything up because I'm moving back to school tomorrow, but you should join the stream still. It'll be a lot of fun. And consider becoming a champ.
Thank you, Klepsy King. Yeah, don't really care about GTA. Plenty of other open world city games that are way better. See, DSP is about to go live. We're going to build up a lot of skip juice and then we're going to watch just to see if he says he opened packs on his day off or not.
Morty.
Gentlemen, welcome back to the show. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show, and thanks for stopping by the channel again today. We are back with yet another Tofiya Chu update, talking about the Ogre of Albuquerque. And today, it's finally happened. She has gone full incel. It is everybody else's fault that Tofiya is not in a relationship. It's society and racism and homophobia. It has nothing to do with her hygiene or lack of employment or lack of a home. It's Donald Trump. So we're going to get into that today. Before we get started, please drop a like. It really helps me in the algorithm. And now, without further rambling, let's watch Tofiya Chu dive into the manosphere.
Literally, do you know why I said I was straight, or do I have to explain it? Because I've already, I don't know how many times I have explained the bi straight thing. The reason why I said I was straight is because I didn't know at the time or didn't realize I liked both genders. That's possible.
Well, neither of them want you.
You can come to a realization.
Wow, Tofiya Chu, wow. Halfway through Pride, and you say something as ignorant and disgusting as both genders? Tofiya Chu, implying that there are only two genders
at least
during Pride
50,000
month. Cancel.
Okay.
Cancel this woman right now. Absolutely unacceptable behavior. Bad ally. And for it to be said by a straight white woman like Tofiya Chu, that's the worst part.
I did not realize at the time that I liked both genders. Hello, I had an experience and I didn't sleep with anyone. I'm just gonna say that. I wasn't in a relationship with someone. But I had an experience enough to where I can fully tell myself I like women. How do you...
Like you're homeless, you fat dumb bitch. These aren't the things they're supposed to be focusing on. How about this one instead?
As always, I am your geeky tipster, and I'm not a fan of drama. However, when something strikes a nerve with me, I'm not afraid to speak up.
It's hard to find an internet figure with more backstory than Tipster, who over the past 2 decades has made a name for himself on YouTube for all the wrong reasons. While the rotund individual has tried his hardest to be a legitimate influencer since the site's inception, as time has gone on, he's unfortunately been tied into the lolcow archetype, with behavior that many have deemed questionable. From defending inappropriate images of minors to flirting with online women who he refers to as his goth mommies while married, to being friends with a white woman who had her child call her enemy the N-word, there's a lot to unpack with this one. While he has threatened to leave the World Wide Web an endless amount of times, he always seems to pop back up to the pleasure of many of his detractors who seem fixated on mocking him. Because his career or lack thereof is so expansive, I thought it would be good to dig deep and make one concise video, review up,
Let's get back up.
ups and many downs of this YouTuber's career, with it all culminating in him transitioning to be a goth mommy himself. But before we go any further in today's video, have you ever tried quitting smoking or using metal that it
You're gonna make me want to smoke?
And if my code has been posting on the QR code on the screen. Tipster, real name Robert Santillan, has been posting online in one form or another for over 2 decades. His oldest videos were uploaded to GameTrailers.com and soon after re-uploaded to YouTube in 2006, under the name Gamer Geek Review. As the name would imply, his earliest posts to the website were video game and console reviews, although many of them were never archived and Tipster has since wiped these videos from his channel. In his About section, he wrote, "My hope is that through these videos, I would one day be discovered by the gaming press and get the chance to review games for a living. I know it's a crazy dream to have,
aspiring
but
to be in the games
why not,
journalism
Below his
industry.
bio was a link to his personal Gamer Geek Review website. Here he would post his takes on the latest in gaming news and controversy. These usually consisted of extremely short paragraphs summarizing other publications like IGN. Shortly after its creation, his site was promoted on Newgrounds by an account named Anemic Grav. The only posts from this account are directing users to the blog, claiming it belongs to a friend who invited him on his podcast. Considering the only other online activity linked to the Anemic Grav username is a DeviantArt page with one censored post labeled Penis Man, it's almost certainly a throwaway account used by Tipster himself. In 2009, Tipster wrote an introduction for himself and his website on Gavatar, an early precursor to sites like Linktree, where he says, "I grew up in Fontana, California, and I have always been a gamer. I always tried to stay with the latest gaming trends, and I was the guy my friends would turn to in order to find out what games were worth their time and which ones were better just to ignore." Throughout his time online, Robert would also host several other domains including Gamer Geek Network, a community site that boasted a grand total of 8 members. There was also the Tech Tipster and Your Geeky Tipster, where he would post about more broad topics such as his frustration with Facebook's moderation team. "Facebook has, again, blocked my account from sending out friends requests on the ground that I have continued to add strangers when in fact I have not sent out a single friends request, as well as cancelled all prior friends requests since the last block. I am tired of the BS and will discontinue use of my personal Facebook account." Tipster would also keep track of important upcoming events including an anime expo and shouting out his birthday 3 times in a single day. While his various websites weren't gaining major notoriety, it was clear Tipster was enjoying his life. In 2012, he posted a review on Foursquare of his local In-N-Out burger, giving it a 9 out of 10, writing, "Order the grilled cheese sandwich. It's on their secret menu and is quite good. Yummy." Tipster's many grilled cheese sandwiches were being funded by his job as an IT professional. His side gig as a gaming and tech journalist wasn't bringing in much, if any money at all, but that didn't stop him from trying over and over again. Through the next few years, his videos evolved from tech tips and reviews to a broader range of content, including unboxings, vlogs, and general internet discourse. Although people never showed much interest in Tipster's personal life or tech updates, his videos covering internet controversies slowly found an audience. By 2016, after 10 years on the site, he had amassed just over 12,000 subscribers. He was also now living with his wife, who occasionally appeared alongside him in videos.
Hey there, folks. Robert here, your Geeky Tipster, and I'm here with my wife, Cindy, today. How are you doing today,
Hey,
sweetheart?
Phil has that shirt.
You doing good?
By all accounts, Tipster had a simple
day. How are you doing today?
Oh my
Hey there,
god.
folks. Robert here, your Geeky Tipster.
Oh no, look at her. She doesn't want to be there.
Occasionally appeared alongside him in videos.
Hey there, folks. Robert
Look
here,
away.
your Geeky Tipster, and I'm here with my wife, Cindy, today. How are you doing today, sweetheart?
Any kids? Just stop!
Ugh. This was not her idea.
You doing good?
By all accounts, Tipster had a simple, peaceful, and happy life. He even began multi-streaming to his humble community on YouTube and Twitch. But beneath the surface, his channel's relatively slow growth began to get under his skin. On May 13th, 2016, he took to Twitter writing, "A friend just sent me a really messed up message. I'd be lying if I said it didn't hurt or get me down, but I won't let it keep me down." He later posted a video elaborating on this tweet.
And essentially what this person said was that me working on YouTube is pointless. There's no value to it. There's no worth to it. Why do I do it? It's just a total waste of time. I'm wasting my life away in front of the camera. And what I'm doing is going to amount to nothing.
In spite of this hurtful message and attacks he had been getting from various online trolls, Tipster reaffirmed that he wasn't going anywhere. This resilience paid off when just a few months later, an unexpected figure gave his channel a major boost.
I'm in shock right now. I just wrapped up my stream, and I'm in shock right now because I got raided by Zoe Burger. I did not expect that. Apparently she was doing a stream where she was just raiding tons and tons of people, and I happened to be one of them. Today was honestly a rough day. That made my night. If you're watching this, Zoe, thank you so much.
Zoe Burger is a name you likely haven't heard in years, but in 2017 she was one of several women leading the charge in testing the limits of YouTube's live stream policies. To be more specific, she claims she would post her own nudes at 1 million subscribers, a milestone she quickly reached. At the time, she was one of the most controversial figures on the sites, collaborating with other large YouTubers like John Scarce, and getting a diss track made on her by RiceGum where he makes an astute observation that her nipples look strange. Getting a shout out from Zoe Burger near the peak of her popularity was a big deal, and she even began shaking her butt at the camera in hopes it would encourage more of her viewers to subscribe to Tipster. As a result, he quickly surpassed 14,000 subs. This boost in viewership was the push he needed to go all in on
the audience
streaming
you
and
want,
content
though?
creation. He stopped maintaining the Your Geeky Tipster website and finally rebranded his channel away from his real name to just Tipster. Along with this rebrand came a new intro to all of his videos, where he can be seen holding two vintage Nest Zappers, while a remix of Dr. Dre's The Next...
It's so corny. He's got 2 Nintendo Zappers. Check it out. I got my custom hat. I got a chain. I'm not your geeky hipster anymore. I'm badass gamer gangster.
Be seen holding 2 vintage
gamer
Nest
gangster.
Zappers, while a remix of Dr. Dre's The Next Episode featuring Snoop Dogg plays in the background. This
Hell
interesting
yeah.
choice of music eventually resulted in every single video on his channel getting copyright claimed in 2019, losing all of his ad revenue and forcing him to no longer use the song.
Those are the only guns he could legally own in the suburbs of
was on a
LA.
sharp upward trajectory. He began making inroads with other commentary and drama YouTubers, as that had now become the main focus of his channel.
Hey,
One of these
it's the
YouTubers
guy.
he befriended was Tommy C, whose show Tipster appeared on in 2018.
What did he say about
One of
Phil?
these drama YouTubers, as that had now become the main
The DSP Gaming e-begging rant.
focus of his channel.
8 minutes, huh?
One of these YouTubers he befriended was Tommy C, whose show Tipster appeared on in 2018. The stream ended positively, with Tommy asking his viewers to subscribe to Robert's channel. Soon after, the two began fighting on Twitter when Tommy accused Tipster of liking a tweet that suggested he was a negligent alcoholic father who allowed children to urinate on him. These were allegations that Tipster adamantly denied, writing, "The things Tommy claims I said, I never actually said them, nor did I share/like any post about him as he claims, and he's yet to provide any evidence." The following week, Tommy C returned with receipts of Tipster liking several posts, including one that says, "Tommy C is like that awkward drunk uncle that gets pee on as soon as he falls asleep." Who the hell has heard of the trope of children peeing on drunk family members? What is this?
You can't
Tommy
escape
had since
Ludwig.
removed his
The
light
gout
from
will
this
chase
tweet
you to the
before
ends of the
claiming Tommy
universe
had
if
no
necessary.
evidence. But unfortunately, it had already been archived.
It's like The Ring.
This minor spat was just
It's
a
gonna
glimpse
show up
into
everywhere.
Tipster's true character, an inability to admit faults, something that would only become more pronounced over time. It was also not the last occasion his liked post on Twitter would cause him trouble. Regardless, his fan base, whom he dubbed the Tipster Mafia, continued to grow
Bro.
over the coming years.
The Tipster
Notably
Mafia,
his
huh?
back and forth with Susie Liu in 2020.
Okay.
An insane woman abusing YouTube's copyright system put his channel in the spotlight, with many coming to his defense. He had gained friends, street cred, and an audience that after over a decade of effort would allow him to be a full-time content creator, his one dream in life. Unfortunately, with this sliver of fame came scrutiny that he was not prepared to handle, which would end up starting his own demise. What needs to be understood is that Robert had a knack for getting himself into debates he wasn't equipped for about things that didn't even need to be debated in the first place. An early example of this took place in 2021 after another YouTuber named Oki took to Twitter to announce, "I hate Tipster. He's just a lame bottom feeder." This prompted Tipster to invite him on his stream so the two could have a debate whether or not he was indeed a lame bottom feeder. As you can imagine, this debate was not very fruitful, with Tipster showing DMs from Oki complimenting him months prior and proceeding to kick him off the call before he could respond.
Yeah, I was being honest when I said you are the only commentary drama channel that I watch. So I find it really interesting that you would call me a bottom feeder when you were literally choking on my in DMs less than a year ago, dude.
Well, let's just okay. I think you're overestimating how big your is.
No, you were kissing my ass less than a year ago, and now I'm a bottom feeder who you hate when I literally don't even interact with you, dog. Quite frankly, I'm not interested in even continuing this conversation with you anymore.
Are you done yet, or can I?
Yeah,
can I
we are done. Get the out, stupid.
Afterward, Tipster posted, "That was fun, LOL." Oki responded, "Yeah, screaming and then kicking me was a total own." Tipster later cut this debate down for a stream highlight titled, "The most dishonest hack I have ever spoken to." Upon seeing this, Oki responded again saying, "This guy invited me onto his stream to explain why I don't like him and then proceeded to spurg out and kick me 14 minutes in. Most useless convo of my life." Even in mundane interactions, Tipster still managed to repeatedly make a fool of himself. Similar to Drama Alert, he tried to popularize the hashtag TipsterNews, although today the hashtag is exclusively used to mock him. This isn't because Tipster has done anything completely unforgivable, but rather because many would see him as a buffoon. In one notable instance of this supposed buffoonery, Tipster responded to someone calling him greasy and obese by saying, "I still get more action than you. Ladies love the jiggly jiggle." With a Homer Simpson gif attached. It's unknown why he felt the need to respond to this random Twitter user, or why he thought this response would result in anything other than further ridicule. Random Twitter posters getting under his skin was something Tipster could not avoid. On May 12, 2022, Amaranth posted a video titled, "Why I'm Quitting OnlyFans." Tipster somehow managed to screenshot this 1 minute after it was uploaded, and posted it to his Twitter account with the caption, "The simp's bout to be wildin', LOL." When other users pointed out the odd timing of a screenshot and the fact that he appeared to already have watched 30 seconds into the video, Tipster responded by unfollowing and blocking them, including accounts that didn't even tag him directly.
Got him.
This banning spree continued until half the community was blocked by Tipster, including many of his friends, at which point he posted an anime gif with the caption, "Twitter feed looking less cancer at the moment. Kinda wish I did this sooner." He followed this up with another anime gif saying, "Unfollow a few people and everyone starts coping, living rent-free." Tipster clearly wanted people to believe that he was unbothered by the whole ordeal. This is likely why he privated his Twitter account before posting another anime gif captioned, "Stepping away from the net for a bit. Don't know when I'll be back, but right now my mental health is more important and I need to focus on that more than anything. I'll be back when the time is right." He then wiped his entire
he
Twitter
ate a potato
account.
chip.
This Amaranth situation was made funnier due to the reputation Tipster had already garnered online for being an unapologetic simp. Back in 2019, Robert was browsing his Twitter homepage when he saw a beautiful damsel come across his timeline. In her post she wrote, "Thank God I'm a lesbian." This upset Tipster greatly and he replied, "Why do all the hot ones not like me? Hashtag feels bad man, LOL." Tragically, the girl he was responding to turned out to be 17, with her posting underage in her bio. At the time, Tipster was 32 and, as mentioned prior, married. While many fans hoped that Tipster just didn't realize the girl was underage, that didn't stop him from getting laughed at by the entire community. If this was an isolated incident of Tipster giving in to his most primal desires, it's likely I wouldn't be making this video. Unfortunately, thirsting over random women on his timeline was a habitual problem for Tipster, and he surrounded himself with almost any woman who was willing to give him attention. He even included Lord of the Goth Mommies in his Twitter bio, and eventually sold various Goth Mommy themed merchandise, which I'm sure he sold a ton of. As one random commenter put it, Tipster's Goth Mommy harem primarily consisted of, quote, busted middle-aged women well past their prime. One of these beautiful ladies was an alcoholic mother of 9 who went by AP over 9K. She often appeared in Discord calls on Tipster's streams. In one iconic moment after ordering a delicious meal of Taco Bell on DoorDash, she can be heard calling her Dasher the N-word after he canceled her delivery.
To be nice, like, oh, my mom's hot. Like, I don't think that's weird. Wait,
Did you
what?
say that Edward?
Okay. Yeah,
bro,
that's
see,
not
this is
okay.
what I'm fucking
That's
talking
not
about.
okay. Well, that's why she got removed from the call, because it's not okay.
Get the out of here. I know you did it, but I'm like, dude, you can't trust these white women, bro.
Clearly, she was great company for Tipster to keep around, and after one of many instances of Tipster being mocked on Twitter, wherein he deleted most of the videos on his channel and declared he was leaving the community for good, she took it upon herself to defend him, claiming another commenter named Boblax wasn't a good friend to Tipster. This was confusing as Boblax was one of the few people not making fun of Robert at the time. The two got on a call with Tipster joining to mediate, although it was nearly impossible to follow why AP was upset.
You said this tweet is f***ed up, correct? This tweet I made about Tipster's f***ed up, correct?
No, I think you're a giant piece of shit. I think you're a really f***ed up, shitty person, honestly.
Damn!
Like, just in general. But that's probably because I'm actually an adult.
The debate ended with Tipster panicking and deleting the entire server mid-conversation.
Oh, I'm kicked from the server. Wait, what? Wait, did Tipster give her... Tipster deleted the server. The server got deleted. Oh my god.
The following day, Robert posted an apology tweet writing, "I wanted to take a moment to apologize to both AP and Boblax for what happened last night. The whole thing was a big misunderstanding that led to a huge mess. Also, I apologize to AP for not making it clear Boblax was live. I assume she knew and that was a mistake. I am going to take a few days offline. After last night, I just need a few days to myself to decompress." Rather than taking a few days off though, Tipster returned the following day to announce he had taken some Delta 8 gummies. In the end, it seems his apology was not enough for AP, as less than a month later, Tipster had to publicly cut ties with her after finding out she had participated in an anti-Tipster Discord server. She was also now claiming Tipster had intentionally misled her about the debate to being a private call that wouldn't be streamed. Robert responded by saying, "Now you're outright lying. I never promised you it was private. Everyone knew it was live. The VC channel the call took place on was literally called on air, and I told you he was live, but you weren't paying attention." He then posted another sad anime gif captioned, "Sometimes I wonder why I bother being a loyal friend to people who clearly don't deserve it. 'Cause when it comes time to return the favor, I'm always kicked to the curb. I'm too kind for my own good." This was the last straw for AP, who posted a Notes app response claiming that she was drunk during the Boblax stream, although she denies being an alcoholic, writing, "If I was actually an alcoholic, don't you think I would know where my limit is?" And to answer her question, no. She then did the only logical thing and leaked all of her DMs with Tipster. The carnage left in the wake of these DM leaks was immeasurable, and the event went on to be known as Tipstergate. In these messages, AP can be seen sending Tipster screenshots of a user named Spondyle getting 0 likes posting into the void about her. She was clearly upset that Tipster wouldn't defend her from this menace. Tipster calmly responded with a level head writing, "I'm just gonna leave the internet, okay? I screwed up and now everyone is mad at me. So I am just gonna leave and I am not coming back." AP reassures him by saying, "I will never be the person that gets mad and turns on you or spills things you told me in confidence. That is not who I am." Of course, since we're reading this message right now, she did exactly that, which is why we now have something known as the ripped pants incident. This is because also in the leaked messages, Tipster stated, "Sat down in my office chair this morning and my pants split in the ass. Had to rush home and change, lol. Should have took a picture of the pants. It's crazy." Besides talking about wardrobe malfunctions, many of the leaked DMs were also having Tipster attempting to rizz up this married mother of 9. "I thought you looked great in that photo, to be honest. Goth Mommy could get it. Notice the new PFP. Not gonna lie, looking kinda hot in hot pink. Even hotter, Goth Mommy, haha. You a hot goth, haha. Your friend kinda cute, haha. Ayo, she's 16. In one exchange, Tipster can be seen giving AP his personal phone number after the two had only spoken for a few months, following it up with, "Anything for a pink-haired hot goth mommy, LMAO, JK." What can I say? I got a thing for goth chicks. In the wake of this betrayal, Tipster leaked a message she had sent prior to posting their DM saying, "This whole thing is out of control, but I figured I may as well drag us both to hell." He also made a response of his own addressing the various goth mommy related texts, claiming he and AP had just been good friends and nothing more. Regardless of any perceived wrongdoing on his part, Tipster should have never spoken to this woman again. This is a conclusion he unfortunately didn't share, as the two were spotted together on a podcast less than 3 months later. Supposedly, Tipster's Discord mods had tried to convince him to ban AP, and he responded by leaving the server.
So after me and AP and some of the other people kind of patched things up, like I was comfortable allowing them to come back and join the community. And there were some situations with some of the admins where, like, understandably, they were uncomfortable about them coming back, where like they were looking for any excuse to get rid of AP. And on the 4th day, I got so tired of like hearing this. It's obvious that you guys want to do this, so just
Neggy vibes.
do it. And he's like, okay, we did it. And I'm like, all right, cool. And I left the server because I was
Balls.
yeah, I was like really mad about that because I'm like, look, dude, like I understand why people are kind of on edge about
Also,
them
he's way
coming
fatter
back,
than
but at
that.
the same time, like, why are we banning people off of nothing? Like there's nothing there.
Patching things up with AP and allowing her back into his community turned out to be a poor decision for Tipster, when just a few months later the same user she had complained to him about named Spawndile reappeared on Discord, calling her a quote, meth head whore. In response, the mother of the year had her young child call this internet rando the N-word.
Actually, you know what? No, keep me in the call. Come here. Say Spawndile is a do it.
No.
Do it.
No.
Spawndile is a yeah, call CPS. That's funny because a lot of people have tried, but it doesn't work, does it?
This clip was posted to Twitter under the Tipster News hashtag, and as a result, the poster was swiftly blocked, with Tipster writing, "It's dumb that I am expected to respond to allegations that have nothing to do with me." He later confronted this ne'er-do-well on a Twitter space and elaborated on why they needed to be blocked.
Yo, you want to know why you got blocked?
Why did I get blocked, Tipster?
You're trying really hard to associate with me with a situation that I had nothing to do with. What the f does this have to do with me? I have nothing to do with what AP did. I'm not AP's handler.
Did I say you were?
No, but like, what do you think is the point of like mentioning me in the thread? Like, what's the point of that? She did something stupid.
You're her friend, and that's how people know her.
Yeah, I guess so.
This is the Tipster cycle on full display. He surrounds himself with insane people who inevitably do insane things, and then needlessly inserts himself into the middle of it. He was never asked to comment about AP and wasn't even tagged in the original thread, yet here he is on Twitter, having a meltdown anyways. His tantrum continued on Discord, where he was asked, "Are you gonna disassociate from AP?" He responded by unfriending the person who asked and blocking them on Twitter. Spawndile later posted a thread claiming the father of the kid who called him the N-word had reached out alleging CPS was already investigating AP, and that one of her children had been born with meth in their system. This is the type of person Tipster will repeatedly fall on his sword for in exchange for a potential 2 a.m. Gooner call. With these revelations, it seems Tipster finally cut off contact with AP for good, replacing her with a new goth mommy who went by Rump. You would hope by now he would have learned his lesson, but you would be wrong. On February 19th, 2023, Rum was caught liking a post containing what appeared to be an explicit drawing of a child. Ordinarily,
Spondil.
this wouldn't present a major
Spondil,
issue for
I
Tipster,
don't know, man,
as
that
Rum
guy
was not a
sounds
key
like me
figure
might
on his
need a
streams,
hard
and
drive
nobody
check.
was even asking him to comment. Of course, this is Tipster we're talking about, so none of that mattered. One of his goth mommies was in peril, and it was time for her valiant knight to step in while debating none other than Boblax on the issue. As he'd state, "I see the usual suspects are trying to call someone out for liking Lolly when they don't know what Lolly actually is. Some things never change. It's Lolly, Tipster. It's a cartoon of a child with nothing but a strip of clothing covering the flat chest and crotch. Why is it a child? 'Cause it had small tits? Guess grown women never had small tits before. Small
No, you
tits.
said flat.
The girl has no tits, Tipster. It's clearly a child. I have seen video game characters that look like this
Odd
and no one
this
bats
coming
an
from
eye.
Boblax,
When
though.
prompted to provide an example of any video game character that looked, no one bats an eye.
I've seen video game characters that look like that. What? Like Etna from from Disgaea, but that's not sexualized, Tipster.
When prompted to provide an example of any video game character that looked even remotely similar to the image in question, Tipster responded by saying, "My point is that this community is full of spurgs who know nothing about anime or anime culture, commenting on anime culture, and it's dumb, dude." This was the hill Tipster was choosing to die on, literally posting,
Etna is
"I
sexualized.
stand by my take."
It's
Ironic that
Nothing
Etna
wrong.
isn't
I
sexualized
will die
despite
on that
being a
hill.
succubus.
Evidently upset
But
after
that's just
seeing this
Disgaea
on
for
his
you.
Yeah, well, it's not pornographic is the point I'm trying to make. It's sure she's dressed seductively, I guess.
timeline. Keemstar replied saying, "You won't even debate the topic on my show." Tipster politely declined the invitation, but that's when PackGod joined the conversation to lay down the law. The definition of a lolly is a young or young-looking girl character in Japanese anime and manga. I don't see why you would defend the open sexualization of that. While this attempt to reason with Robert was commendable, in the end, not even PackGod was strong enough to overpower Tipster's block button. The following day, Keemstar and PackGod loaded up a stream to talk about the situation when, in spite of previously refusing to do so, Tipster called in to explain his side.
And you have loyalty to your friends, so you're trying to defend your friend, right? But in this case, you lost. You lost on Twitter. You lost with your other friends. You lost with me. You lost PackGod. You lost the audience. Everyone disagrees with you.
I genuinely don't care about what people think about me on this issue.
As usual, Tipster was spiraling and struggling to defend himself, but he still had one last card to play in this debate.
This is about people liking stylized anime art, and people are trying to turn it into pedophilia, and I think it's like fucking gross.
I think that was a pedophilic
into Tipster likes lolly and Tipster.
What am I supposed to?
Yourself.
What am I supposed to think when you're saying that you're gonna fucking die on this hill, Tips? Now he left. He left. I'm gonna click on Tipster right here. Verified Tipster, right? He fucking blocked me.
I'm not blocked.
Yeah, because you have a pussy.
Clearly stressed out, he decided to take a brief intermission from all of the drama when an OnlyFans creator came across his timeline, holding several Monster Energy drink cans. Looking for an excuse to interact with her, he quote tweeted the post saying, "Turkey Tom's dream girl?" In a reply, one user wrote, "I'm pretty sure Tom is in a happy relationship, and not all guys want to leave their girl for a random e-girl, Tipster. Maybe you should stop projecting." Tipster fired back with, "When I see people this concerned about my marriage, there is only one conclusion I can come to. This dude and others like him want to me, and they're mad because my wife..."
I mean, yeah, it would be called a lolly, but there's no, sexual aspect to it.
Gets to, and they don't.
It's not pornographic, it's just the character.
What the fuck? These two continued their back and forth, concluding with Tipster writing, These two continued their back and forth, concluding with Tipster writing, "Fat boy bussy is best bussy."
No.
The only conclusion I can derive from this is that
That's just a
Tipster likes
degenerate.
being penetrated, which I suppose is foreshadowing for later in the video. It was also around this time that other users noticed Tipster had begun liking similar lolly posts from the same account that posted the original drawing. This was likely meant to serve as some
This is why
strange
likes
act of
aren't public
solidarity
anymore.
with Rum. Eventually, Rum herself joined the stream with Keemstar and PackGod and completely dismantled the ground Tipster had been defending her from.
Okay, Rum. As soon as it was brought to my attention that it was in my likes, I just went and unliked it, and I didn't think anything of it.
Okay, so to confirm, Rum, you had accidentally liked that photo, correct?
Yeah.
Not only did Rum concede that the image was probably lolly, but she hadn't even intentionally liked the post. It was also later confirmed that the drawing was indeed of a child. With this in mind, surely Tipster would back down from his position or at least move on, but no. Instead, he posted a response video to his channel blaming everyone else besides himself.
I have never defended the existence of lolly content, and I never will. Now, we did eventually come to the conclusion that this was actually lolly based on some digging we did on the account that originally posted it. Well, actually, it was Shota. Basically lolly, but for male characters, for those of you who are unaware. Which is also kind of funny in its own way because everyone was arguing about how it looked like a little girl, and it was actually a boy. And I was just looking for a bit of clarification just to be sure. But in my opinion, my biggest mistake was trying to have this conversation in this community, because they too aren't equipped to tackle this conversation properly. This community doesn't have the intellectual capacity to
They're
have these
just
kinds
not
of conversations.
smart enough
I
to
get that
know
we're
the
human and we make
difference.
mistakes sometimes, but y'all this one up so damn bad. It's crazy. And these are just some of the many issues I have had with the commentary community over the course of the past year. And it's the reason for the past year that I have been distancing myself from this community. Y'all made a mountain out of a grain of sand. Keemstar was saying that everyone should come together and oust me from the community, the same way they did with Flamenco. And to that I say, don't bother. I'll see myself on out.
In spite of constantly putting
If
himself
only.
at the
These
center of
people
any
need to
turmoil
read up
that
the rules
surrounded
on the
him,
internet,
he seems to
especially on
believe
Rule
it's
12.
actually everyone else forcing him into this position. His proclamation that he would be leaving the community was also meaningless at this point, considering it's probably the 5th time he said this in the past 2 years. All this drama left Tipster in a precarious position, with few friends and even fewer goth mommies
This
still
could have all been
associating
avoided
with
if
him.
you weren't
This is
publicly
when
liking
he
lewd
saw
shit
a
on their
golden
public
opportunity
Twitter.
to jump ship entirely to a much more welcoming community.
On August 5th, I was woken up by London Police Services pointing an assault rifle in my face at my home.
The disgraced creator, Keffels, is somebody I've discussed previously on my channel over her various antics.
the
By
man
2023, she had already made herself a pariah
Hey!
in most online spaces
God damn
due
it.
to a series of slanderous lies she spread about other online figures and her local police department.
Oh no, that
She did,
thumbnail.
however, still maintain a small following of ardent supporters, and among them was Tipster for some reason. That reason became more clear when, upon doing a scroll through of Keffels' Instagram, one user came to the horrifying realization that Tipster had liked every single post. Even on his stream, Tipster was giving Keffels unusually positive coverage.
So Keffels usually kind of dresses up like tomboyish, right? Can we just agree that she cleans up real nice?
I can see why the wife was very unhappy to be sitting there next to Tipster. Damn it, Gamer from Mars, but isn't Tipster like trans now too? So don't you have to call him or her? It reminds me of that, what was it, Dave Muscati video we watched by Mikey No More, where he's just like, I am not going to respect this guy's preferred pronouns. See, maybe DSP is in chat talking about how he ripped packs. We're gonna need way more skip juice than this. What? Oh god, the fucking LARPers are so cringe. First in chat! I'm so excited, we back boys! Woohoo! I didn't know what to do with myself yesterday! Okay, Tommy Versetti 69, sure. Reddit thinks they're really, really funny. Here's the Dark Lady Goth LARPer. You pulled an illustration rare. So goofy. Why the turkey? Why is there a turkey there, Phil? Why is there a turkey here? Why is there a third turkey? A third turkey has hit the thumbnail. What's with all the turkeys, Phil? It's because he's eating healthy. By the way, Grok, I don't know if you realize this, but I'm eating healthy and I'm eating a lot of turkey. Why are they putting turkeys in the image? I wasn't supposed to do that.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, Tamara.
This
has
nothing to do with the topic of justice.
Sparta.
But my main account has been banned.
The best Mike No More lolcow was John Finley, especially because rather than rooting for his downfall you will root for his success. The guy has balls.
I'll be able to post on my main account as once again.
What?
But this topic...
This is the 75's right Raditz saying program.
Matters to me. And so
the 75s.
I would like to ask this question to those who might have actual knowledge about it.
Immediately I regretted the decision to look up that name on Google.
You see, at the beginning of Dragon Ball Z,
at the beginning of Dragon Ball Z,
right at the beginning of the first episode, Raditz was introduced.
Right.
And he was immediately the most powerful character in the series. He was easily able to overpower
the farmer with the shotgun, who is by far the most powerful human on planet Earth.
Who were the strongest character at the end of the regular Dragon Ball.
Yeah?
And I believe I have uncovered the training program.
I've uncovered the
has to do with the power.
I've uncovered the hyperbolic time chamber because I feel like I've been here forever.
It has to do with the 75s.
75s.
Now the only thing
Good morning, Gaywig.
is of concern to me.
What?
Is that Raditz has male baldness pattern.
Okay, this is the point.
Here and over here.
This is what we're focusing on.
He has bald spots.
He just has a Vegeta hairline.
He has lots of hair, but he still has male baldness pattern.
How does that make any sense?
And the reason I suspect that it may have to do with the 75s is because the 75s
are balding.
Are shorter than the Son Goku and
the Trotters has infiltrated my foot and it started stimulating and went up to my brain and infected the spots. But I don't have hair.
It keeps shrinking my ears.
That
my ears can't get any
smaller.
smaller.
They lift heavier weights.
So I won't be able to hear Emma Watson.
And therefore are more masculine. And the male baldness pattern is somewhat associated with masculinity. I mean, there is a reason why it's called the male baldness pattern and not female baldness pattern.
Well, there is one though. There is a female pattern baldness. It's usually parted down the middle.
I would like some information about it.
What?
If I do the 75s, will I suffer from male baldness pattern too?
What?
Is it guaranteed?
It's worth it to become a Saiyan, Tamir.
Risk of baldness.
No one's gonna make fun of you for being bald if you can destroy everything. Okay, look at Nappa.
Program, the 75s.
Why are we talking about Raditz and not Nappa when we're talking about baldness?
Attractive because you become so much stronger, so much sooner.
Yeah,
than
no
the
one will care about your hair,
Dragon
man.
Ball program.
You'll be able to fly and shit, right?
And I personally am attracted to becoming really strong. Especially since the weights I currently lift
are not strong enough.
Are very small, and they would like to be able to lift at least
well, first you have to max out sit-ups, and then you buy a weight machine.
As soon as possible. And therefore the Raditz program, the 75s, is very attractive to me. But I don't want any negative consequences
Tamir is a Krillin mega
to my
fan.
health, neither to my physical health.
I bet he really hates the idea of the
mental
Saitama
health.
program. Because the Saitama program
Another thing I'm slightly
it involves
worried
losing your
about
hair.
is that this word.
I wonder if anyone's told him about
the
this Saitama program.
75s might be somewhat associated with lust, and
I do not want to
if
lose
I
my
do that,
hair.
Would it make me like suffer from some form of mental disease in which I would be overly obsessed about women or sexuality and be unable.
Maybe you do need the Saitama program. Just be content with self-actualization.
To always keep a cool head.
Yeah, you definitely are known for that.
Maybe those are just worries. You see, I don't have actual information about those things. This is all just guesses. It's
all just guesses.
Encoded hidden information that I only have clues about. I don't have any scientific research.
Oh, you sound very confident.
I'm asking about this Raditz the 75's program. Will I be overcome?
I don't even know where I got the idea of 75.
Will I suffer from male baldness pattern, or is it the opposite? Will I just enjoy this?
You'll get shot by Piccolo's special beam cannon.
Strength gains that I'm going to make, and I'm going to become really strong and happy with it.
And since you don't have a pure heart, you don't go to Snake Way. I'm sorry, Tamir.
So, what do you guys think?
I just told you. So you don't have the pure of heart. You're gonna get blown up by the spirit bomb. It's just gonna rip you apart. You need a pure heart, and in order to do that, you need to stop scaring your mom by yelling so loudly into your camera. Oh, yeah, the Makanko Sapo. What do you got? I probably have not seen many of these clips. Come on, Red Dale.
I got a Jim Carrey video dropping tomorrow. You'll see the video tomorrow in the morning. They cloned Jim Carrey. December is 2027, technically speaking. Anybody that would have me on their stream, immediately all this shit would go viral. Because it's like seeing a wild Pokemon in the wild. Like, it's just something you just don't expect. I know, right? Instead, they just stole my likeliness and made a black man with thunder. Crazy, right? How are you gonna feel when, like, what's gonna be your first thing you do on the moon when it's time for hotels to be on the moon? Who the fuck is Q?
How often you rest a muscle before hitting it again?
I don't.
LTG, why do you think he gets so much surgery for his face and skin bleaching? Did he just hate being black?
I don't know. I guess they say it was vitiligo, whatever the it's called, but vitiligo.
It's a real
Robert
thing.
Richardson will serve as cinematographer. I don't know how to say that word. Cinematographer.
Cinematographer. What the fuck?
This nigga really has a
cinematographer.
A pool table.
Cinemata.
When did she come out?
Cinematographer.
Well, somebody said 40 minutes. Well, wait a minute. Your 40 minutes is different than mine because I'm on West Coast.
What?
There was actual electricity in the pyramids. If you ever, so when you see inside of the pyramids, right, when they show you how the did they get those hieroglyphics way the up there in pitch black, because you can't light a match because there's too much there's not enough
He wants
oxygen
to be in the movie
in
industry.
for a
He
flame
knows
to
what
stay
a
lit.
cinematographer is.
So they had electricity.
Obviously.
It was illustrated here. That's what this is. That's how they were able to get all these writings and everything on the wall. The shit was dark as They had electricity. They were the real, exactly. They were type whatever. They were better than us. You know what we do? The closest we got to a pyramid is creating the Luxor in Las Vegas, that ugly ass building. We don't really have the tech. Yeah, they actually have free energy.
I don't think I did watch
And
this
like I
one.
said, if you guys notice, all the pyramids, Mexico, Egypt, I forgot where else, they all align with specific star system.
What?
With the specific star system.
How?
Or star
Maybe you're
systems.
just stupid, Dale, and they carved all
That's
that
not
shit
coincidental.
outside and put
How
it
did they
in.
know where to build the pyramid? Directly under those specific star systems.
What?
Probably portals.
What does that mean?
Yeah, they definitely had a different
It's everything. What?
type of knowledge than we did. Like,
So if it was moved like 3 feet to the left, it wouldn't be underneath that specific star?
their tech was different than ours.
That's
Yeah, they
true.
were in skirts and wearing flip-flops, but they knew a lot more. It's technically not meant for us to know our oceans. Because if it was, the creator would have gave us gills. Just think about that for a second. The creator made us blind to our reality. The real reality made us blind to our real reality, nerfed our genetics where we don't have the muscle twitch fibers of an animal. We don't have the eyesight of an animal. We don't have anything that nature gives us to protect us from actual nature. We die from disease easily.
No one else dies from disease.
The elements work against us. Winter works against us. Summer technically works against us. The only thing that's comfortable on Earth is really like fall and spring. And the summer is too damn hot. And the winter is too damn cold. But
we adapt. Like, we adapt in ways that other animals don't adapt.
A cat could go outside.
That's why there's humans all over the planet, whereas like most species of other animal on the planet are localized to one specific area.
We're literally smarter than ever other creature on this planet.
I guess LTG disagrees, but he should speak for himself.
Outside, no problem. A dog could go outside, no problem. Animals could go outside, no problem. Oh yeah, gills. If the creator wanted us to travel and explore the oceans, simply would have made us with gills.
Or they could have made us smart enough to come up with a submarine.
Would have made us a superhuman.
But if we had gills, then it would be harder to exist above the surface.
The creator didn't want us to explore oceans and go underwater. They wanted to make sure...
LTG, this is just cope for you can't swim. And we know you can't swim, okay? It's very stereotypical.
That when they seeded...
If God wanted me to swim, he would have given me gills. That's why I shouldn't go into the pool, Mom.
On this planet, we left the marine life alone. And we just basically stayed on Earth. Well, not on Earth, but on shore. On land.
It's all Earth.
Don't question me.
All of
just
it is
think
Earth.
Logically. Stop thinking inside the box. Yeah, basically,
just agree with me and stop questioning.
Sora is just collect everybody's data so that they can clone us later. Or clone our consciousness into AI. I'm collecting data, making AI smarter. I'm able to make future AI robots with faster consciousness. They can possibly be controlled. I can clone people, so on and so forth. I can clone people's personalities. Come on now. It's funny. I was thinking about getting on chess, but I don't know how to play it.
God reigns on the divine counsel of other gods.
I'd believe him if he wasn't forcing his
LTG
food, forcing
bringing
his
down
face
the
with
average
his
on
food
Sora's data
24/7
harvesting.
and wearing a chain. This nigga's flexing corny ass jewelry 24/7. I pull a fucking big crazy like motherfucker. Your man come Hurley better not
a
say
whole lot
shit
of self-awareness
out
among cows.
Yeah, Oreos, you're only supposed to eat them one time a year.
What? You're only supposed to eat Oreos one time a year?
Go back like this.
We went from foot stimulation to black stimulation.
I believe you could be multiple people in one soul. That's what the brain is for, right? There's no point in me sharing actual IQ with idiots. Yeah, a lot of people hate
Wouldn't it be
Soul
multiple
Swap, though.
souls?
A lot of
and-
bums
okay.
that never wrote anything a day in their life. Never wrote a script or anything. Yeah, you know what? This shit actually might be way better. Actually, it's not. There's no auto aim. I mean, graduated high school, it only means something to your parents. Your parents got you nothing? My point exactly.
You pouring one for yourself too?
I don't see how could hate AI. Like, that shit was phenomenal. I still believe that he's a fake racist as well. Yeah, I still believe he's a fake racist too. If he was a racist, he would have never f***ed a black bitch. Bookmark this because what do anthropoids watch currently? If you don't have any, like, what do anthropoids watch now? Are cartoons still a thing? Pretty much Skyrim? No, I never played Skyrim before, right?
No, we got rid of
cartoons.
cartoons.
Skyrim, like back in the day, hearing that people like died from playing it for so many hours. If it's so fire, why do you think they never made a sequel? It sucks. I mean, I just want to. The only reason I want to play it is to troll. I don't want to. I don't want to play it to like do combos. I want to play it to troll. There's somebody that trolls on the internet past 30. Just calm. Just calm. So it's not straight up caffeine. Teacrine tricks the body into thinking that it's caffeine when it's not. Like, my sense of smell used to be one of my strongest senses outside of my eyes. There's a multiverse out there where blacks were on top. We're cognitive, we're top tier, we're upper echelon. And this multiverse, we're just not. No wonder Galactic Federations laugh at us as a species. It seems like a lot of you guys love that background. You know why you love it? Because it's fucking AI. Because a human being can't create something so blissful since invented Van Gogh. That's why you love it. I love AI. Closest you'll get to having an imagination at your fingertips.
What?
New theory. Lol cows fear the water. LTG. DSP can't swim. Bet Boogie. Cyrix and Wings can't
That's
either.
how you spell Bendy,
Nova
right?
don't take showers and Shani for Christ would met if she slightly touch water.
Now we're
Well,
getting
I'm looking
somewhere.
at my right. You talking about which right we talking? Because
I do think
we
Boogie
talking about
can
if I turn
swim,
around,
like,
right?
his
Or front
biggest,
facing
most
right.
popular
Yo, what are
video
those
is him
mics you guys told me, the
falling into
pinnable
a
mics
pool.
on your shirt. What do they call again? I know Vert, you told me before. I said paralyzed. I'm only gonna get 2 hours because, you know, this reality I created, nothing is easy. Yeah, we're over making Kool-Aid pineapples instead of trying to become an intergalactic species. The Scream 7 shit, by dropping his trash ass movie so close to it because it turned Scream into like more of a joke. I don't even know how they don't get sued for that shit. I don't know how they're allowed to make parodies without the makers of Scream just suing the fuck out of them.
Parody.
I'm not sure how they get away with any of that. It must be like some shit that they're able to slip through the cracks.
Satire.
No, what are you talking about? You went in somebody's stream and it was the worst shit you've seen before. Funky, what are you talking about? As far as shooters goes, it's not like I'm against it. It's just I don't really find them fun like that. I feel like there's no climax in shooting games. I don't consider Fortnite a shooter. It's like, it's third person. World Star ruined my YouTube career.
There's no climax to a first
Look, by the
person
time I got the pizza, it's like a I think he was a Rashid or something. He goes, he's like, yes, my friend. He was like, they said it would take 30 minutes to press the pizza. I was like, that's fine. I still want it. I paid for it. He's like, okay, I bring it for you. I'm like, all right, get the pizza.
Nice.
This shit definitely AI.
If I was to come to you for advice, which you give out readily, would you say that I need?
Looking like, would you allow me to chakra you right now? Wait, she got eggs that aren't refrigerated? The fuck? You get chakra, the muscles in your anal cavity never actually repair. Once you blow those muscles out through anal, you'll never be able to hold your bowel movements correctly ever again.
What's up?
Like there's that
all right, LTG, I'll take your word for it.
Go back to what it was before. Right. It's meant to be tight to hold in bowel movements.
That's a shame.
So once you get chakra in old age, you will be wearing the pins. It's not designed for us to be of higher power in this multiverse that exists somewhere else. It doesn't regenerate. Once your chakra's gone, it's over. Why do you think people want to take it? Tell you, man, I could have. That's like a boxer tying both of his hands behind his back, and you're a novice.
Solid concrete, folks. Watch carefully.
He's actually right about the sphincter. Was a lady that had too much of it and had to wear diapers at 30.
Too much what?
Damn, I didn't catch any Majestism.
This isn't Naruto, this is the real world.
Or some shit. You know, I really feel like that's a pointless species. Speaking of bunny.
Yeah, we saw this one.
What purpose does a bunny...
purpose is a bunny?
Oh, his name was Purple. What? But seriously though, back on bunnies. What purpose does a bunny serve? Just think about that. Like, what are they like on Earth for?
To feed other animals. They're prey animals.
Like, they don't make good pets. They don't run fast like that unless they're jackrabbits. I'm just trying to figure out like why are they on Earth?
Try chasing one with
There's
your chicken
legs.
legs.
On Earth where I feel like it's just worthless for them to be here, but I mean, everything that was here on Earth, I feel like was
Bunnies
here before
serve no
humans.
purpose.
Because this isn't our planet.
Purpose,
so
bunny.
I mean, I guess that makes sense.
Poor Pippa.
We're on an alien world, so I guess that's why bunnies are here on an alien planet. They gave us Sora and made cats playing the drums and dunking basketballs. They said, F imagination. This is all I can think about is cats. And people doing dumb shit and making fried chicken and doing dumb shit. See, you know what Sora was? Sora was actually a test.
Ecosystem. Without any rabbits or bunnies, there will be an overgrowth of alfalfa.
They knew Sora was gonna flop, but they wanted to see how creative human beings would get, where you could prompt your imagination and create your wildest dreams via prompts. We failed as a species. That was proof. That was a test. They said, you know what? We'll throw Sora out there. XP, shut up for the 19. We'll throw Sora out there, and then what we'll do is we'll see what they do with it. We'll see how creative their imaginations are, bro. They
We
threw
put
out,
DSP in
we already
it,
know
and
what
they're
time
like,
it is.
all
They threw
right,
out,
enough of those.
Sora is a
No more
test
for you.
to the human species, and we flunked out. Right? Anybody who came in here and dropped any subs, here's the secret. All of you guys come from the
Sora
realm of
had
Sora.
no purpose.
You're not even from
Clearly,
this actual
somebody
realm.
didn't watch Beck TV.
So what I did is I used Sora
Chewing
and
down.
ChatGPT to
Sora
come up with a
videos, they're
prompt
not
to
very
give me
creative.
to give me the algorithms to make sure
Talk
that I
about it.
built
It's
the
the best
machine that
movie
was
ever.
orthogonal, that
Soul
brought
swap.
people that aren't even from this realm, aren't even from this multiverse. I was able to pull you here, and then you were able to drop me candies. Because we came up with some
gave
sort
me
of deal
money.
that if you were to alter the future of this multiverse and this realm, that something will work out for you. So
Quit
that's
banging
really how
on
I
your
got
desk,
all my candy droppers in
please.
here. I really used Sora and ChatGPT to figure out how to pull you out the fibers of a different multiverse to be able to get that going.
Different multiverse.
All right.
Isn't it all a multiverse?
And there was some that was so dumb he got himself banned because he was so gullible and so stupid and was just a kid that literally was born out of casual sex, that went to school from kindergarten all the way up to a senior in high school to grow up and do nothing. He's a backpacker, or go home and come home, and or go to school and come home and do homework kid. Basically a BSB.
What? A bright side Bob?
I look at both because I got two eyes. Don't worry about my workout routine. Just go to ChatGPT and get your own. You should never ask anybody their workout routine. Damn, what the f did I just do? No, I'm talking about OBS. It just split my damn screen. What the fuck? I just did Control Z. It doesn't work. Studio mode? Maybe. How do I change it? Fuck. Look at it. You see it? How the f I get rid of that?
Look at
it has
this.
everything split with bullshit in the middle. Right click the screen
He had
and go
studio
what?
mode?
It just says add source, blah, blah, blah. It's not letting me do shit. Damn, I did this before, but I got it back. I just don't know what the f I clicked on. See, it's a black screen. I don't know what the f to do. Here, let me I'm gonna screen share it. Not screen share, but I'm gonna go to print screen and show you what I'm looking at. Matter of fact, you might not even be able to see it. You guys see that?
Looking good, man.
Click studio mode in the right. Where exactly? Bottom right where you see controls. I mean, I see options, but
it's under
streaming,
recording.
Yeah. I don't even know what I clicked on, to be honest. I'm trying to fix something. So you guys can't see me either? All right, I'm trying to fix it right now. Yeah, I don't know what the this is. Try with view, docs, reset UI. Told me if I do that, it will hide additional docs, so you'll need to unhide the docs. Press transition. Nah, it didn't work. Yeah, you see stuff, but for me, I'm seeing two screens on my
evolutioning right here.
This is why
studio
the
mode?
Intergalactic
Maybe.
Council
Check the
doesn't give us flying cars.
check the table real quick. Okay, how do I turn it off studio mode? I mean, at this point in this day and age, how do you get screwed
Behold
over in
the
any
intelligence
contract
of a new age black.
when ChatGPT exists?
Behold!
Think about that for a second. You sign any type of deal, you can just scan the contract for ChatGPT. Well, on ChatGPT, and then boom. Fine print doesn't even exist no more. You can't get away with shit. Finesse 2 times? That was before ChatGPT though. And he's barbecued, so he's out the loop. Bro, speaking of, somebody said something about GNC. Bro, I had a weird ass dream about GNC, but it was like
black person.
an alternate reality one, like a multiverse GNC. The stores were bigger.
That's
they had
why
all
the
these different
Intergalactic
vitamins you
Federation
never
didn't
seen
visit us.
before that did
They are
different
too
shit.
busy trying to figure out how OBS
I
works.
just felt like I was
And
dreaming
DSP
about
is
the
married
multiverse
now.
or something. Like it was just a completely different alternate reality. It was strange though. It was like weird types of pills. If I could just go back into the dream, I probably could have pulled some shit out that we're not supposed to know and just brought it back to this time, brought it back to this multiverse. Because that was a weird ass dream. Definitely like some different Earth shit. Yeah, it was odd. Nah, just everything was different. It was Earth, but everything was like.
But the GNC was
complex. Bigger. I feel like dreams are a gateway we're not supposed to be able to tap into. Say aliens aren't real?
No.
Quick question. How did
Quit
you type
chewing
the
your
message
gum,
that
you
just typed in
fucking
chat?
creep.
Me, I went outside and saw a panda lee. I'm not sure if she was Asian, but I felt a weird sensation.
How did you type the message that you just typed in chat? How did you type the message that you just typed in chat?
With my fingers. What? Why does that prove aliens? That'll show you. I bet you don't know what to say now.
Your fingers, correct?
This is LTG content when he's not raging at
people.
people.
Gave you the ability to be able to do that?
What?
A tadpole in the ocean?
To type? I taught myself.
That just created humans?
No, humans.
If you don't realize that your body is just organic tech, you're an idiot. Sorry to break it to you.
You're an idiot.
Your finger, everything. Look, your fingers work because of tech, right? Organic tech that was created.
What?
You take your cock
This
out
is
and
the
piss.
equivalent of Big
Organic
N.
tech. You know how the creator's a
LTG, you do
generous
realize
creator?
a keyboard was designed for the human hand,
Every
right?
time you get top, the creator is so generous, they allowed us to feel pleasure via sex. There's your proof right there that aliens exist. When you think aliens, don't think like just green men and shit. Think something from outer Earth.
No, they made sex feel good so we'd be more likely to do it and reproduce.
That doesn't exist on Earth.
Why else would you want to be around another person?
That's what you should think alien. Don't just think the typical green men, the grays and all that. There's all different types of extraterrestrial, extra dimensional beings. Right? You could pray for whatever the creator could have made it where we don't even feel sex, or we just give birth.
Well, that would have been a bad idea.
All beings give birth, no sex. The creator was like, oh, you know what? Let me make them feel pleasure on the tip of the penis. You know what? Let me create a clitoris that mocks the inside of a flower that blossoms.
Biomechanical alien.
Gets when a
That's
woman gets turned on.
Dale.
Let's make her get wet to increase the pleasure of penetration. Let's give her a clitoris. And moron.
What are you talking
to think
about?
that aliens. Now, when we say aliens, we mean anything that's not from Earth.
So dumb.
Are not real. You're a product and living example and proof of aliens existing. The human body is way too incredible. As weak and as cheap as a vessel as it is, you got to respect the masterpiece behind it. Just really study your body for a day. Go look at some anatomy and look how the bones work in the body.
So if this was a planet that humans didn't exist on, then you wouldn't believe there was a creator?
Look how the tendons work. Just really pay attention to it. Just do some research on how your body actually works. You really should be fascinated at every single thing about you. Every single thing about you.
Why do you only focus on
like you're a product of a higher power that exists that's really masterful in science and technology beyond anything that we can actually fathom. Just biology? Damn. You know, it's okay to be oblivious. Why are we 99% genetically identical to chimpanzees?
Very persuasive. It's okay if you don't know anything and you're dumb and I'm smart. Whatever.
God made some byproduct human beings. You know what? Probably came here, seen monkeys, and was like, I don't feel like doing all the work. Let me just borrow some little shits from those apes, and then I'll make some subspecies. Boom. Problem solved. See how that works? So if you want to argue, damn, why do we share DNA? Well, I mean, clearly the creator came here.
I can see why the scientist categorizes our species with the name Homo, because this guy is definitely one.
And then I'll create like a bullshit hybrid. Yeah, and we'll make them look better.
Why didn't they do it with you?
He was.
Man, Neil deGrasse just be talking. He's like, Neil deGrasse to me is the wrong type of genius. It's just like, just because you don't see, you don't. So this man has an incredible working brain, right?
Allegedly.
And still will argue that there is not a God. When you literally sit here with a high IQ and realize how things work in the universe, yet say that there's no proof. It just doesn't make any sense. You're opening your mouth and having these conversations because there is proof.
Well, maybe you should try convincing
that was one of the things.
him.
It's like, why am I getting tired on stream? Like, I'm not really tired. Why am I falling asleep on stream? Those the Red Bulls. Instead of doing a Red Bull, I'll do an extra scoop of pre-workout, which will actually open up my blood vessels, give me beta-alanine for energy, endurance.
Open up those blood vessels.
And it has teacrine in it. So teacrine. Yes, I noticed that drinking Red Bulls every day was causing me to fall asleep. New scientists revealed that our universe has a secret mirror twin running backwards in time. If this is real, there could be a mirror version of us where it could somehow look across. We'd see effects arrive before their causes. Obviously, it exists. But our human eye is designed to only see particular things. You know how much shit is locked away in our retinas alone? That's what's crazy about it. Like, whatever even created our eyeballs wanted to make sure we didn't see certain shit. Like,
it was unnecessary.
The way dogs and animals the way animals see things are completely different than a human being. Like, you know, they say like animals can see spirits and shit like that and can see paranormal things, yet it's blind to us. So the creator literally made us blind to our whole reality on purpose. They wanted this shit to be a fabricated mirage. All this shit is a physical mirage I can touch, yes, but everything's hidden.
How do you explain us being able to make machines that are able to look at other spectrums of light? Why didn't the creator prevent that from happening?
Everything's locked away in design to where we can't see.
Didn't lock it away very well.
Isn't that crazy when you really think about it? Yeah, animals are better because
do a good job of locking it away.
They're native to Earth. Maybe our eyeballs will work correctly on the correct planet that
kind of lazy.
You know, we actually come from our DNA. That is remember, just because you're born here doesn't mean you're from here. Just like an illegal alien. Just because you're born, just because your parents fuck in America doesn't mean, you know what I mean? Like.
Not really.
Just because you're born here don't mean you're technically from here. So
what the fuck are you talking about?
Same shit.
If you're talking about laws, that's like fucking subjective. There's an objective fact that if you're from somewhere, you're from there.
Same concept when it comes to humans on Earth. We could breathe it.
You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying, right?
We could live it. But
if you disagree,
it's
you're
not
an
our
idiot.
original habitat. Like what higher power said, let's start making human beings dumb?
This is such a misconception of one's personal reality.
What shift in society said, let's make everything dumb and remedial for human beings? Let's dumb down the race before we wipe them out and get some better shit here. Let's make everybody stupid. So when it comes time to, survive this rapture, whatever the is coming, everybody's too dumb to do things.
Okay, Dale. Over 10 years ago, how much has I lost as low tier god due to online piracy of my content? Over 10 years, how much has I lost on YouTube as...
Do you see what I'm seeing? Our AI knows everything. So, I said over 10 years, how much have I lost on YouTube as low tier god due to online piracy of my content?
Piracy?
This is to estimate how much money you lost from piracy / re-uploads of your YouTube content over 10 years. We have to do this realistically using ad revenue math, not guesses. I'll walk through this step by step, like a forensic estimate. Step 1, average YouTube pay. Fuck all that. Look, let's get to the juicy shit. See, this right here is how I'm going to be able to sue YouTube. So,
with my AI lawyer.
Pay, blah, 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 $2 to $5 per 1,000 views, RPMs. After YouTube cut gaming content, usually $2 to $3 RPMs. We'll use $2.50 per 1,000 views as a realistic average. Money / views, 1,000 views X RPM. Step 2, pirated, re-uploaded view estimates, reaction channels, clip channels, troll channels. Funny how I mentioned that, right? Compilation channels, stream uploads, TikTok reposts, Twitter reposts. If we estimate very conservatively, clip channels, 50 million views, some stolen from over 10 years. Compilations, 30 million. Reactions, 20 million. Re-uploads, 25 million. TikTok reposts, 40 million. Ironic, right? Twitter reposts, 15 million. Estimated total pirated views, 180 million views. This is actually conservative. Step 3, convert views to lost revenue. Estimated lost YouTube revenue over the past 10 years, 450,000.
But they
because
wouldn't
RPM
have
varies and views could be higher. Scenario,
instead.
lost money. Low estimate, realistic, high estimate. So high estimate would be 800,000. So the high estimate
I'm
is
going
the
to be a
realistic
millionaire.
part, right? Important, the real loss is bigger because piracy also causes lost subscribers, lost memberships, lost donations, lost Twitch viewers, lost sponsorship deals, lost algorithm
ones
growth,
you wouldn't have gotten
brand
anyways.
damage. Real total career loss from piracy is closer to 750,000 to 1.5 million over 10. If this went to court, this is actually how damages are calculated. Standard ad RPM, brand damage, lost growth. This is called lost revenue damages, unjust enrichment, copyright damages. Final realistic estimate over 10 years, 400,000 to 800,000 in lost YouTube revenue, 750,000, 1.5 total career impact.
Yeah, I mean, case closed.
Look, all I gotta do is just give this shit to a lawyer. Like, yo, you want to take this case or not?
All I have to do. All I have to do is copy paste this into an email and send it off to a court man in Courtland, and he's gonna give me $1.5 million. He's gonna take it all from you and give it to me.
He owes me money. Just that simple.
Yeah,
every platform owes me a bag. Yeah, you can't use this exactly. You could use this to actually sue somebody for defamation too. I'll just throw in everything you did. He'll scan it, tell me if it's real or not.
It's amazing how much fair use analysis is done by ChatGPT.
Oh, you think I'm not gonna do it? I'm just, yeah.
Yeah, you're not going to do it.
I mean, the proof is in the pudding. There is no VOD of this to backfire. I'm going over it. This doesn't backfire. The proof is in the pudding. There's nothing wrong with what I'm doing. I'm literally getting literally getting an analytical breakdown of how much money I've lost.
You mean not me?
And I'm the guy. How many subs?
No.
Let me see.
You're not the guy. Why would you want to be the guy?
How many subs did I have when I lost my YouTube channel?
Tell me. How the fuck am I supposed to know that?
I think like 166K or something, yeah.
Do you think that this is the same law firm that DSP consulted about stolen views while he was vacationing in Connecticut?
It was Sparrow Ricada Law Firm, most trusted lawyer mans on the internet. Sure does type slow. Your channel size before it was lost. 2022.
But you know, I would have half a ticket already. So estimated would have been like 400 something K. But come on, let's be realistic. That shit would have blew up. We would have been at half a ticket already. Yeah, subs really aren't that important on YouTube because there's people with 1 million subs that can't even crack 10K viewers. There's viral timeline 700K, high growth 550. Bro, my YouTube channel was booming. We would have just kept growing. So would have had half a ticket for sure. But yeah, like I told you guys, I mean, this pretty much broke down. All I got to do is just run it up to some law firms and be like, who wants to take the case?
Nobody.
Because how is an attorney not going to see this and think they got a case? That shit says 40 million TikTok reposts.
What did you say?
Because how is an attorney not going to see this and think they got a case?
Not see this and think they have a case.
It says
how are they not going to see this and say they have a case?
40 million.
Could have workshopped that sentence better. But no lawyer will ever do that. None. They'll never take that case, Dale, because you can't prove any of this.
TikTok repos.
It's all just giving you estimations, man. It's doing its best.
Like I said, the most stolen from nigga on the planet. Anyways, we're not here to complain
Imagine
or anything
believing
like
that.
that. That was just for some quick fun.
Imagine
but
thinking
I will
that.
keep that in my back pocket.
That's not true.
And get things
There are
going.
some that will take it to
So,
take his money.
I wonder if any of you guys are gonna try to
It won't
cash
be
out.
pro bono, that's for sure.
Cashed out $250 already, and I still have $795 left. Playing puzzles and survivals. Wish me luck. I mean, so he's getting a bag. You don't need to be worried about me. If a company's harboring people that are stealing money from me, there's nothing. Whatever the I said on stream is because of niggas stealing from me. The fuck you talking about? Nothing you're saying makes sense. Anyways, yeah, there's people on here that just get in the bag. Look, 885. Like I said, yo, the craziest thing I've ever seen about YouTube being sued is, like I said, there was a woman that sued YouTube for like 14 million or something like that because she said she
Also,
kept
in
seeing
a future
cats
Dale
get killed
video,
in her
they'll be
algorithm.
showing of his slide into addiction to
And she
steak.
like literally took that shit to court, got 14 million payout, and most million or something like that because she said she kept seeing cats get killed in her algorithm. And she like literally took that shit to court, got 14 million payout, and
What?
most likely
The lawsuit, the animal rights nonprofit Lady Free Thinker, led by founder Nina Jackal, sued YouTube in California. Well, it's California. The suit alleged that YouTube failed to enforce its own policies against animal abuse, allowing videos showing staged torture, suffering, and exploitation of animals, including cats, to remain on the platform despite repeated flagging. The outcome. In 2024, a California appeals panel dismissed the suit, stating that YouTube, owned by Google, is shielded by Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act, which protects the internet platform from liability. So she didn't get $14 million. It was thrown out of court. You're an idiot.
the way YouTube works is they'll just
you have no clue what you're talking about,
right? Because it's undeniable. It's on their platform.
What a shocker.
They'll usually just settle. They're not going to go battle the shit. They'll be like, all right, fuck it, this could be bad press.
It's like, no wonder you have no fucking clue what's going on. You think a lady sued Google and got $14 million because she saw too many cat videos.
Black. We could clearly see that we're harboring the
If you
shit
think
on the
that,
platform.
of course, you would think
when it
you
literally
can just
says
do
in the
anything,
TOS that XYZ people aren't allowed to do this. And it's just
Nothing
there,
makes
right?
sense.
It's literally just like an online virus. They're not going to transfer shit. They're not going to transfer no people's subs to me. I just wanted to show you guys that the proof is in the pudding. You can't beat math. You can't beat math and analytics. It's there. There's no lying in math and analytics. It's there. YouTube would rather settle for a big bag to fight this case. Exactly, because the proof is there. The
proof is in the pudding.
You giving
The proof is in the pudding. The proof is in the pudding.
But then you made me start all over. But I gotta compete with people for my own shit that's stealing my own shit. Hardest part to prove is that YouTube didn't take action deleting the videos or accounts. Not really. What's hard to prove? It's all over YouTube. It's literally all over the place, is it not? It's everywhere. Because I haven't tried. And don't ask me questions. You're a non-sub. Back then, AI wasn't a thing. Now it is. So the answers that I would have to pay a lawyer for a consultation for, I could get it myself and then present it with them. See how that works? Yeah, let's run that real quick.
Yeah, I want to see how that works, actually. I'm a visual learner. You're going to have to demonstrate this theory. Just telling me about it isn't going to convince me. I don't believe you.
But if you're in somebody else's stream, your questions would never be answered, sub or not. Why? Because they don't give two fucks about you guys.
Damn.
You're just bodies to fucking fill up their egos. No, I think
Keep begging for money, though.
Forgot that I wrote the 10K subscribers video with no AI. I think you forgot about my pen game. Or just my brain in general. Go watch the 10K subscribers video. That's before AI
proud of that.
existed.
Motivated. Determined. Resilient.
These are all words I use to describe
mentally
myself.
Untouchable.
Not
Notice
physically,
I didn't
though.
say physical because no man
Because
is.
no one is.
Unfortunately, our physiology limits us anything past that. More words can describe my presence, but let's not be selfish. I walk a path. A path that was aligned for me since the beginning of time. The Creator gave me life through abundance. Allowing the correct blend of souls to cross paths, but not only to make eye contact, but to share passion with one another. A passion that allowed human life to be conceived.
Gold.
Over and over and over again. And through it all with proper planning,
Women's be
placement, and
having
the correct
babies
space and
over
time.
and over.
Here I stand. Mistakes made. Battles fought.
What mistakes?
Time elapsed. Ridicule spewed. I refuse to let the actions of mere fellow humans distract me from serenity. In this life,
It's like poetry.
do you feel a purpose, a longing, a yearning itch for completion? If so,
A
then we
yearning
both share
itch for
something.
completion.
Something unbreakable, something remarkable. Never fall short to the false obstacles some call roadblocks. I'm a walking example and breathing blueprint to what resilience
are a
can
walking
display
example, I'll give
regardless
you
of the
that.
sagittal divide and support. You see, hate is nothing but an expression of colluded emotions.
Colluded?
Hate can be controlled.
Colluded emotions?
Hate can be tamed. Hate is nothing but an insecurity within oneself, but can be overcome. Giving humans specific labels makes me slightly uncomfortable.
Slightly.
But I thank all categories regardless. So to all of my supporters, fans, members of the Covenant, and all of my emotional haters that are truly disguised, I thank you. Your years of words have allowed
I am the
me
king
more
of
motivation
hate,
in myself than
and-
I have ever had in my entire life. Some of the messages I receive are unbelievably touching. They're humbling.
And some of them,
You
I'm
see, the
like,
Creator has
this guy
blessed
is
me.
jealous.
Has blessed me
He
with
wants
a
my
gift. A gift to allow others sanctuary through my actions, through my words. Each and every last subscriber, you mean something to me. I am a product, a
But they
breathing
didn't mean anything
product,
to you.
kept alive by you. This message can be delivered to each and every soul that I speak to individually. Close your eyes. Know your worth. Never let anyone tear
Close
you down,
your
for they do
eyes.
not
Walk
possess
into
the
traffic.
power of entry that is the mind. Evolve past your current self and understand what you provide is meaningful. So with all of that being said,
hey, shut up.
Thank you for 3 years of love and support. Thank you. 10,000 subscribers and many more.
Imagine being so far up your ass over 10K. It's kind of odd.
Bidet toilet so I can splash Dookie in the Kamal. Nah. How does one perform the ass check? Swipe your finger across your ass. Simple. Same way you would do a ball check or anything. How do you know your ass is fully clean with no sin if you don't do an ass check? Dig in your actual ass. You should be like doing a slight dig after a defecation. Finger bang your ass, got a scoop. No, just around the brim.
Why?
Make sure there's no brown.
Why are they so obsessed with scat?
Not like big,
Do his best.
nothing like that. Just get around the brim. I didn't say hit G spots or anything. I'm just saying like.
Okay, that's it for that. That's it. That's enough of that. That's enough of that shit, literally. Why are they so obsessed? Which is eating poop out of butts. It's kind of gross. If you think about it.
I have new cards arriving.
Looking good, King. Let me see. I'm going to rewind like 20, 30 seconds. And he's going to say that he opened up packs off stream, didn't he?
Well, guess what? It's almost already gone. Here's what we have left. Here's Surging Sparks. We have 12 packs left. That's all that's in there out of 36. So in like one day, we went through 2/3 of the box.
The very second you tune
Now
in
listen,
and
I'm
he's
not
talking
complaining.
about buying
That's
more
amazing.
cards.
The support is awesome. We're having tons of fun doing this. But
So
basically, I was
fun.
like, oh crap! Now I'm like panicking. I don't have any other boxes. And I'm wondering,
So quit opening them
what
off
do I do? And we talked about it
camera.
on Friday, and I came to the determination that there's something
Yeah, I should just
interesting
buy
I
more.
can do. Here's what I've done. I'm not going to reveal it yet because the cards are coming. In fact, I have new cards arriving today, supposedly. I've been tracking them all day. I don't think there's an ETA yet, but they are coming today. Okay?
Oh my god. So he's going to keep checking over and over again compulsively. Just dead air.
Yeah, they don't have an ETA as of yet.
Yep, you said that.
But they are on the way. Look at this.
Yep, you said that
Yeah,
too
they are on the way
already.
right now. Okay.
Okay.
So here's what I did.
Here's what I
Okay?
did. Okay.
First off, I got another whole box of cards. Okay. The thing is, as we talked about on Friday,
You bought cards.
At this point, I've pretty much gotten all the boxes of cards that are reasonably priced and are readily available. Are there other boxes of Pokemon
that
cards I
mean?
could get that are older? Yes. And they cost insane amounts of money.
What does that
Like,
mean?
what's the point of
I thought
getting
you were
a
rich. Just buy everything.
$1,200 box of Pokemon cards when
What are
the
you,
chances
broke?
of getting a hit are just as strong as they are with a regular box
Man,
like
you
this?
sound broke.
And the thing is,
You sound
some of these
poor,
older
Phil.
things aren't really valued properly. Here's what I mean. Oh, the entire box of 36 packs is $1,200. That's nuts, right? Why? That's like $20, $30 a pack, something crazy like that, right? But the chances of
you're
getting
rich,
a hit
huh?
are low. And the only reason the box is priced like that is because there was one card in the set that's worth like $1,000. And that's it. The rest of the deck isn't good. So unless you're the lucky person to get the one pull, I mean, you're giving an insane amount of money to a reseller that no chance of really getting anything out of the box. So it doesn't make sense. So what I've decided to do
This
is
sounds like
do
some
something a
broke
little
ass
different.
bum talk to me.
Okay, here's what I'm doing. I got a box that is not Surging Sparks, which is what we're unboxing right now, and not Perfect Order, which is the previous box we opened. Okay, it's something different from those two. I think you'll like this, but I don't want to spoil what it is
No?
yet because I don't want to explain my rationale till it's here and I can show you. However,
Calling it a duck,
I
it's called
also
the
wanted
set.
to do something else. Okay, so we have talked about the fact that there were certain
didn't.
sets of Pokemon cards that you cannot buy a booster box like this. These are the actual really valuable sets. Why? Because the only way to get the packs is by getting what they call booster bundles, which is a small box of 6 packs, or by getting these special edition boxes.
What?
And these would have like 3 or 4 packs in them. Maybe like a specialty card that really doesn't have value, but it's a guaranteed card in there. Sometimes they come with
What does
dice
that
to play the
mean?
game. Sometimes they come with play mats or binders. It's like a special collector's edition poster. There was one that has a poster in it, right? So you can get those too, but that's the only way to buy the packs. You can't get them in bulk. Now, the problem with this is, because you can't buy them in bulk, the packs are
bulk?
way overvalued. I'm going to give you some perspective here. This box right here cost me between $300 to $350.
He always
I don't
has to
remember how much. It's
tap
about
on
tax
everything
and
that
everything. I
he's
forget.
showing.
Wasn't super expensive, but it's not the cheapest box. The cheapest box is around a little over $200. So this is a little bit on the pricey side, but not the priciest box by far. Each pack, if you do the math, is probably $9, $10 a pack. Okay?
I sure
Roughly.
do hope
That's
Cat
what I
got
paid
all
for
this
that box.
perspective too.
Because of the way that these other
Cat is like, what do you mean by that?
these other things are going, okay? And what I mean by that is because of the way that the cards are with the rarity
What do
and
you
the
mean by
pricing
that?
and the fact you can't buy the box.
What do you
of
mean
these
by
little
anything?
booster bundles of 6 packs goes for like $100.
What does that mean?
Okay, I want you to think about that.
No,
That means
it's too
each pack
complicated.
is valued at $15
And
to
a built-in booster
$16.
box,
That means
6
if they
packs
did
for it.
sell a box like this, it would cost over $600.
Whoa! Crazy!
What in the holy hell?
What in the
right?
holy
So,
hell? Whatever that
the thing
means.
Is, I'm not going to go crazy.
What the fuck is
but
a holy
I
hell?
did get a couple of
Do you just like
interesting
throwing
things.
in random words?
I got 2 booster bundles of 2 separate sets of Pokemon cards that are older sets that you can't buy a booster box for and have insanely good cards in them. One set is called... Well, you know what? I'm not going to spoil. All I'm going to say is there's a chance in these to get crazy good cards that are worth like $1,000.
Whoa!
Never have I even
Who
opened the
cares?
box yet with $1,000.
Didn't you just
chance
say
in
that
it.
these
Well, these
cost,
packs have a
like,
chance
over
at
$1,000
$1,000
themselves?
card. Okay, that's why they're special.
No one
and
cares,
That's why they're
Phil.
interesting. But the thing is, they cost a ton of money. So I'm wondering how I
So-
should do this. Like,
so
how do
how
I
much
do it?
did you
How do I
spend?
make it so that these packs have more value and people are incentivized that they want to see them? It's like a special thing when we
What?
open.
I'll charge
'Cause I
you
got
all
2 booster
more
bundles,
money to
so that's
open
12 packs. That's it. I mean, this is 36 packs. I only have 12 of these ultra value
Okay.
packs, and I don't know how to do it. Do you guys have any
Exactly are
suggestions?
you talking about, Phil?
What
and
do you
you're
think I
stupid
should
as fuck.
do?
It's called Terrestrial Festival, and if you get anything good right there,
Someone
you need
says
to open
$100
1,000 packs.
donations. I mean, that's ridiculous. $100 for a pack. I don't think anyone's going to do that.
You did that though.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe someone would say, hey, for only 100, and maybe we'd space them out. That way I wait for $100 contributions and it takes a long time to open these 12 packs. I guess we could do that, but I don't know. People Person, they are sealed bundles directly from the factory. Because People Person says, did you buy the packs individually or did they come in a sealed sort of bundle? You always want the sealed bundle. Because if you don't get a sealed bundle, people might basically have, I have a box. Oh, look, I pulled the good card. Well, I know there's no more cards of that level in that box.
How do
Sell
you know?
Those individually.
How would you know?
You see? No, I got them in sealed bundles. Trust me, I'm not stupid.
He's not stupid, you guys. He's smart. That's why he's buying Pokemon
Yak
cards.
Almighty says they got to be $100 or even $150 each. Super Bonchon says, well, what if we do a special
I thought
pack
we didn't
only
like
if
that
we
guy.
hit a 5-pack milestone?
I
Both
thought
of
Super
those are
Bonchon
valid.
was a troll.
Like, if I have a well-supported stream, right? Let's say we have a milestone of, I don't know, $200,
I guess he didn't
$250.
open up packs.
If we hit that on a stream...
I guess he didn't open up packs on his day off. I guess. Again, this is just like the fucking business meeting. I bought a bunch of Pokemon cards. How do you guys want to do this? How much money are you gonna give me? How much money are you gonna give me now? Business meeting. It's like, no thanks, Phil. Figure it out. Figure it out on your own time. That's what literally every other streamer has to do. You have to figure this shit out. You can't sit here and just be like, hey guys, tell me what to do. Tell me what to do, guys. Tell me what to do. It's a weird image.
He did open up cards on this day off. That's why he ran out and ordered even more cards.
He did? I don't know. I'm going to hold off deciding until we know for sure. Got a lot of tabs here. We still got a lot of content to go through. Like this one.
Imagine your door gets kicked in at 3 a.m. by armed police who drag you out of bed, guns pointed at your head. Now picture this. This happens again.
This is Tamir, huh? Like, I wonder how long he was in Israel, because if he grew up in Israel, then he would have been in the IDF, because selective service. You really have no choice. And if he was as able-bodied as this, then he probably wasn't able to get any sort of deferment. So I don't know, maybe Tamir is IDF. How many Gazan children did you kill, Tamir? Maybe that's where the guilt comes from. Maybe one of them was named Emma Watson.
And again, over 50 times.
Man,
this
look
is
at
the
him
life
go.
of Patrick S.
A crying
Tomlinson,
shame what Emma
a
Watson took from him.
author,
It's all because she
father, and
stimulated his
pepperoni
feet.
enthusiast. His life has been turned into a living hell by a swarm of online extremists who plague his every move, and his crime? One single tweet. This is the version of events that has been reported countless times.
Well, it wasn't the
in
crime.
news
It was just where
articles.
everything
But
began.
once you scratch the surface of this story, a much more disturbing one reveals itself. A tale of lies, obsession,
And he's brave.
compulsion, and a man who just couldn't stop. This is the Patrick S. Tomlinson story.
Patrick S. Tomlinson.
Interesting. Not much is known about Patrick's early
Oh,
life,
Patrick.
which is surprising given how well catalogued his later life would become. What we do know mostly comes from Patrick himself. He describes himself as the son of an ex-hippie psychologist and an ex-cowboy electrician living in Milwaukee. He also claims that his father was a professional bull rider / rodeo clown who has plastic in his head from a
clown.
serious car crash, and that his mother is kind of a badass who was once kicked out of a Slipknot mash pit for elbowing people and giving people what he called a mother's stare. His love of sci-fi started around the age of 4 or 5 when some Star Wars videotapes mysteriously appeared on his front porch, with him watching these videotapes at least 100 times before he turned 10. School records show that Pat was not part of any clubs and got a low grade point average, with a GPA of 1.7, which I'm informed is not very high. He claims claims that his parents had a piece of paper held on their fridge by a magnet for over 20 years. On this paper is written DLTIW, which stands for Don't Let the Idiots Win. This being his family mantra could help explain some of the behaviour that we'll see later on. Mr. Tomlinson is apparently a man that has done a lot with his time on Earth, having seen and done things that most of us can only dream of. In his younger days, he was a lifeguard who had performed CPR twice, once on an elderly person and once on a child, with both of them sadly dying. He was also a lifeguard at the Special Olympics. This must have been a very busy age for him, as he also claims that when he was 19, he went to Hawaii
you have to be
and
special
met
to be a
an
lifeguard
ex-Japanese kamikaze pilot. This old man had been riddled with guilt over Pearl Harbor, so became outspoken over the role that Japan played in World War II. He then took his family to Hawaii to show them what he had done, which is when he met 19-year-old Patrick and started to beg him for forgiveness through one of his family members, as the old man couldn't speak English. I'm guessing the pair became friends, which is how Patrick knows so much about his backstory. As he matured into adulthood, Patrick embraced his passion for sci-fi and became an author, writing many books which have mixed reviews. He also turned his hand to stand-up comedy, but this wasn't very successful for him as he wasn't very funny. Plus, he would open up some of his sets by inviting the audience to leave if they were offended by edgy jokes, which kind of kills the mood.
So if that is not your thing, if you have a weak constitution, or if you generally are made uncomfortable by that, then please stand up. Enjoy your evening elsewhere. We will be happy to refund any of the money that you spent on your tickets to do so.
Oh man, trigger warnings have been so good for comedy.
But other than that, anybody?
Anyone want to leave yet? Want to leave yet? What about now? Now, do you want to leave? Do you want to leave now? Do you want to leave now? Do you want to leave now? Do you want to leave now?
We're all good?
Patrick then proceeded to deliver one of the most tame and non-offensive comedy sets imaginable. In 2002, he started to sell medical insurance as well as being an author and a comic. Then, in another totally real story that Patrick tells, in 2004 he claims that someone tried to carjack him, but Pat asked the armed robber if he could drive a manual car, to which the robber said no, and the pair just stared at each other before the robber just kind of left. At this stage, Patrick S. Tomlinson's before the robber just...
Hey, this is obviously just like a really bad comedian testing out his jokes on social media, like wondering if anyone's gonna laugh at it. For a while, until he asked if I could show him how. I said sure if he got a few hours. He wandered off and I drove my stick shift car home. No, the robber did not ask you to teach him how to drive stick so he could more effectively rob you. Like, this isn't funny, Patrick.
Kind of left. At this stage, Patrick S. Tomlinson seemed like a normal middle-class guy living a normal life. Well, a normal life with what seems like over-exaggerated stories littered throughout. On his website, he states that him and his...
It's funny, that was counting 2 Futurama t-shirts so far.
His wife live in Milwaukee with an array of house
it all comes
in
together.
Varying levels of health. He owns a Mustang car and a Triumph motorbike that he brought specifically to embarrass and infuriate Harley riders.
No one has
and
those.
On his Twitter, he states that he is a screaming rage demon of light and justice. But beneath this mundane facade lay a more disturbing story. Patrick's marriage was not going as well as he had thought. His wife and one of his friends were growing closer, which can be seen in a collection of photos taken at a party. The lady sitting lovingly on the bald man's lap is in fact Patrick's wife, with Patrick being in the same room while this was taking place. To no one's surprise, his wife would leave Patrick for this man while she was pregnant with Pat's child. In the resulting messy circumstances, Patrick would be arrested for threatening to kill his wife and unborn child, with Pat eventually losing access to his daughter. He would then go on to talk about this breakup in his comedy.
Physical beauty's never going to come at you like, honey, do these yoga pants make my ass look like it's going to leave you after 9 years for no apparent reason?
This is all him crying about being divorced.
Vulnerabilities created by my selfish actions to get you to give up the rights so the baby is growing in my womb even now. No?
Depression humor.
So I'm divorced.
Yeah, good.
hate that woman. I just hate it. And I don't like the way we misuse the word hate these days, because like we just throw it everywhere. We just just overuse it to the point that it's lost all meaning. Like just yesterday, I was in line behind a young lady in Starbucks, and she looked right at the barista and was just like, oh God, I hate peppermint. It's like, you hate peppermint? Really? Did peppermint divorce you so 3 months later it could marry your friend Spearmint? Did that happen? Is peppermint preventing you from seeing your little candy cane right now? Is that somebody's... You ever wrestle for a week with whether or not killing peppermint was going to be worth the jail time? Is that something that's happening in your life at the moment? No? Okay, you don't hate peppermint. Okay, you dislike peppermint. It's not your thing. You got to earn hate, folks, like airline miles. All right, you just got to.
This is just like it's not
What
that
happens
funny,
after
man.
this
This is
breakup
about
is
how
a little confusing as Patrick.
like, should I kill the mother of my child because she decided I'm not worth being around anymore? It's pretty funny, huh?
Gives varying.
It's like you just look like a weird creep.
Counts. In some, he sinks into a massive depression, and in others, he is having the time of his life, having one-night stands regularly. What is for sure is that he would eventually meet a lady named Nikki Robinson, and the pair got married. The next thing of note, and remember this is all stuff from before the main story gets going, he competes in a quiz where the loser has to eat spicy chicken wings every time they get an answer wrong. The man running the quiz appears to be a convicted child predator named Jackson Jones. When this was discovered, Pat stated that he was never friends with this man, even though there is footage of Pat stating very clearly that they are good friends.
You're mentioning the chicken wing files, Patrick.
Here every morning on Q106. Well, not you, you're all asleep. But please give it up for Jackson Jones.
Never met him before.
But the man who collected funds for children battling for their health is accused of contributing to harm against kids by possessing child pornography.
In case you were wondering, Patrick lost the quiz, with many speculating that he intentionally lost so that he could eat more chicken wings.
Release
He
the Hot
also
Ones
uploaded
files.
videos to his YouTube channel that never really took off. On this account, he would post kind of short vlogs of his day-to-day life, clips of his comedy shows, and recipes or comedy skits. It's a little hard to know what this is, really.
What's that shirt?
Patrick Tomlinson here to show you how to make a quick and easy breakfast and lose all of your English and Asian friends at the same time. Step 1, get some water boiling. Step 2, drop some ramen in there. Oop, yeah, don't want that. Don't want that. Yeah, throw the flavor packet out, won't need it.
All right.
Step 3, get a big cup and a nice strong breakfast tea. Step 4, pour those noodles right in the teacup. There we go. Step 5, allow it to seep for 45 minutes, stirring occasionally, add milk.
45 minutes.
And now you're ready to enjoy your traditional breakfast ramen tea.
Gross.
Oh my God, it's so bad. Don't ever do this. No one ever do this. This is terrible.
Hilarious and or delicious, whatever
Bad
the case may
comedian,
be.
man.
One of the main things that he used his YouTube channel for was sharing his political views, as this seems to be one of his main passions in life. Patrick describes himself as a
He's
true
conservative,
for some
really.
reason that I can't quite work out, but really he would be considered far left by most people on the political spectrum. His rants never got much attention on YouTube, but it was Twitter that was his main outlet, and he would gain some moderate success on this platform. His Twitter handle is Stealthy Geek, with him choosing this name as on the outside he is a tough guy, but on the inside he is a nerd. Ah, how both heartwarming and intimidating. One of his most viral tweets from this early stage was him refuting the pro-life argument with a question that he claims has never been answered in 10 years of him asking it. The tweet lays out a thought experiment asking, would you save a child or a tube of embryos from a burning building? This tweet flew around Twitter, landing in Ben Shapiro's lap, who covered it on his show and refuted Patrick's claim.
Here's his argument in favor of abortion, and it just drips with condescension and disdain. Anyone who disagrees with him is a fool and a liar. I'm so sick of that attitude. I really am. If I haven't made that clear with regard to Jimmy Kimmel, I'm going to make it clear now with regard to Patrick Tomlinson. Here's what he tweeted, quote,
After everyone was done frantically refuting each other, Patrick came out on top as he had gained many more followers due to the attention that this tweet received. He was now riding high, calling himself a political firebrand and bragging about having an IQ of 140. But Patrick S. Tomlinson is more than just a big brain. He is an actual real-life tough guy who has mastered many martial arts.
I'm an actual real-life tough guy.
About this a lot.
Are we falling heaven nowadays? We're playing Fortnite with the kids. Jesus.
Patrick started to get very paranoid. In 2017, he claims that his apartment was burgled, with the robbers taking his joke book and his concealed carry handgun.
Why would they steal your
joke book? This was done by some shadowy force that didn't like the things that he was saying. He also started to claim that people had doxed him, made threats to swat him, and that his website was being targeted by DDoS attacks. It's a little unclear who these people were, but some kind of rival group engaged in political activism seems to be what Patrick thought. This would make sense as Patrick himself regularly made threats to his political rivals and cheered when they got attacked. On a small sci-fi podcast, Patrick claims that he would get death threats via email, to which he replies with a photo of himself naked holding a rifle, asking which gun they would like to get shot with. Thankfully, I've been unable to find any of these photos online, so I'd guess that this is a fake claim by Patrick, or maybe his trolls haven't posted them as they don't want to inflate his ego due to him packing some serious meat between his legs. I kind of doubt this, though.
I have gotten 6 death threats in the last 3 weeks, and I have a standard response to them now, which I have found to be very effective. When somebody sends me a death threat, it's usually on my private email because they don't want to do it out in public where it'd be easy to just screen cap or whatever. I have a picture of me buck naked holding an assault rifle with a rage erection.
What's
and
an
I just
assault
send that
rifle?
picture to them with a little caption that says, "Can't wait to meet you. I wonder which one you're more afraid of getting shot with." And then nothing happens after that. That's pretty much the end of them.
Well, you
Works
kind of
great
just
so far.
embarrassed yourself beyond all recognition at that point.
Fantastic.
Around this
Like,
time,
at that point, what more can they get out of you? They're like, I've trolled this guy to oblivion.
he would also brag.
What more can I do to embarrass him? He's sending me pictures of himself holding guns with his dick out.
On another podcast that he knows how to deal with online trolls due to him being a comedian. So it was him that would end up having fun with them.
And it's not that there aren't trolls and racists and sexists and all that. The trouble is they
Fight
run
the
into
racists
me,
with dick pics.
and I don't give a shit. I am a stand-up comedian. I know how to deal with hecklers, and I know how to deal with them in person, and I know how to deal with them online, and they don't last long. But when they go after me, I just laugh, and then I have my fun with them.
Remember this claim as we move forward. Patrick knows how to deal with trolls and it's him that ends up tormenting them. I guess we'll see how well that works out. Regardless of his bravado, Patrick was now dealing with internet trolls, or at least claiming that he was, to get attention. But sadly for him, this wasn't even the foreplay for what would happen next. On September the 11th, 2018, Patrick S. Tomlinson would post a tweet that changed his life forever. In this momentous tweet, he would state that he thought comedian Norm Macdonald was never funny. This was coming off the back of Norm Macdonald getting backlash for comments that he made about the Me Too movement. At first, no one really paid attention to this tweet as it was a pretty nothing statement, and in another time and place would have been forgotten to history, but not on this timeline. On this timeline, someone on the Opie and Anthony subreddit saw this tweet and posted about it on the subreddit. Again, no one really cared too much on the subreddit as no one really knew who Patrick was, so it was just some random guy's worthless opinion on a comedian. There were, however, a few angry replies to this tweet and Patrick argued back to these replies. Sadly, these interactions have been lost to time, but it was this that first put him on the radar of the trolls as someone who could be milked for a few laughs. The Opie and Anthony subreddit subreddit had started off as a fan group for the shock jock comedic duo, but over time turned into more of an anti-fan group, a place where people with outrageous senses of humour could gather and talk about shocking things and troll people on the internet for fun. The more that Patrick struggled trying to outwit these faceless trolls, the tighter their grip became, until he was a favourite topic of discussion on the subreddit. They would Photoshop tweets to make it look like he had said something that he hadn't, edit photos of an adult nature to include Patrick's face, mass flag his Facebook, then mass flag his beloved Twitter account, with it eventually getting banned, so he set up another one, then that got banned. So he started to use his cat's Twitter account to argue with trolls, pretending that he was just some person who saw injustice springing to Patrick's defence. They then began to review bomb his saw injustice.
You're literally hiding behind an account as your cat because you got banned on your main account and have an addiction to Twitter. You even lie about it being fan-run, RFL. Nope, sorry, but your continued obsession with Patrick has been noted, almost like you're addicted. You post the exact same content as him in the exact same cadence and writing style. You would make a parody account of a banned user's cat besides the banned user.
Springing to Patrick's...
Robert Mueller, of course. Yeah, did that guy get you what you wanted, Patrick?
Defense. They then began to review bomb his books on Amazon, giving them 1 star and comparing his writing to a third grader with learning disabilities. Next was his small YouTube account, which was bombarded with all kinds of horrible comments. Then they reported him to the Southern Poverty Law Centre for making racist dog whistles, which was the final straw for Patrick, who was now determined to take these trolls down once and for all. So he wrote a blog about how Twitter is being used to silence good people like him and women. He made sure to make it clear that the blog was for women's rights, but mainly Twitter was being used to silence him. He then wrote another blog titled Trolls on the Loose, where he explains to the reader tactics like doxing and swatting. Sadly for Patrick, it was only really the trolls that would read these blogs and use them to mock him more. Pat seems completely unable to just not respond to troll comments. No matter how silly or ridiculous the comment, Pat is sure to reply. And as we'll see later, this tendency has completely spiraled his life into one of the most preposterous spectacles the internet has to offer. The next thing of note is when he appeared on a podcast called Damsels of Dorkington, which was then inundated with comments accusing Patrick of liking children a little too much, and questioning the podcast for giving such a man a platform.
Patty
As is the
O'Thomas
case
is a
with
never
Patrick,
Trumper.
he would take to the
Should
comments
tell you
of this
everything
little
you need to
viewed
know.
YouTube video
Zara's
in
a
an
one
attempt
laugh.
to finally own the trolls so badly that they dare not return. He proceeded to reply to pretty much every comment, with my personal favourite being, "I don't talk like a sassy black woman, child. I accurately assign you the label you beg for via your actions. You act like a child, so I label you a child, as you demanded." I think this was the first time that Patrick would use one of his most infamous catchphrases, child. When he replies to the trolls, he continuously just calls them child, which, given the context of some of the things that are being discussed, leads Patrick to making some very questionable
talk to a lot of children online,
We'll
don't
look
you?
at some of his more funny tweets later on, but for now, the Damsels of Dorkington podcast would get more dislikes than likes and ended up turning off the comments for this video.
Dorkington
Him now
Dialogues.
calling all of the trolls child had made him a fan favourite on the Opie and Anthony subreddit, which was only helped when Patrick posted to Reddit claiming that he had been carefully detailing every last shred of the harassment campaign against him, so that he could take each individual involved to court for libel. Pat stated that he had over 300 IP addresses for the trolls, which were saved on a spreadsheet, which of course the trolls loved, as he was now putting in so much effort trying to bring them all down. The good times on the Opie and Anthony subreddit would soon be coming to an end though, as a moderator named Space Edge declared that there would be no more Pat posts on the subreddit, with any further posts being removed and the person posting getting banned. This mod would very quickly get backlash, which gave Patrick a short break, as now there was a civil war breaking out on the subreddit. Space Edge banned many Pat posters, who then went on to make new subreddits, made up of all the outcasts of the Opie and Anthony subreddit. They went on to dox Space Edge and release footage of him shoplifting at a vape shop. Something I'll point out with the Opie and Anthony trolls is that everything they talk about is layered with in-jokes on top of in-jokes, so it makes it very difficult for an outsider like me to make sense of what they're talking about a lot of the time. The trolls also claim that Space Edge is a
Howard
crack
Stern fans are a bunch of
investigative
boomers.
reporter named Thomas Apostle, who feeds Patrick fake information. I think this is some kind of in-joke and that Thomas Apostle is just another troll, but honestly I'm not too sure. Patrick then claims that he was able to change Reddit's harassment policies in order to ban the Opie and Anthony subreddit and all of its offshoots.
They harassed me on Reddit so much that I actually managed to get the Reddit administrators to change the site's harassment policies for the first time ever in order specifically to eradicate this group from the website. And so they had their...
I thought you were a comedian. You handle heckling.
I think
you
like
have fun with
70
it.
because they just kept...
You laughed so hard.
Kept trying to remake new ones or take over other ones so that they could continue this targeted campaign.
This must have seemed like a big win for Patrick, who had finally defeated the pesky trolls. But sadly for him, Reddit was the limiting factor, the thing that was keeping a lid on the whole situation. Having been forsaken from Reddit, the trolls set up their own forum called the Opie and Anthony Forum, where the hardcore concentrated and could say and do whatever they wanted with no risk of getting banned. At this stage, things were still pretty low-key. He was getting mean comments on the internet by some people on the subreddit, but now Patrick had made mortal enemies who were unrestricted as they had their own forum to plot and scheme on. The ONA Forum seems like a more hardcore version of Kiwi Farms, where pretty much anything goes. For example, they have a thing called the Dirty Diaper Army, who really like dirty diapers and post about them all of the time. Why they do this I'm not too sure, but the more degenerate the joke, the more the forum finds it funny, I guess. The trolls on this website refer to themselves as pests. 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 It's a strange word to say. If I can work out how to say that word moving forward, I'll refer to them as pests. If not, then I'll just call them trolls or rats
Not
or
very good with that word
cockroaches or
either.
something.
Pests.
I don't know. We'll see how we go. It was now war and Patrick was the main focus of the forum. But Pat was still blissfully unaware of the storm that was brewing. And he even got some more good news when he got his main Twitter account back after paying $5,000 in what I'm guessing were legal fees. This would be the last bit of good news that Patrick would get for many years to come.
get his
He
Twitter
started to
account
get more death threats daily and threats sent to his publisher. The bar that he writes his books in would get bombarded with calls asking why they have someone who likes children a little too much drink in there. They called his gym to claim that he was taking photos up women's skirts, created fake accounts using Pat's name, photo and email address, then harassed people online pretending to be Patrick. They went after his family and friends, took secret photos of him while he was out and about, then posted them. Whatever you can think of, they have probably done it to Patrick at some point and had many laughs doing it. From Pat's side of things, he sees himself as a troll hunter fighting a righteous war against people that he claims are far-right extremists, trying to do him and his family real-world harm. We still have a lot to cover in this story, so make up your own mind who you think is right or wrong as we go along. Being an experienced troll hunter, Pat understands the importance of intelligence gathering, so takes whatever information he can, but unfortunately for Pat, he doesn't seem to be very good at figuring out good intelligence from bad intelligence. Very bad intelligence, so proudly posts fake information to his Twitter, like claiming to have uncovered the identity of one of his trolls, the infamous Space Edge, who Patrick thinks is actually a man named Canyon Boykin, who was a police officer who was charged but later released for manslaughter. All the time that Patrick was told that the ONA forums were actually run by an Indian man named Raul Kumar, and that the whole pest operation was paid for by a far-right comedian. Patrick would spread this information far and wide on the podcasts that he appeared on. Back in the real world, away from the pests, a small group of people arranged a protest outside of a sci-fi convention to bring attention to the large amounts of child predators that they claim were in the sci-fi community. So Patrick joined a counter-protest who wore pink t-shirts with the words, "I'm here to help," written on them. He then set about confronting the protest protesters and bragging on Twitter how he had to be dragged away from getting in the face of one of these people. 2020 brought lockdowns and COVID, so now with more time on his hands, Patrick could dedicate himself fully to hunting trolls. Like a bird flying in the mud, he would bring down this unknown group of faceless pests once and for all. Sadly for him, it would be the pests that scored the next point and mark an escalation in the story when an advert was taken out on Craigslist claiming that Patrick was giving away free food to homeless people, which sounds nice. The free food that Patrick was giving out was in fact pepperoni that had been made from kidnapped African American children, with the ad claiming that Patrick was grinding them up in his basement. This advertisement was then used to get to the police to visit Patrick and check that he wasn't actually grinding up local black children to make pepperoni. I think this was the first of what would be many visits the police would make to Patrick's home. Things would get worse for Patrick when he got a speeding ticket and was ordered to attend a traffic hearing. Due to COVID, this hearing would have to be done over a Zoom call. That was open to members of the public, so many pests joined and somehow had microphone
Only you can prevent
One of the
fascist
people attending the hearing
liars.
was named Norman MacDonald, and another one was named Thomas Apostle, who I'm guessing was there to report on the hearing. During the hearing, it appears that Patrick was overcome with a severe case of flatulence.
Okay, but the deal would remain the same. I'm sorry, there was some crosstalk there.
What I understand, everybody needs to mute their computer or their telephone or whatever device they're using. We're experiencing a lot of background and feedback noise at the present time.
Very well. Thank you.
All right, I'm not quite sure who's making all the background noise or the feedback noise, but it needs to stop.
Hello, fans. I'm Patrick S. Tomlinson.
Oh, yeah, this is John.
This is the plaintiff, Patrick
I'm
Tomlinson.
hearing a lot, I'm hearing a lot of background noise.
Milwaukee writer who abandoned his daughter like a pussy.
3706, please mute your device. The bare minimum in terms of what I have that I can offer. I'm not sure if the court can do anything different.
Involved in my younger years in shooting matches between Star Trek and Star Wars fans. All right, nobody died. There was some pretty big
Will
injuries.
Tate,
There were some people that went to the
please mute your device.
He was given a $200 fine for his speeding. Patrick and the pests were now at the start of a feud that no one wanted to walk away from. A marriage truly made in heaven, or hell as the case may be, and things were only destined to escalate from here.
Hey, this is Norm MacDonald here, and this is a message for all of Patrick's friends. I want you to stop
I miss
picking
Norm.
on your friend Pat. After all,
He was so good.
and I quote, his only crime was that he didn't find Norm MacDonald funny. Wait a minute here. I'm Norm MacDonald. Ha! And I am funny. Please continue insulting that fat loser.
Oh man, why did they have to go? Why did all the great people? What is dying?
Patrick and the pests had been locked into an online battle for 2 years now, with neither side showing signs of backing down. In fact, both sides would double down more and more, with Pat demanding that Norm MacDonald apologise to him, and the pests diving deeper into Patrick's personal affairs, finding out that him and his wife had over $40,000 in COVID loans, with some on the forums speculating that the pair could have been committing fraud, but as far as I know, these speculations were never proven. On Christmas Day, Patrick decided that he was going to cook a nice beef Wellington for him and his wife, and proudly posted a photo of this momentous achievement so that the world could appreciate his cooking skills. Unfortunately for Pat, his Wellington was a little bit overdone, some may say burnt, and this charred Christmas nightmare was soon turned into a meme by the ONA forums, who photoshopped it onto the Hindenburg disaster. In early 2021, Patrick filed a lawsuit against 60 John Does due to him not having any of the people's real names. The lawsuit was in regards to people leaving bad reviews on his books, with the owner of ONA forums being among the people sued. In the paperwork for the lawsuit, Patrick would detail how these John Does would encourage internet users to leave bad reviews on his books. Reviews such as John Doe number 9, who simply left the review, sucks. But in a few words is John Doe number 9. John Doe 36 was in trouble for taking the domain name patrickstomlinson.net. When people clicked on this website, they were confronted by an alleged Photoshop photo of Patrick giving oral pleasure to Donald Trump. Pat tried to subpoena Cloudflare and Google into giving him all of the information they had on websites.
How dare
such as
they? I'm a
Kiwi
comedian. I
Farms
can
and
take
O&A
heckling. I know
forums,
how to
including
handle
the full
people. I just
names,
laugh.
addresses and credit card details for the owners. But the troll websites legally fought back, forcing Patrick to back off and drop this subpoena. As the lawsuit was unfolding in court, the Patrick S. Tomlinson story gained more attention, and he was contacted by a reporter at the Huffington Post who wanted to write an article about his struggles with online trolls. The pair then did a 2-hour interview on the phone with Patrick giving the reporters all of the facts that he had, such as Canyon Boykin and the owner of O&A forums Raul Kumar being financed by right-wing extremist comedians to target him. As the interview was coming to an end, the pair lost connection, and when they returned, the reporter had a surprise for Patrick.
Hey Patrick, I think I lost you there. What's up?
Yes, sorry about that. I was coming in and out of a building that has a bunch of steel in it, and I think it probably with my signal. So anyway.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me now?
I can, yes.
Okay, I was just gonna say that I spoke with my supervisor about getting in contact with you. She says that you're a fat with bitch tits, so we're gonna have to cancel the article.
Oh, well, the problem with that, sweetie, is that we already figured that out.
I already knew you were
already
trolling
figured
me.
out that you're a fat with bitch tits?
No, we already figured
No,
out
sweetie
that you're
child,
a
honey.
liar. And by the way, you weren't the only person.
Oh, okay. Is that why you did like 2 hours of interviews with me? You're just that intelligent?
Yeah, you were falling right into my trap.
Yes, child.
Yes, child.
What'd you say?
So what do
Yes, stalker
So
child.
what do you think you're going to do with those 2 hours of interviews exactly? Go ahead and explain it to me.
I'm gonna post them on YouTube.
Good for you, child. What do you think that's going to accomplish other than showing you to be the sociopath and loser that you are?
It's also gonna show that you're a gullible liar and that you're also fat.
Original King Snake.
No, child. It won't,
No,
because it
child, it
implies
is
you in
you
any
who
of
is
those
fat.
That's the only problem you guys keep having. You see, I've never lied to you about anything. That's
He's got the Ellen Page vocal fry.
Everything I've ever told you has always been true and accurate.
Oh, so you're paying for this lawsuit out of your own pocket? Yeah, that's totally not a lie.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
You said you're
Sorry,
paying
child,
for this
could you speak
lawsuit
up? It's
out
hard
of
to
your
hear
own
you from all the way
pocket.
up
That's
here when you're down
obviously a
there.
lie. You don't have that kind of money.
Okay, well, the problem with that, child, is that I didn't say that. in those interviews.
Yeah, well, you've said it many times to us and in public, so now we know.
No,
Yes.
child.
Yes, child, you have.
No, child.
Yes, child, you have.
No.
I haven't. You see, this is where you keep screwing up because you don't actually listen to what I'm saying.
Okay, I'll make sure to accompany those interviews with screenshots of text messages where you said that you're paying for all of this with your own money. How's that?
Didn't actually happen, stalker child.
Yeah, you
Anyway,
actually
I'm
did.
going to enjoy what happens to you next.
You're going
Yeah,
to go
I'm
to
gonna enjoy what happens
prison
to
where
you
all the
next,
stalker
too.
children go.
Enjoy bankruptcy.
Baby child, it only gets worse for you from here.
Baby, child, infant, newborn, amoeba, embryo, child, baby, loser, stalker. Listen.
No, it only gets worse for you.
How much worse it gets for you from here.
Have fun paying Rahul.
To learn. No, you sound like you have peanut butter in your mouth, little baby child.
Alright, you have like the comebacks, dude.
Baby child, you don't have
Baby,
anything to say
child,
to me.
infant.
You're always wrong, and things are only getting worse from here. We're not
Protezoa.
facing bankruptcy. That isn't a thing.
Well, you will be when they come to collect that lawsuit money. We know you didn't pay.
No child.
Oh, so
We
somebody
aren't
was just
facing
nice enough.
bankruptcy, and we will never owe anyone a penny.
So somebody was
You're not
nice
getting
enough
one
to
red
throw
cent,
down
not one.
$100,000 in a frivolous lawsuit, you idiot.
Little infant baby child, your mouth keeps running, but your brain isn't listening to what's being told to you. We will never owe anyone a penny. Quasi has already lost. You didn't pay attention to the hearings. Child, you didn't listen to the hearings.
Yeah, I did.
You didn't. No, child, you didn't.
Yeah, I did.
No, child.
No.
Mentally healthy people wouldn't react like this to a prank call, you fat faggot.
Your fucking mouth, child.
Child?
Don't speak anymore. You have nothing to say. That's why you always go back to saying the F word, because you have nothing to say.
That's an accurate description of you, Patrick.
No, child, it is not. It
Yeah,
is
it
a
is.
lie. It is a delusion that you have to believe in order to continue functioning.
Okay.
You have nothing to say. Nothing you believe has ever been true.
So what did Judge Stein say that makes you think that you're going to win the lawsuit, even though you told Josiah that he's probably not going to rule in your favor?
See, that's the things that are coming out of your mouth, child.
You drunk fat.
Nonsense, babbling, insanity, delusions. You have nothing to say.
Yeah.
No, you're still doing that thing with your mouth. That doesn't.
Where
need
I'm
to
telling
happen.
the truth? Yeah.
You're still no, child. You have
Yes.
never had a moment of truth in your life. You've never spoken truth in your
Okay,
life.
why isn't Sacha Baron Cohen in prison?
You're certainly not doing it right now, child.
Why isn't Sacha Baron Cohen in prison?
Shut your mouth. No. It does not matter. Yes, child, it is.
What crime would that
It does
be?
not matter. Yes, child, it is.
It does matter.
Does not matter.
It does
I
matter.
gave you
It
my
does
phone
matter.
number
It does
on
matter,
false
Patrick.
Shut your fucking mouth. It does
I will
matter
not
that you gave me
shut
your phone
my
number based
fucking
on
mouth.
false pretenses.
I will not.
Shut your fucking mouth. Why do you think you get to talk? I
Is
misrepresented
this what
who
you did
are
to your
in
school
order to
teachers every time they
fraud-
proved you
Shut
wrong?
your fucking mouth!
This recording would become
It's like
infamous in the
RTU.
Patrick S.
Don't you tell me
Tomlinson
to shut
story,
the fuck
being
up.
known as
You
the
shut the fuck
Josiah
up.
tapes. The lawsuit would drag on, racking up costs on both sides until finally Patrick dropped the case, with the pests assuming that he had run out of money to pay further legal costs. The trolls had been asking how Patrick could afford such a costly and ill-advised lawsuit, with most of them thinking that it was all paid for by the Sci-Fi Writers Association, which Patrick was a member of. Pests then started to investigate the SFWA to discover that the organisation had a pretty sordid past, with members being arrested
Dickers
multiple
maxing.
times for being child predators and other members being part of NAMBLA, which stands for North American Man-Boy Love Association. Some of the pests believe that SFWA stopped funding the
That's where
lawsuit
Wings is
due to
now.
all of the dirt that they had dug up
where
on
he
the
went off to.
association. But I'm not too sure what the circumstances around this really are. What we do know is that the lawsuit was now over for Patrick and he had been defeated. But it wasn't over for the pests, so the owner of O&A Forums, whose username is Quasi, asked for his legal fees to be covered by Pat, which the court awarded. The amount awarded to Quasi seems to change a lot from the various different accounts of the story that I've seen, so I'm a little unsure about the correct figure, but the ranges that I've seen are between $40,000 and $80,000. Plus, when you take into account the amount spent on Patrick's side, this would end up being a very costly adventure for him. Patrick refused to pay the money to Quasi, which made the debt grow more and more over the years, but we'll come on to that
Oh my
later.
goodness,
One of
it's
the most
Shikoku
well-known
Wick.
claims that Patrick makes is that he is an actual real-life tough guy who has been in countless bar fights and knife
Stealthy
fights.
geek,
You
so that's
name
what
it,
that
and he has
means.
done it. He also has a
I
favourite
wondered what stealthy geek meant, but it's him saying that everyone sees me and they think I'm a tough guy. They don't know that there's a geek hiding behind this tough guy exterior.
bar where he likes to hang
Very
out
sneaky.
named Hooligans. He would post about this bar regularly, so it has become a favourite target for pests who want to taint and defile everything that Patrick loves. One time a pest was messaging Pat and it was arranged that the pair would meet at Hooligans bar, the implication being that a fight would take place between the two. The pest, to prove that this was a genuine offer, sent Patrick a real photo of his driving licence, which is a weird detail. The pest turned up to the bar, but sadly Patrick was nowhere to be be found, instead opting to file a restraining order against this pesky troll. So only a few weeks after his failed lawsuit, Pat was back in court again, but this time he could actually identify the person that he was taking to court. Thankfully for us, there are audio recordings of these proceedings, with the cold, sterile nature of the courtroom making the details of this story seem all the more absurd. Patrick explains that a forum dedicated to some old comedians has been harassing him for years due to a tweet that he posted about another old comedian, and at one time this forum sent the police to his home as it was suspected that he was grinding up African American children and turning them into pepperoni.
I was kidnapping African American children and grinding them up into pepperoni in my basement, which they all thought was absolutely hilarious, didn't you? Yeah.
Sir, don't do that.
One of the sticking points for this case was that Patrick claimed he had never threatened the pest, while the troll, who is named Andrew Nadowski, claims that Patrick did threaten him. So it was the judge's job to get to the bottom of this mystery.
I don't understand why you're having any contact with him at all.
I'm not going to make excuses for myself. It was, I would call it silliness, one night of silliness. And after he threatened me, then basically I went to the bar just see if he was going to follow up on his threats.
I did not threaten you, sir. You're simply lying.
They're in the text messages.
So, what is the threat you say that he sent you?
Like I said, that 911 wouldn't be there as an emergency just for cleanup. Presumably to clean me up off the sidewalk or something. I'm not sure exactly what he meant with it, but it sounded pretty threatening to me.
And how did he send you that?
Over text message.
Sir, did you send a text message to that effect?
No, I did not. I have all the texts right here.
Do you have a copy of this text message, sir?
On my phone, yes.
You have your phone with you?
Yes.
Can you bring it up?
Firstly, the judge asked Patrick to read out the text message thread between the two.
Read it aloud.
Okay. Hi, my name is Angela Nadolski, and I think you're a fat faggot and a possible pedophile who should be bullied until suicide. Have fun being a middle-aged loser whose entire life revolves around with Twitter and your shitty books. See you at Hooligans. I don't have a social media presence, but my name is in fact Andrew Nadolski, and I have a bone to pick, child. It's amazing how you haven't learned a lesson in 3 years. You are the same in-denial asshole that you always were, misspelling. If you were to offer an honest and candid look into your life and take responsibility for why you are who you are and what you're shit on O&A, O&A is short for Opie and Anthony, which is the group in question here.
He then asked Andrew to read out his messages.
So what did you say to him? What do you say your text was?
I said, where are you at? I want to buy you a beer. And then he said, you have been instructed to cease contacting this phone number. Continuing to do so constitutes felony telephone harassment. Do not contact this number again. I said, I just want to say hi, little baby child. Hooligans isn't that busy, is it? See you soon. First class ticket to prison, stalker, is what he said. And I said, oh, baby child, please do. I love prison. Keep 911 on speed dial. Happy to accommodate you, stalker. And then I said, you there, little baby child? And he said, don't need to, stalker. You won't be an emergency, just clean up.
So you're saying you didn't send that text?
I do not remember sending that text.
I don't remember. I forgot.
Telling him repeatedly decided to cease contacting me. And when he continued to do so after that, he knew he was committing a crime. He did so anyway.
So it turns out
So
that it was
block
in
the
fact
number.
Patrick that was lying. The judge rightfully found the situation very confusing, so asked Andrew why he was contacting Patrick.
Mr. Nadowski, what is the connection to him?
I'm sorry?
What is the connection to Mr. Tomlinson?
He's just a bizarre internet personality that he's a very unlikable person, and his telephone number was available on the internet. And while it probably would have been better for me to use a public platform like his Twitter to tell him what I thought of him, for whatever reason that night I thought it would be, I'm not going to say I thought it would be appropriate, but I did. text him.
What do you mean he's a bizarre internet presence? What does he post about?
He seemed to think that this Opie and Anthony fan group follows him for no reason, that he was picked at random. But he has a bizarre habit of consistently feeding the trolls and escalating conflicts. He constantly sends people threats. He is just in general an abrasive personality.
So you just picked him out at random?
Well, no, I've been kind of looking at his internet presence for maybe a few months. I'm not sure how long.
And what type of forums does he post on?
He posts on Twitter mostly.
About what? I guess I'm not understanding. So you like, what types of things? I'm just trying to figure this out. This isn't making any sense. So
It is.
What are you saying you saw that you thought I'm going to call him up?
I mean, he has years-long history of just the way he engages people is bizarre. Like with the text messages I read off, I keep calling him child, little baby infant. That's how Mr. Tomlinson talks. And that's how he engages with people that he doesn't like. He talks in a very bizarre way. He, in general, just can't let any conflict go without getting the last word.
In the end, the judge sided with the pest and the restraining order was declined, with the judge being quoted to say that this was one of the dumber things he has ever heard in court, all while Patrick is trying to argue with him.
That is not what occurred.
That's what I interpret that text to mean.
No, sir, that is not what occurred.
Sir, that's what I interpret the text to mean. I think basically there was, well, I don't understand why you reach out and do this. This makes no sense. This is one of the, I'll be quite blunt, this is one of the dumber things I've heard in this courtroom.
It sounds like both of you were fucking losers.
Is a very limited contact. I don't like you. Do you want to fight? I'll kick your ass. You accept the invitation.
Sir, I did not.
For some mind-numbing reason, he comes here for the fights, which thank God doesn't happen.
Sir, I did not invite him to come here. I did not invite to fight him. That did not occur.
Sir, what you said was, I won't need 911. I think
that is after he
open and shut case, Your Honor.
I understand that.
That is after he had already said he was going to come and confront me. I did not say I wanted to fight him.
I think basically what happened is someone offered to fight, someone accepted the fight, thank God it didn't happen.
No, that is not what occurred.
On that limited basis, I'm not going to grant harassment injunction. Based on what we have, I'm not going to grant this. Case is dismissed for that reason.
Pretty much the exact same thing did happen again when a pest named Dan Mullin went to Hooligan's Bar and posted photos of two dolls that he had made in the same position as Pat's ex-wife sitting on the knee of her future husband. Patrick again tried to get a restraining order, with the judge again denying it. Things hadn't been going very well for poor old Patrick, so he decided that he needed to make a change and have a place on the internet away from the pests who were plaguing his every move. So he set up a blog about cars under the name Torque Wheeler. On this blog, he stated that his father was a travelling oil salesman and that his mother used to stitch car seats, which I'm guessing explains his love of cars. Finally now he had a place to relax and unwind, where he could embrace his passion for motor vehicles. Sadly, shortly after he set up the blog, Torque Wheeler posted a photo of his car which was known to trolls. So soon this blog was flooded with pests who started to call him Pork Squealer, and the blog just descended into what his Twitter account was. Patrick telling the stalker children that they will soon be going to prison. Another aspect to this story is that Patrick had had police called to his home 3 times at this point. This of course had moved things away from internet trolling and into real world danger, something that Patrick was rightfully angry about. As far as I can tell, no group has taken responsibility for doing this, with the O&A forums claiming that Patrick may be doing it to himself for attention, but Pat is very forthright about blaming it on the forums, which given all that has happened seems like a fair assumption on his part. The 4th time this happened, an audio recording surfaced of the incident with Patrick shouting at police officers, telling them to stop talking as they don't know anything, him explaining to them about the pepperoni story, and demanding demanding that they never come back. The recording is pretty bad quality, but you can just about hear it all.
Because none of you have listened in 3 goddamn years! Shut up!
Shut up!
Thank you.
You always want to tell the cops to just shut up. They have to. It's the law.
You know better. No, of course you don't. No, stop talking. No, stop talking. This is where you trying to talk when you already you don't know anything. At this
Stop
address,
talking.
I'm still talking. Do you have any idea how many times I've called you to let you know that this keeps happening?
Cyrax Maxon.
Do you have an idea?
I told you guys to help me and you didn't. I called you 127 times.
That was the first time you guys came. I'm banging on my door middle night. We've been over this. Never come to this address again.
They can't do that.
Now, if I need any of you, I'll call. We've been over this. I've talked to dispatch. I've talked to your. I've talked to your supervisors. I've talked to everyone. And you know what I was told at every point? Well, that's not. We don't handle that.
We only handle human trafficking.
Well, I'm sorry, but we don't do that anymore. We don't take those kinds of calls anymore. Never. Hey, come here again. Any of you. I'm serious. This is the 4th time. 4. You could have looked it up. It's in your notes. I know it is. Go back to your squad right now. Look it up. Right now. Do your minimum of your jobs. And never comes again, idiots.
Idiots.
Leave. Never return.
Never darken my doorstep again.
All of you. Never come here again.
The recording is pretty long and hard to understand due to the bad quality, so I cut a lot of it out, but at one point Pat explains to the police that he has been blamed for all kinds of crimes in the area, including burning down a local bar. From Patrick's side of things, he claims that the pests keep swatting him, but as far as I can tell at this stage it was more the police being called to do wellness checks or to investigate crimes rather than a SWAT team kicking down his door. But this did definitely start to happen later on in the story. There is video of him being restrained by police during one of these fake calls, but I'm not too sure what time frame this is from, so I'll just include it here. It should go
Yes,
without
child,
saying
I
that
am a
calling the
fucking
police
idiot.
to somebody's home can be very dangerous and should never be done by anyone.
Notice he didn't stalker child the police.
I said no. I said I'm showing you respect. No, you were not. You have not. No. Turn around. No. You behind your back.
Get him.
Put your hands behind your back. Enough. What is it? Second time ever. I'm trying to explain it to you, but you're not being reasonable right now. You are not, okay? Reasonable. Yes. You came out here telling me you're not. But sir, I'm not the one that stop. Just get up. You're hands up. You are not trying. You are putting me under false arrest right now. Nobody's false arrest. You are putting me under false arrest right now. If you get all of your hands off of me. Relax. Get all of your hands off. You put those cuffs on, it's going to be $1 million lawsuit. Please get your hands off.
We are just going to take a quick break from the timeline to look at some of Patrick's more interesting tweets, as it's a big part of his story. He is on Twitter continuously fighting with pests day after day, week after week, year after year.
Day
Whatever
after
the season,
day.
Patrick can be
No,
found
child.
calling people
No,
stalkers,
child.
children, or hoping that they enjoy a prison. I think it was around this time in the timeline that he stopped calling people children. I'm guessing that he realised how strange this sounded to onlookers. He has many trolls on Twitter, far more than I can list here, so I'm just going to go over a few that caught my eye. One of these accounts is called Patrick S. Toiletson and pretends to be Patrick's toilet, leading to Pat having to repeatedly tell his own toilet that it's going to prison. Another is called Patty Meatloaf, who pretends to be a female version of Patrick. Then we have Farty Tits Tomlinson, who just seems to post photos of Pat with cartoon farts on his chest. And of course, Patrick even feels the need to
Very high
reply to
level.
this account by telling him that he's going to prison.
Your
Another
life
one
is
is
over.
Carl W. Tomlinson, who pretends to be Pat's little brother and just posts silly things that Patrick always feels the need to answer to correct the record. Carl tweets, "Why wasn't arranging support and visitation the first thing you did after your child was born? What could have been more important, little sister? Such a failure of a woman. Enjoy frippery." To which Patrick replies, "That is the thing I did, stalker. I am not a woman, stalker, and you are not my little brother. You are a clinically obsessed criminal cyber stalker facing multiple felony charges for crimes against my family. This is why your life is already over. Enjoy prison." To which Farty Tits Tomlinson replies, "Uh-oh, looks like someone's got a case of the farty tits," alongside a doctored photo of Patrick with a cartoon fart going on his chest. Surprisingly, Patrick didn't reply to this tweet, but no doubt this stalker child will be enjoying prison one day very soon. Back at the start of the conflict with the ONA subreddit, a user called FartPoop22 shared a badly drawn picture of Patrick drowning in a pool of urine, but asking for more while a small penis dangled above him. Patrick then shared this drawing to his main Twitter followers as an example of the harassment that he was getting, and argued with the trolls in the comments of this picture. This inability to just ignore such silly things was really the reason that the ONA subreddit first started to pay attention to him. One time, Pat posted that he had stopped in a nice little cave on a day out with a troll simply commenting, "Not so," to which Pat replied, "So, stalker." Instead of just enjoying his nice day out that everybody knows that he had, he will waste his time replying to a troll who is clearly just trying to annoy him. Patrick replies to tweets on Christmas Day, New Year's Day, his birthday. No time is off limits for him telling the stalker children that they'll be going to prison. There are just so many tweets that it's hard to know where to start, and it's normally presented to you out of context as it's just him replying to troll comments. Like this one. Pat says, "I'm not an incel. Had sex with my wife this week already." Or this little treat. "Can't multiply by zero, stalker. Enjoy prison." To which a user called Sci-Fi King replies, "You can actually. You're thinking about dividing by zero. It's no wonder your grades were so poor in school, and that no one respects you as an adult." Patrick then replies, "Wrong yet again, stalker. Enjoy prison." Then George Washington says, "You can't divide by zero, Patrick. You can multiply by zero, though. No wonder you failed so badly at school." Then someone pretending to be Patrick says, "No, stalker, you can't. This is why your life is already over, stalker. Enjoy prison." To which the real Patrick replies to the fake Patrick, "This is why your life is already over, stalker. Enjoy prison." It's not just replying to pests that make Patrick's Twitter account a fun place to be. His original tweets can be pretty absurd, like this one. "Fun fact. #Ukraine. A water balloon filled with $1 of paint thrown at the periscopes can disable tanks as fast as a $150,000 Javelin missile. Please do have fun." Or this tweet that I have no idea why he posted, but here we are. Pat posted this for his young daughter to read when she grows up. "Dear daughter, I hope you have amazing sex with partners of your choice as soon as you are ready." Then we have the strange details of his Twitter account, like he feels the need to make it very clear that he doesn't wear underwear. He does this with no prompting and just really likes to tell people about his lack of underwear. He also feels the need to keep telling people that his wife is a cis woman and not a lesbian, and that she loves the D and is available to him whenever he wants. Patrick suspiciously likes to make it very clear that he is not a homosexual with tweets like this. "I'm not closeted stalker. I am quite straight and quite happy and comfortable with myself, my sexuality, my masculinity, and my cis female wife. Things you can't say about yourself, which is why you project your insecurities onto others. Oh, and by the way, Enjoy prison. Patrick hitting us with the enjoy prison at the end there. It seemed like he wasn't going to do it, but he knows what the fans are here for. He also tells weird, unnecessary lies a lot, like this tweet. I have all of those things too, child. And then much, much more. Also, I don't call myself an author. My publishers do. Night night. Some random internet user then replied, author is literally the first word in your Twitter bio. His Twitter does have a darker side, with Pat posting threats to people and showing off his guns and knives, implying that he's ready to use them on the trolls. Then there are the very graphic tweets that Pat does, that sadly I can't go over on YouTube, but he threatens or wishes very extreme acts to happen to people or their family members. This pattern of online delinquency isn't just confined to Twitter, as it follows him to every platform that he uses, but Twitter is the main battleground on which the fight for the internet's soul is fought. And with that, let's get back to the main story. Even though Patrick had been claiming that pests were swatting his home, he decided to rent out half of the property as an Airbnb. Unfortunately for Patrick, the swatting would only get worse and worse, with him releasing footage of the police now actually entering his home with guns drawn. In one of these videos, Patrick was led out of his home by the police in the middle of the night. And as we already know that he doesn't like to wear underwear, the blurry footage caught him in a state of undress. The pests then set to work trying to decode the outline of his manhood, with them tracing around what could be seen on the pixelated footage. This micro drawing wasn't very flattering and was used to troll Patrick on Twitter, something that got under his skin a little more than normal, forcing him to reply over and over again to the stalker children to tell them that they're going to prison. This moment passed after a while, but Patrick being a laughing stock on Twitter is a lifelong affair. About a month later, he tweeted to claim that Tesla was not actually a car company but a subsidized emissions credit product, to which a community note was placed on the tweet stating that 3% of Tesla's revenue comes from these credits. This was then retweeted and Elon Musk himself posted a laugh emoji on this retweet. He was then mocked by a new crowd of people who liked Elon Musk, with Patrick calling them children and stating that the community note was fake, having been put there by his cyber stalkers. The next thing of note was when ONA wanted to attack the Sci-Fi Writers Association for fraud, due to them claiming that the association used members' funds to pay for Patrick's lawsuit. The owner of Kiwi Farms didn't like this for some reason, so a civil war broke out with ONA and Kiwi Farms both accusing the other of swatting Patrick. In March 2023, Patrick bought a water-resistant phone, then went swimming in the sea with the phone, which obviously broke it. So Pat began threatening to sue Samsung unless they replaced the phone due to him thinking there was fake advertising. In mid-2023, Patrick went on a media blitz, appearing on NBC News among other news outlets. In all of these appearances, Patrick's story was that he had now been swatted 42 times. The pests dispute this claim, stating that he is inflating the numbers, or that maybe he is swatting himself to get victim points. I honestly have no idea what the truth is here, but Pat does have footage showing at least 4 or 5 times this has happened. Plus, with how much he is trolled, I'm inclined to believe his version of events.
In 2018, science fiction author Patrick Tomlinson posted a casual tweet.
I simply said that I'd never personally found the comedian Norm Macdonald funny.
It caught the attention of online harassers who began swatting Patrick and his wife Nikki at their Milwaukee home.
Well, now
Patrick
you know
and Nikki
better.
are still constantly harassed.
They've been texting us during this interview.
And their harassers use voice synthesizers and other technology to mask their identity.
Maybe you should get a real job. Then again, you'll be able to learn a trade in prison.
He also appeared on many podcasts and radio shows around this time, pushing his message. The version of events that Patrick recounts in all of these appearances is that he was a normal guy just living a normal life when on one ill-fated day he posted a tweet to simply say that he doesn't find Norm Macdonald funny. Then out of nowhere, a group of deranged far-right extremists descended on him with the intention of making him end his own life. He states that this is a highly organised and well-funded, sinister international gang targeting him due to his political beliefs. He does also claim that the group is made up of jobless losers who live in their mum's basement, and on his Twitter he thinks that because he opposes Vladimir Putin, the whole thing is a Russian-backed operation to try and bring him down. So it's a little hard to figure out exactly what he believes when it comes to the trolls. In all of these interviews, Patrick paints the situation as him minding his own business when all of a sudden he was just flooded with vile trolls out of nowhere, and that he would only respond to them when they lied about him.
I'm a 40-year-old science fiction writer living in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I enjoy the Packers, motorcycles, building models, and shooting guns.
Did you ever reply to any of the harassment on Twitter or on Reddit or anything like that?
Oh,
Of course.
I never reached out to any of them. These are terrible people, and they're all criminals. They deserve to be in prison. But I
Stalker
would
child.
always respond when they would lie about me or lie about my family. That doesn't get to stand. You don't get to go out and slander and libel me without someone.
Without me
correct
calling
records.
you a
Absolutely
stalker
not.
child.
One of these stalkers had created a fake Craigslist ad that they put up in the local Milwaukee Craigslist in the free section, using my name, using my telephone number, using my real home address, and claiming that I was giving away free sausage to homeless people, which I had made out of the bodies of African American children that I had
That's why they
kidnapped and
keep
ground
coming
up
back,
into
you
pepperoni
idiot.
in my
Yeah,
basement.
right.
The
Give them
only
content,
response
K.
Well,
I
did you
ever
do
made to
that?
any of them was to correct the record, and that was it.
During this media blitz, a radio show called The Big John Holwell Show covered his story without Patrick appearing, so a week later a pest pretending to be Patrick called into the show and gave an interview where he took the opportunity to air some details about Patrick's life that Pat would rather not be in the public domain.
Patrick, welcome to Double DL. So you heard us talking about you on Friday?
Yeah, I did. I heard you guys talking about this story, and I thought maybe that I'd try to tell you the full story. The tweet was 9/11/2018, and I've gotten texts, calls, harassments every single day since then. It turns out that there's this group of people called the Pests. They got their start in radio from the Opie and Anthony show. I don't know if you've heard of that before.
Indianapolis, yeah, I've heard of them.
Okay, they were big in the early 2000s. They used to have these guys called the Pests, and they would attack radio hosts. Well, it turns out that Opie and Anthony ended, but the Pests are still there.
Patrick, you can't change history, but could you perhaps reevaluate your thoughts on Norm Macdonald, or is that off the table?
Well, I don't really, I think it's kind of gone past Norm at this point. You know, these people have dug into my entire life. They found out my pregnant wife left me for my neighbor years ago, and since turned it into a way to harass me just because I signed away the rights to my daughter. They even went to my high school and got my transcripts and found out that I had a 1.7 GPA in high school.
This the fake.
What are you planning on doing going forward?
Oh, well,
crying
I belong
and
to
eating
a sci-fi
food.
group called the SFWA, and they loaned me $100,000 to try to sue these people. When we went to court,
I read that.
Yeah,
I read that the website wouldn't divulge who was posting. Yeah, that was a dead end for you. I remember that.
right. So now I owe these people $40,000 of money I don't have.
I would say if you're within the sound of my voice and you're part of these wacky funsters that prey on Patrick, let it go. It's not funny anymore. Patrick, thank you for calling in. I appreciate it. I wish I had more time to talk, but I have to go. But best of luck to you in your future publishing efforts as well.
Well, thanks for taking the time to talk to me.
One of the podcasts that covered this story was called The Pretend Podcast, who did many episodes breaking down the events. This podcast wanted to cover the story fairly, so firstly spoke to Patrick, with Pat being very happy with the coverage that he got. Then the host made the mistake of interviewing a pest named Dan Mullin, who gave the ONA side of the story. This outraged Patrick, as to him there is only one side of the story, so he began to attack the podcast host on Twitter. and this was where his media blitz ended. So he skulked back to the shadows on Twitter and Blue Sky. While all of this was going on, the owner of O&A Forums filed a motion against Patrick to hold him in contempt of court due to him not paying the debt that he owed. Despite this, Pat was still adamant that he was not going to pay these wicked trolls and blamed his lawyer in the original case for not giving him the correct advice. Another court date was set, and this time Patrick was going to win. As there is only one side to this story, surely the court would listen to what he had to say and find out that this was all just one big mistake. Patrick assembled a crack new team of lawyers to fight his case. Then when the date finally arrived, he just agreed to pay Quasi the amount he was due, and that was the end of that. Pat was still getting great information from his contacts on the inside, so found out one of the main trolls' names. The Pest's username was Boomia, but his real name was actually Robert Prongay Jr. So Patrick posted this massive disclosure on Twitter in order to dox the man. That had been the bane of his life for such a long time. Alongside his name, this shadowy contact also gave him Robert's family history. So Robert was a man in his 50s and a father of 4, whose father was called Robert Mr. Softy Prongay Sr. He got the nickname Mr. Softy as he was an infamous hitman with links to the mob. While doing his hitman duties, he drove an ice cream truck and kept bodies in the freezer so that police found it hard to date the time of death. Mr. Softy was sadly killed by another ice cream truck driving hitman named The Iceman, who had a movie made about him. Patrick proudly posted this to his Twitter account, accompanied with a photo of Boomia. The photo was in fact of an actor from the hit TV show The Sopranos. Remember that Patrick claims to have an IQ of 140. It then seems that Pat did in fact pay Quasi the amount of $41,848.87, but still owed him much more due to all of the interest that had been accumulated on the debt. In October 2023, a massive milestone was reached. Patrick posted his 200,000th tweet.
If only they had gone with Richard
Your
instead
life
of
is
Robert.
already over, stalker.
Sad face.
Enjoy prison. The next thing of note in the story happened in May 2024 when he was banned from talking at an authors convention. This was because another speaker at the convention named Leslie Varney wrote a letter to the organisers asking for Pat to be banned. She claims that he has in fact been stalking her, which is an interesting twist. As far as I can see, she is not a pest and is just some run-of-the-mill literary agent. You see, Leslie had come across Patrick's story and didn't believe that he was the victim of an organised far-right network of trolls financed by Russia, so she said so online. She claims that she then came under attack from Patrick and his online helpers, who bombarded her social media with hateful comments such as calling her a moron, a mouth breather, evil, or an imbecile. In this letter, Leslie states that Patrick is also misogynistic and homophobic. She posted this letter to Twitter with Patrick commenting, "This is how you get sued into poverty, Leslie. You are mentally ill. Seek help." This no doubt didn't help his case when the convention was trying to judge if he was stalking her or not. Patrick and Leslie have now become bitter enemies who bicker on Blue Sky regularly, with Leslie calling him impotent and Patrick telling her that she should get a lawyer as she is going to be facing legal consequences. Another character in the Tomlinson sagas is named Jackie Singh. She claims to be an expert in online harassment and countering trolls on the internet. She even gives lectures about this topic to presumably paying customers, where she uses Patrick as her main example. I have watched one of these lectures and it's very reminiscent of watching Alex Jones broadcast in his prime. She lays out this very complicated network of organised trolls that are basically terrorists and working for some shadowy overlord. She is one of Patrick's main friends and helpers against the pests. I'm assuming that she is one of the reasons that Patrick thinks that this is all a far-right Russian psyop, as she also throws around this accusation towards anyone that disagrees with her online. Like Patrick, she also has a history of always replying to trolls no matter how silly the comment, and having her accounts banned for threatening people. Even though she claims to be an expert on the topic of internet trolling, she too reposted the claim about Robert Prongay Jr. and always just seems to get things wrong, like the time she doxed a man in Sweden claiming that he was an infamous swatter named Tor Swats. As far as I know, she never retracted this claim even when the real Tor course, Watts was arrested and pled guilty. Patrick then started a lawsuit against the city and the police for them continuously coming to his home, even though it should be clear at this point that they don't need to come with their guns drawn. With all this going on, this must have been a very stressful time for poor Patrick, so he decided to take his mind off things and build himself some lovely Adirondack chairs. First he got some pallets, then carefully and lovingly cut them to size, put them all together, and after many hours of blood, sweat and tears, the beautiful chairs were finally finished. So he proudly placed them in his garden and posted a glorious photo to show the world this achievement. The chairs became a bit of a meme for the jealous trolls, who joked that the treatment on the pallets would make the chairs poisonous, or that he should get some cushions as they looked pretty sharp, but Patrick declined this kind advice. Then one day an advert appeared in Craigslist offering a pair of Adirondack chairs for free collection. The person giving them away was busy moving, so there was no need to knock and ask. Just take them when you can and enjoy your new beautiful chairs. So that's what happened. One day the chairs were there, the next day they were not. Once Patrick found out what had happened, he was furious. So he put a message up on Craigslist letting the person that took the chairs know that they were tricked by criminal cyberstalkers, and if the chairs were returned, there would be no questions asked. A statement was then released by a notorious hacking group Anonymous about the chair situation.
This is an official announcement from Anonymous to Patrick S. Tomlinson. Hello, Patrick. We have your pallet Adirondack chairs. We are a global hacking collective dedicated to justice and equality. We do not forgive. We do not forget. We are anonymous. We are legion. Expect us. If you ever want to see your chairs again, you must denounce the state of Israel and the genocide of Gazans. Apologise to your daughter for abandoning her. And also buy her a new iPad to show solidarity with Palestine. Your chairs are currently unharmed and being held at a safe house.
Such a
You have
meme.
24 hours. After that, we will begin removing pieces from the chair and putting them in a wood chipper every hour until payment, until the chairs are destroyed. That concludes this message from Anonymous. We have hacked Craig's list, by the way, because we're hackers. So get ready, because it looks like you're going to be getting a lot of people looking for free stuff. And also, tomorrow a pool guy is coming by, even though you don't have a pool.
The chairs were later returned to him, apparently with an apology card attached, which Rick thought was a lovely touch. More adverts started to appear on Craigslist, offering the bricks that he used for a fireplace in his garden. So Patrick replied to this advert to let the random people viewing it know that it was a fake trick by clinically obsessed criminal cyberstalkers. Patrick then claimed that pests had thrown a tin of paint at his car, with him making sure to point out that they were criminal cyberstalkers, and that these are the people that Leslie Varney is siding with. People soon started to suspect that something was a little off about this claim, as Patrick had released footage of people taking his chairs, so we know that he had cameras pointing at his car, but he didn't release the footage of the paint attack. They also pointed out that the paint splatter wasn't what you would expect from something being thrown hard, but more consistent with a tin of paint being gently dropped. Plus, none of the paint had actually gone on his car. Pests claim that this was done by Patrick for sympathy. I'm not too sure what the truth is. What I do know is that the chairs were taken for a second time, this time by a charity, but they were returned shortly afterwards. Then they were taken a third time by the Salvation Army, but luckily Patrick intercepted them as they were being loaded. As far as I know, Patrick won the Great Chair Wars, and they still reside in his garden, but he did later post about a bold squirrel that keeps stealing his tomatoes and eating them on the chair, making them all dirty. It has not yet been confirmed if this squirrel is a criminal cyberstalker.
Might as well.
In early 2025, a police report was uncovered that showed Patrick was involved in an incident outside of a Chubby Cheesesteaks restaurant in 2020. The report states that Pat was waiting outside for his delicious food using his phone when all of a sudden someone tried to grab his phone, so a fight broke out with a second man punching Patrick in the face, his phone being taken and the robbers escaping. It is speculated that Patrick was busy childing someone on his phone phone when it was stolen. The culprits were never arrested and the phone was never recovered. Strangely, Patrick never talked about this on his Twitter account, leading people to think that he never mentioned this due to him not wanting to seem racist. All three of the robbers were young black men, and Patrick had previously stated that any white person who calls the police on a black person is guilty of trying to kill them. But now here he was calling the police on three young black men. Another theory is that Pat likes to frame himself as an actual real-life tough guy, so didn't want to admit that he had been beaten up and robbed, as this would shatter the illusion of him being the real-life Steven Seagal. A short time later, things got worse for Patrick when his internet nemesis Boomia posted photos from inside Pat's Airbnb. Boomia had stayed there and left a photo of the Sopranos actor as proof for Patrick. Boomia also claims to have left stains in Patrick's toilet which Pat would have cleaned, leading to a popular meme for the pests of Pat as a pig maid cleaning a toilet. Another troll has stayed at the Airbnb taking a video from inside and discovering that a kitchen knife Pat once used in a photo, kind of threatening trolls, is at the Airbnb for customers to use. In his photo, Patrick had this knife stuffed down the back of his trousers, touching his bum cheeks. In February 2025, Pat would again reach a whole new group of people when he posted to Blue Sky asking why do we only shoot the good Kennedys, insinuating that someone should take a shot at RFK. This post got a lot of pushback, with people saying that it's not funny even if it is a joke, and Patrick replying to confirm that it was not a joke. The Blue Sky post was then picked up by accounts like Libs of Blue Sky, propelling Pat to a new anti-woke audience. Patrick had been trying to move over to Blue Sky for some time now to escape what he calls the far-right racists on Twitter. But sadly for him, Blue Sky would turn out to be an even more hostile environment, as he was exposed for being a racist himself. You see, a while back, someone pretending to be Patrick had left a bad review on a black woman's book using inappropriate racial language. This was discovered and Patrick was blamed for this, with him trying to explain that it really was an organised group of criminal cyberstalkers who had set up accounts using his name and photo. Among the people leading the charge against Patrick was a racially ambiguous black rights activist named Unapologetically Jackie. She soon started making many videos exposing Patrick as a racist troll who advocates for child predators.
Last week on Blue Sky, a sister reached out to me to bring to my attention this vile human being who went to her website and left grotesque comments. So I told her I would do my thing and I would expose this racist. And do my thing
She looks like a
is exactly what I did.
black.
This is him. His name is Patrick, and he's an author. He is also a narcissist, a misogynist, and a racist. Alarming fact about my cyber stalker. He's also pro-pedophilia. I'm bringing up his comments right now. What is really scary, if you ask me, is that he operates an Airbnb. Do we know if he has cameras in that Airbnb spying on children? Do we know that?
She seems to have really taken a disliking to Patrick, so would make many videos about him and raise awareness about him on Blue Sky. Jackie has her own website called Jackie's Academy, which is an educational hub centered on blackness. On this website, she did expose after expose, bringing to light what she thinks are Patrick's crimes, including lists of all the times that he was racist online and full breakdowns on how Patrick is the leader of a far-right hate group, with all of the pests being Pat's online goons. She claims that the people trolling him are just a 5D chess move to divert suspicion away from him, as he is really the mastermind of this hate group. She claims that he runs Kiwi Farms and his inner circle of trolls are called bull washers. Now, it would be a very interesting twist if Patrick turned out to be the mastermind of all of this, but sadly I don't think that this is the case. She thinks that Patrick has a master plan to target the black and brown community with a dangerous Airbnb scheme. I'm guessing the pests have been feeding this woman fake information, plus they attack Jackie pretending to be pro-Patrick in order to make her think that Patrick is
Mark
the leader
Twain
of the
was
pests.
right.
Jackie has repeatedly called for people to take action against Patrick and is in part responsible for over 1,000 people blocking Patrick on Blue Sky. In some of her exposés, Jackie does raise some good questions though, like if Patrick is being swatted so much, why would he rent out part of his property on Airbnb? Airbnb, as this doesn't seem like a safe thing to do, or the fact that none of his Airbnb reviews mention swatting. Pat has tried over and over again to explain the situation to her, and even tried swapping the victim narrative around by claiming that she is putting
More
his family
specifically,
at risk by
reality is
doxing his
stranger than
address.
fiction,
But Jackie counters
because
this
fiction
by
has to
stating
make
that being a
sense.
victim of swatting does not exempt you from being racist, and that she has never read a news article about Patrick that mentions people pretending to be him online so that they could be racist. Therefore, it is not true. When I first came across this part, I just assumed that Jackie was a pest and that the whole thing was an elaborate troll scheme of some kind. But that doesn't seem to be the case, as I've checked her out, and she is who she says she is, so it looks like Patrick can now add black activists to his list of enemies. As all of this was going on, Patrick's birthday came, and the pests made a happy birthday video for him where they pretended to be his daughter.
It's Annabelle. I baked you a cake.
Baby child, you don't have anything to say to me. You're always wrong, and things are only getting...
Daddy, I know you want to be here in person.
So if I ever do any see of them in person, it will turn out very quickly and very poorly for all of them. And
Daddy, will you just listen to me?
Yes, child.
Daddy, I baked you a cake and wanted to wish you a happy birthday.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy
Patrick be like, why can't I reach these childs?
Happy birthday to you.
Also on his birthday, trolls counted all of the times that he had told
Opie and
people they
Anthony
would be
fans.
enjoying prison, with the total being 4,876. It's a little unclear what time frame this is for, but regardless of time frame, it's still a lot. In June 2025, Pat was cited for disorderly conduct when a delivery driver was delivering some large items to his home. The driver asked where Patrick would like them offloaded, with Pat saying in front of his car. So the driver unloaded the items, then Patrick approached the driver in an aggressive manner. So the driver tried to drive away to escape, but Pat blocked the road and continued acting aggressively towards the driver until the police showed up. Things kept going from bad to worse for him when Leslie Varney filed a restraining order against him due to Pat stalking her online. In the court documents, she lists years of harassment, including tweets and letters that Patrick had sent to her employers trying to get her fired. In one of these letters, Patrick claims that Leslie is the leader of a network of criminal cyberstalkers trying to destroy his life. The next interesting thing that happened in 2025 was when a photo of Patrick giving the middle finger to a Rosa Parks memorial was circulated around Twitter. Patrick had this to say about the photo: "There is no Rosa Parks memorial in Waikiki, stalker. You are very bad at Photoshop. This is why your life is already over. Enjoy prison." He then posted the real photo, which was him giving the middle finger to a Trump sign. He then hammered the point home that he doesn't like Donald Trump with another photo of him giving the middle finger to a Trump hotel. And the photo of what I'm assuming is him...
I mean, the hotel is worth like millions and millions of dollars, but your middle finger sure really knocked it down a peg.
Staying in the Trump hotel with a shocked expression on his face. So before the thrilling conclusion to our story, we are just going to take another quick break from the timeline to look at some of the niche things that the trolls have done to Patrick. Of course, they have done things like ordering pizzas that they haven't paid for to his home. This happened so much that Pat threatened to sue Domino's and Pizza Hut if they didn't stop delivering pizzas to him. The pests have tried to get his car towed away by tricking two companies into collecting it. And they have had piles of wood mulch sent to his home which blocked his driveway. Another favourite of the pests is to make songs about Patrick.
My suit, the V6 Mustang car. I'm about to drive this baby down to Hooligan's Bar and get wild, stalk a child.
Even though Patrick's telephone number is public and was discovered a long time ago, he refuses to change it, so spends a lot of his time replying to pests via text message. He does this so much that ONA Forums had its own page dedicated to these messages called RickyLeaks, where users could upload these interactions. One of the users, named Honey Badger, likes to send Pat photos of his wife's ample bosoms alongside a kind of insult. I mean, if I'm going to be insulted, I'd like it alongside a nice pair of boobs, I guess. Another user likes to send Pat photos of himself doing drugs. I think I'd prefer the first one, honestly. One pest sent Patrick a text message pretending to be an automated message from a pest control company. And as Patrick had missed an appointment, he owed this company $50. Patrick then proceeds to argue with this fake automated message until a real employee joins the chat. So Patrick lets this pest control company know that they have been tricked by cyberstalkers. Then he threatens them with legal action, then states that if he gets another text message, the employee will get fired. At no time did the pest break character, so I'm guessing that Patrick still thinks that this was a real pest control company. Another one of these automated messages came from an adult diaper chat line that thanks Patrick for signing up for $6.99 a month, and that if he wishes to cancel the service, he should reply stop. Patrick replied, "No." So the adult diaper chat line thanked him for accepting the service along with a message that I can't read on YouTube. Sometimes these text messages can be from Good Samaritans, like the time that someone informed him that pests had sent them a fax with Patrick's phone number on it. The message reads, "Hi, I'm messaging you because your number appears on a fax that I received earlier today. I'm assuming you didn't send the fax. I'm just letting you know about it because it looks like whoever sent it is attacking your reputation." Patrick replies, "Every day for 4.5 years now." The Good Samaritan says, "Do you want me to send you a picture of the fax?" Pat says, "I suppose." The Good Samaritan then tries to warn him, "It's pretty disgusting, so maybe you'd rather not see it," with Patrick defiantly replying, "They always are." The Good Samaritan then posts an unaltered photo of Patrick and his wife. Alongside this message, it looks like they altered the image to make them look like grotesque subhuman creatures. To which Patrick explodes, "You are going to prison, stalker. You are mentally ill, stalker. You have been instructed many thousands of times to cease contacting this number. Continuing to do so constitutes felony telephone harassment. Do not contact this number again."
I wonder if he has that on like copy and paste.
Is to contact his local bar hooligans and flood them with prank calls and faxes about Patrick.
Hooligan.
Hey, can I get a pickup order?
Sure, can I have a name?
Yeah, Eric.
And what would you like?
Let's start with. Can I get the boy burger?
How do you want it cooked?
Medium.
And what do you want for your side?
You guys have crinkle fries?
We have regular fries, or for $2 more, waffle fries or tater tots.
Waffle fries sounds great.
Anything else?
Yeah, how about some jalapeno poppers?
We don't have jalapeno poppers.
Oh, darn. Okay. What about the, can I do mix and match chicken tenders?
We have chicken tenders, and it comes with a side of fries.
Yeah, that's
And
perfect.
And then what kind of dipping sauce do you want for those?
How about ranch and blue cheese?
Do you want any other sauce, like barbecue or anything?
No, I think ranch and blue cheese is good.
Ranch and blue cheese. Anything else?
Yeah, you guys ban Patrick Tomlinson?
Oh, God.
There are reports that Patrick has now been banned from hooligans, but I'm not too sure how true these are. A big joke for the pests is that they say that Patrick's wife likes to have a black man named Tyrone fart inside her private parts. I have no idea why this is or where it came from, but it's a very common joke among the pests. Moving swiftly on, Patrick will always reply to the trolls no matter where he is or what he's doing. One time he was at a sci-fi convention, and a pest pretending to be Patrick listed his grill for free pickup on a website called Nextdoor. Somehow Pat found out about this and started to tell the troll that he hopes that he enjoys prison, then proceeded to comment on the post that this was actually a cyber stalker impersonating him. Then the impersonator commented that the real Patrick was actually impersonating him, and that anyone viewing this should block and report Pat. This of course was like a red rag to a bull, so the real Patrick unleashed his ultimate weapon, the thing that would finally end this trolling once and for for all. He told the pest that he will be spending the rest of his life in prison. So
Right.
the impersonator claimed that Patrick
You would
was a
think
member
you-
of a gang of criminal
you'd realize this
cyberstalkers
doesn't
that were
work.
harassing him, and that impersonation,
prison.
along with threatening people with prison, is a common tactic that they use. Patrick, incensed by this, wrote a long reply on this website for a few random strangers to read, detailing how the impersonation account is run by criminal cyberstalkers who are trying to trick them into committing a crime. Then other trolls joined and started to comment, claiming that they had gone to pick up this grill, but were threatened by the owner of the property. They weren't angry, just confused why Patrick would waste their time like this. On a side note, the grill was also listed on Craigslist, which did trick someone into trying to take the grill, with the collector messaging the troll to say that the grill had a big sign on it telling no one to take it, and the pest reassuring the man that the sign was just there to inform other people that it was reserved for him. While all this was going on, Pat was also getting trolled at the sci-fi convention, with pests taking secret photos of him and calling pizzas to the room that he was giving his speech in. The last
ignore
thing on
that.
this topic I'll mention is that given how much Patrick tweets, you would expect him to make a few mistakes. It happens to all of us every now and again. Sometimes we'll write the wrong word or misspell something, but when Patrick does this, it turns into a meme that will haunt his very existence for years afterwards. Like the time that he wrote, "Wasn't convicted of anything, stalker. Yaman Koki your future. Enjoy prison." Yaman Koki was then used by the pests as an in-joke for many years afterwards, and much fun was had by all, except Patrick.
Hey Pat, it's Roger Stone. Yeah, I hear you're a demented libtard and you hate my guts. Here's the problem. You see, people online who say you're, I don't know, fat, that's called free speech, the kind you liberals hate. You're not going to win that lawsuit, and guess what? I'm not in prison. So, have a nice day.
Big ups Roger Stone. Great guy.
At the beginning of 2026, Patrick started to tweet talking about how he finds the different platforms he uses. The three main ones being Twitter, Blue Sky and Threads. In this, he compares how the same post that he made about ICE deportations performed on all three platforms, with him concluding that Blue Sky was not a sustainable platform due to him not getting much interaction. This enraged a lot of the Blue Sky users, with many of them arguing with Pat that he doesn't understand the point of Blue Sky. Ironically, this post was one of the most interacted with posts that he had done on Blue Sky. I'm guessing the reason that he doesn't get much interaction on this platform would be because Pat is one of the most blocked people that uses Blue Sky. You see, this website has open source data on who gets blocked, and Patrick once tops the chart of the most blocked people on the website within a 24-hour period, getting blocked 2,000 times. In March 2026, he launched an app where people could catalogue non-alcoholic cocktails. Surprisingly, given that Patrick is a super genius who has been relentlessly trolled for years, he thought that this app would just be left alone by the pests. It wasn't. Let's take a look at some of the tasty recipes that the pests have uploaded to this app. The Daughter Abandoner. The key is to make it so over the top alcoholic and sweet that you need to get up and abandon it immediately. Ingredients: pepperoni, vodka and grenadine. The Fat Pat. The description is simply, the bartender will prepare my fruity drink, child. It's the minimum of his job. Ingredients: sugar, pork, more sugar. Nikki's Gassy Lassie. Instructions: line the rim of the glass with crushed flaming hot Cheetos and kosher salt for an extra kick to the cooter. Ingredients: Pepto-Bismol, active dry yeast, African rum and grape soda. There are many more of these that are a bit too graphic for YouTube, but I'm sure you get the idea. In his infinite wisdom, Patrick also allowed people to upload photos to go along with these mocktails, which again are a bit too much for YouTube, but I'm sure you can guess what kind of photos were uploaded. Sadly, Patrick didn't quite get the response on this app that he had hoped for, so began begging people on Twitter to go over and leave real reviews. Unfortunately, he didn't have much luck with this. As you may have deduced from the Adirondack chairs, Patrick considers himself a bit of a handyman, and has recently completed a decked balcony on his home, with him proudly posting this achievement to the internet. The pests then set about dissecting everything wrong with this balcony, including it being crooked and the handrails not lining up correctly. This of course isn't the first time trolls have ruined his attempts at DIY, with him previously posting to the internet showing off a fence that he had just finished. Patrick had installed the fence backwards so that the ugly part was facing out. Installing a fence the wrong way is a code violation in Milwaukee, so it was reported. An inspector was sent out who then forced Patrick to dig it up and install it the correct way around. The most recent thing of note in the Patrick S. Tomlinson story is that he had a rare win. The lawsuit that he filed against the city in regards to all of the swatting has been settled out of court, with Patrick reportedly getting over $500,000.
What? No way. You got a W.
The Patrick S. Tomlinson story is a strangely intriguing one for me. It doesn't have the explosive events or the outrageous drama of a lot of other internet stories, but the absurd details and ridiculous nature of it all I found to be captivating. There is a lot more that I didn't cover, like when a Rastafarian street preacher and Donald Trump supporter was murdered in Patrick City, and the pests blamed Patrick for this, or the whole cast of odd internet friends that Patrick has, all with their own bizarre backstories, including inserting butter knives in places that they're not designed to go, or being a child predator, allegedly. Patrick himself to me seems like a very arrogant, self-important man who just can't bear to be proven wrong, as this would crumble the fragile delusions that he has constructed around himself. A control freak who needs to dominate others and takes sadistic glee whenever he can safely destroy people. The pests are no doubt cut from a very similar cloth, making this a symbiotic relationship that I'm sure both sides enjoy on some level. The Norm Macdonald tweet seems to do a lot of heavy lifting when Patrick recounts this story, but if it would have been me or you or just about anyone else on the planet who posted this, it would have come and gone without all of the drama that followed. Patrick is unable to reflect on his own role in this story, so we'll always paint the pests as this shadowy group with the worst possible intentions. I get the sense that he lives his life lost in abstract fantasy lands, where the real world plays little part. Patrick should be allowed to post whatever he wants on the internet and not get harassed, but unfortunately for him, this is not the real world. In the same way that if I walk into a crime-ridden area with lots of expensive jewellery on, I have the right not to get robbed. But this is not how reality works, so we need to react accordingly. In this fight, the pests have all the advantages, so the 140 IQ thing to do would be to not get into a fight that you could never win. But for Patrick, he can't allow these lesser beings a victory, so he is left to scream impotently at them that they will be going to prison for the rest of their lives. As far as I know, not one single pest has ever been to prison for harassing Patrick. I've tried to stick to the things that are true in this story, but it's a very hard topic to research due to the amount of in-jokes and troll information spread about Patrick. So sorry if I got anything wrong, I tried my best. Thanks to a channel called Cryptic Web Chronicles, who has a lot more detailed information on this story. So if you want a deeper dive, go and check that out. Or there is a Kiwi Farms thread that was very helpful as well, but honestly that thread is pretty long, so I didn't end up using it too much. Also thanks to all of the people that recommended that I check out the Patrick story. It was more entertaining than I expected. Patrick himself is far from the worst person that I've covered, so let's hope that one day he can rip himself away from the internet and live a happy and prosperous life. And that he builds an Adirondack table to go with his chairs. Watch this video about Owen Benjamin. It's quite the wild ride. Like, subscribe and hype, as it's very helpful to the channel and to the video in general. A big thanks to the channel members and the Patreon.
I was just messing around in Blender, as I usually do. This is Shiva. Shiva's outfit. The Savage Shiva. I don't know if I can turn this into a costume. Kind of, a little difficult. Maybe. I might be able to make it work. We can appropriate some culture. Be fun. What else we got here? I did see that Antimatter Morty. Yeah, that's RE5. The Red Riding Hood. I should do that
Ludwig
one.
for you, Ludwig.
Another great Yu-Gi-Oh model.
Chris. Shiva. Chris. Shiva.
Looks like Gundam is watching Phil. I saw that Antimatter Morty video, but it's scheduled for later. This one. Tomo. Oh, that's an old video. I have to say, what's Tomo been up to? Why is she in trouble? Kevin is restreaming Phil.
Actually crazy. I wonder what he's talking about.
Fucking no life idiot.
Oh, he's making himself complain about the thing again. What? Wow.
Cool, dude. Very successful.
All right, 2.5 hours of gameplay. This is it. It's not really 2.5. It's like 2 hours of gameplay because you got to go on the break and stuff. I don't know, man. Y'all know how his streams work.
Okay,
Sunday, fun.
I think the volume's correct.
So much.
Finally to gameplay. It's wild. I hope the dentheads know that they look absolutely fucking ridiculous. But what do they know? They don't know anything. So, you can see I uploaded that clip there. What's this?
Take our time. Maybe every time we do a Pokemon stream, we do an unpacking. Maybe if we have like a well-supported Pokemon stream in celebration, we're like, let's just open a second pack just for fun, you know, during the stream or whatever. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Yeah, so it's a $50 contribution, and say, yes, I want a pack.
See that
That's how it does. And I'll talk about
129?
this on stream so people are aware
That's
of it.
why he keeps cooking you out of gameplay.
Pokemon cards.
Your complaints mean nothing, you did.
I think it would be cool because I know the Pokemon. To be honest, Gourgeist. Or is it Gourgeist? Is it Gourgeist or Gourgeist? How do you say this?
I got it! Dude, I got the Gourgeist.
Maybe we'll even do our first unpacking of a pack of Pokemon cards for the first time.
The fact that I'm going to likely be unpacking my first ever pack of Pokemon cards is going to be really neat. The next time we play Pokemon, I should have Pokemon cards to actually unsleeve. Well, actually, they're not called unsleeve. It's called unpacking, right? For the record, people are incredibly upset that I'm doing this. I'm serious. There's people in Kick Chat who are absolutely losing their shit that DSP is about to open Pokemon cards on stream. That's hilarious.
We went through all those extras from the unsleevings that I did off stream, okay?
We're gonna do a Pokemon card pack unopening.
We're going to have 2 Pokemon card pack unopenings.
We're gonna have to do pack unopenings and DSP tries it.
One Pokemon pack unboxing, or unopening, I guess I should say.
It's called ripping packs.
You mean unopening?
All right. Next time that we
Unopening.
play Pokemon, we're going to rip some packs, baby. Oh, yeah. Rip them.
All right, guys, let's get ready to rip some packs. Oh, wait, there's no goal. What are you talking about? I'm just saying it's an arbitrary measurement. If we open 10 more packs between today and tomorrow,
and
so there's only 9 left. Well, now I'm down to the last 9. Then I will order another box, and we'll burn through those 9 and go right to the next box. But I gotta see that the demand is there. This is not a goal. We just gotta see that the demand is there. And if the demand is there, then I will answer the demand. But you gotta trust the market.
Pokemon cards just got gayer than it ever could now that DSP is involved.
It's just the stream now. That's all it is now. I guess his intention is to bore people to death so that they just stop clipping him. It always works out for lolcows, doesn't it? That was a great idea. Right, here's
The
that
demand
model.
is there. In that he demands you give him money and will keep demanding until you do.
Oh, like you don't have to. I don't think they realize that. You don't have to. In fact, it's funnier if you don't. It's great if you don't. It's preferable, actually. Does seem like that's what he wants. Just wants to bore people to tears. If only he'd be honest about it. Like, Wings is honest about it, at least. It's like, yeah, I'm just trying to kill off my own audience. That's just what I'm doing. It's just trying to be as boring as possible.
Boner tail.
It is a weird tail. I'm gonna have to bend it a little bit so it's not so erect. What we would call it. Zara is streaming. Kevin is streaming, of course. Kevin, Shroom, Marked, and GPM. Watching Panic Man. Let's go raid Zara. Let's see, we'll be back tomorrow for a Monday. There's going to be a That Being Said tomorrow, thankfully. The best filter with which
The tail
to...
is mighty robust.
with which to absorb DSP lore knowledge nowadays. Oh, great. You hear how, like, Jeremy Clarkson's stupid show about hanging out on his farm is getting more views than, like, Amazon Lord of the Rings and the whatever Game of Thrones reboot. Just, like, they're just wasting so much money and no one is watching it. But they're certainly delivering the message. That's all that matters, right? the message that whenever you trust... Oh, wait. That's wrong one.
Why was Phil in that Geico commercial?
The pig. We'll be back tomorrow. We'll have more content. We still got a lot of content here. Just didn't go through it all.
Who knows?
But a good blood guides your way. Thank you, Silent Assassin, Dogsplain, Anthony, everybody who hung out and stopped by. Thank you for hitting that goal. Very much appreciated.
Musette was talking about?
We get some new stuff soon.
Yes, Chloe Volley.
See you tomorrow.
As expected, her sense of justice has driven her to come here and rescue Shirley. Why? She doesn't even know Shirley. She was born a knight. Knights act according to their duty.
Everyone is just so rushing to try and get to my sister. Don't call me Shirley. Louie has locked into the stream. How you doing, Raiders? How you doing? I'm Sarah. I'm your friendly neighbor, evil overlord down in the corner, but you probably know me. I hang out